Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Christoph Fournier, John Travolta, JMelds24, Unimento, M, Iron26, Endless, Flat Earth Sage, Goldie McKiernan, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Fibre Oats, Bogey, Michael Kahn, Rob H, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Mel B Styles, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Neo the One, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Nealons, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Abraham Mohammed, Adrian Quintana, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord, got it right today, and G+, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Thinking the same thing. Yeah. It's Nathan's good computer.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I think I was constantly chasing down a conflict between the sound card and the multiple sound cards that I had. Some internal, some external. But yeah, that was, I think, the problem. Now it's all on the motherboard. It's kind of assumed that it's going to appeal to the lowest common denominator in terms of the people that will use it. Therefore, it just works, which is good, because it means that things like the commonly used banana and Discord will just work. And it does. So I'm not chasing my own tail looking for distortions. And when I hear a distortion, I'm like, oh, I clipped the mic. It's nice to be able to just know what it is that's happened. Oh, I just got too close when I was shouting. Okay. Not, where's that stupid clipping sound coming from when I'm talking quietly or talking normally or someone's responding to me and then there's just a and you're like, oh, what the hell is that? I got so sick of dealing with the fans in this computer that's passive. Not supposed to have any fans. That I ordered a couple of new fans, and unfortunately one of them was defective. It had a bent frame, so it made a buzzing noise when it was spinning. The other one was fine, but after fitting them, I was like, oh, that's irritating. I'll have to get one replaced. I'm like, oh, I've kind of got a bit of taste in my mouth with these fans now. I'll just send them back for a refund. So I ripped them out, and I thought, do I need them? All I'm doing is messing around with them, trying to keep them from being on, and being annoyed every time the computer's monitor turns off, because it sets it into this standby state that doesn't let you set a custom fan profile. It's just whatever Asus have assigned. And so it's really loud. Even on silent, you can change it between their three profiles, but silent is still the fans running, which is louder than them not. And that happens every time the screen turns off. What happens is it cools it down, because it's obviously trying to be passive. And then after a time, it's cooled it down to such a degree that there's been a change in state for the computer, so it wakes the monitor up. So there was this constant cycle of monitor turns off after 5 minutes of not using it. You hear the fans buzz up, which irritated me. And then about 5 minutes later, the screen would turn back on again because something's changed. And then 5 minutes later, it turned off. And you just go through this cycle over and over again while you're trying to listen to a piece of music or something, trying to unwind. It just bugged the hell out of me. So like I say, by the time I'd swapped the old ones out or taken them out, I was like, I'll just try it without. And instantly I was 100% happier. And the idle temperature dropped by 5 degrees. And I was like, hang on a second, what's going on? And it suddenly occurred to me, if I'm trying to keep them off, what are they doing if they're not spinning? All they're doing is blocking the escape of hot air. So they've pulled out. I mean, admittedly, under load, the stuff's got less fans cooling it, and it does, technically need a bit of extra cooling. But it's got other fans inside. The case fans are at the bottom. I just turn those up a little bit more. Turn down the overclock on the graphics card. I'm like, there you go. It's pulling a little bit less power, generating a little bit less heat, and now I don't need a top fan for it. And 90% of my issues with it making bloody noise were from these two stupid top fans that I've spent most of the time trying to keep off. And therefore they're just a bloody hindrance. Anyway, they've been ripped out. Sorry.
Is this why you've been blowing a little bit hot and cold over the last few weeks?
Boom, boom. It is. I have been mucking around with the computer, and it's anything to do with computer is just heat. It doesn't matter what anybody else says. That's all you're really dealing with. Just heat.
Freezer.
It doesn't... Yes, okay, Neil, freezer.
I can't get that image of you out of my head. You sitting there all bundled up, shivering, doing a show. I think it would be epic. You
That's
won't
how I
have
think
no
it should
heat,
be.
that's for sure.
That is how it should be. So if you watch a guy called Podcastage, who's a guy who just covers mics, predominantly he's got a podcast as well, but mostly he covers microphones. And he said, the audience does not care if you are sat boiling, as hot as all hell. They don't care. However, if they can hear a fan and it's kind of drowning you out and you're only getting 60 to 70% audibility in what you say because of a fan, because you need to be kept cool, then that's going to irritate your audience. So just turn the fan off when you're recording. You know, deal with the fact that you're going to get hot. That's how it is.
Yeah, I watched Fatsoy's video with the Coriolis, and there was so much background noise. I mean, his kid was crying. I understand that. But it doesn't sound really clear yet. I don't know if he's got other things
Give him a
going
break.
on.
Yeah, just look at any of my old shows. I'm not going to say I didn't think the same, and I do think the same, but I'm not going to criticise Flatsoid for that. He's on a rapid, what's the word when you're on like a very rapid upward curve?
You're on a tear. I know
that's
what
the
he's
one.
doing. He's new and he's on a tear.
He's on a steep learning curve, and what he's showing is his ability to do
West of
multiple
the
things
curve.
quickly and learn them quickly and just get on with other things and learn other stuff. So, you know, you could overload him with various things, but he'll figure that out himself. I'm sure he's listening back to his own show.
Anyway, guys, I've had one of the.
I wasn't criticizing. I was just pointing out.
Can you hear one deck, Neil? Can you hear him?
No.
Sorry.
Yeah, one day.
I was saying I've been having a bit of banter with one of these anti-flat earthers, and now, basically, to cut a long story short, he's admitted that pressure needs containment, and the containment is the universe.
So the universe isn't a container. It's just a description they have in a paradigm they hold. So
Yeah,
no.
that's not an old one.
I know. Yeah, I know. I'm just letting you know where they're going. It's just they say, yeah, there's a gradient. The gradient, everything's contained by the universe. We know there's containment, so they're admitting there's containment, and it's the universe that's containing it. No.
And in the 90s, when they came out with that, the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere, they hold on to that. That's where they get their backing for that claim.
By the same token, they say the universe is still expanding.
One more time,
What
Jorge.
backing for what?
You were really quiet.
No, I'm saying by the same token, they say the universe is still expanding.
Yes. If you sit
So
on that
the
side of
universe
the...
backing.
If it's still expanding, how are we breathing right now? So gas pressure is going to keep multiplying and multiplying as it expands. It's not going anywhere. Come on.
No, they're just trying to rationalize the container they need. Like, it doesn't make sense to say the edge of the universe is a solid barrier.
Yeah, well, that's what they're saying now.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, Timothy. Yeah, I can hear you, but the edge of the universe in the heliocentric delusion is not a solid barrier.
I heard 10, but very low.
Is the sound coming in fine now?
Now you are.
Okay, well, I said what backing?
I hope this silence isn't because someone asked me something.
Well, Neil said this is how they're backing their claim. I go, what backing?
About the what do you call it? What was one deck saying again? I forgot.
I was saying
Oh.
the claiming that the universe, whatever that is the container. The pressure from the Earth just gradually fizzles out and diminishes, but there is a container. It is being contained. They know this.
Yeah, that's kind of our argument, though, isn't it? If the universe is the container, then the gas in all of its entirety would be filling that container. Well, that doesn't take a genius to figure out that you'd have very little gas left here at ground level because the universe is enormous and there's a finite amount of gas claimed to be around the Earth in violation of natural law not dispersing into that container. So if that's the container, then we wouldn't have any gas here to breathe. That's our argument, though.
Yeah, that's the way I felt. They're taking our argument and stretching it out, so to speak, to saying that the vacuum that they believe the universe is the container.
This is what they're doing, isn't it?
No,
With
hold
that,
on. He said it just fizzles out. So where's the walls then if it just fizzles out?
It's more
Well,
over.
you need
if
a
they-
container for a vacuum.
It's just being tricky with words. If you say container, fine. Okay. Just accept it at face value. Okay. The universe is the container. So the volume of the container is the universe's volume. All right. That's a lot of space for gas to fill, isn't it? Again, that's our argument. If the sky was a vacuum, that's a vast space they call space for the gas to fill, then the gas would fill it.
Well, they say they've been there and it hasn't filled it because they're in a vacuum. That's a bunch of nonsense. Did you want to continue reading that article or are we done with that thing?
Can everybody see that? Without that, you can't have gas pressure. Thank you.
Thanks. And no, we're not done with it. I mean,
You always
you were
have
the
the
one who wanted to go
protest.
through it on each of the pre-shows, so I'm more than willing to go through it again.
All right, well, you want me to post it up for you so you know where to get it right away or what?
Yes, that'd be brilliant. You're a bit distorted now.
Yeah,
I don't know if anyone else noticed that from 10th.
yeah. I'm going to drop and rejoin because I had a little problem getting on and I had to do it twice, so I'll do it.
Well,
a
just
third
stay.
time, but I'll
Well,
go
then
post
don't.
that for-
Then don't. You're fine enough. You're
I'm
good
fine
enough.
I just posted it in Master D,
Okay.
Scientific American.
Okay, I can vaguely remember where we left off. So
I do, I know. So flat earthers, what they believe and why. So this is a guy doing a podcast in the UK trying to tell everybody what we believe and what. So you scroll down all the way, let's see, I'll count it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 paragraphs, and the top should be SM, the semicolon. I mean, the bottom of that.
it's really
It's
interesting.
really interesting.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so it's really interesting and serendipitous that we're sitting here because I knew that there was some flat earthers out there, and I just thought it was kind of strange and funny. And about a week ago, I discovered a friend of mine who is very well educated. She got a doctorate in biochemistry, and she had a sister who also was very intelligent and very well educated. My friend told me that her sister is a flat earther and that her sister is very indignant about the whole idea that we take them seriously. And she said something to the effect of, this is heresy that we're getting from me right now. That, well, you know, if you looked at the evidence, then you'd know that what you've been told isn't true. So all of a sudden, I became fascinated with flat Earth people, and then just on Twitter, and I had not been a follower of yours until I saw this tweet that somebody I follow must have retweeted, that you had just given a talk at Edinburgh, and I had been, and I reached out to you, and it turns out that you live in Liverpool, and here am I in Liverpool today, and we're here talking. So tell me, what do flat Earth people think, and why do they think it? So is that good enough setup to solve that? Now he says he's fortunate because he ran into this guy, and now he's going to get the goods on what flat Earthers think.
Quick question for you: what if you were to describe yourself as a creed or a race, or what would you describe yourself as? 10th. Don't worry, I'm going somewhere with this.
No, no problem. I just voted here, and they had me fill it out on the voting chart, and they had not the voting chart, just another thing, and they had two ways of asking me. One saying, "Are you Hispanic or non-Hispanic?" So I put non-Hispanic. Then it said, "Are you black, Asian, or white?" And I put white. So that's how I had to.
Okay, as a non-Hispanic white, can you tell me how the non-Hispanic whites view things, please?
Yeah, I don't like that flat Earth people thing.
He's forcing her to give him a stereotyping fallacy response. So please stereotype many people who you've never met and don't know what they believe. Because you are a flat earther, therefore you are now the arbiter of all things flat earth and can stereotype every flat earther and tell me what they're thinking. What?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but that's the same with the people who say they're Christian, and they say they have the same Bible as I do, and then when I read it, they have a whole different. I go, how'd you get that out of that?
Okay.
Makes me laugh when he asked what the flat
Well, we
Earth
say the same for the heliocentrists, right?
You can't hear one deck. Is it just me? He seems leveled up. Say
I'm
something
dropping.
one more time, one deck. I'll see if I can turn you up a bit more.
I was just saying on the comments, he was asking what do flat earthers actually think. Well, we think the Earth's flat, I think, is the answer to that. Definitely not a globe.
He wants to know what we believe. Believe. They ain't worried about what we think. They want to know what we agree with or disagree with.
No, the line is, so, tell me, what do the flat Earth people think, and why do they think it? What? Half the time, I don't know what I'm thinking or why I'm thinking it. Why would she know?
But let's go on under MM. So
I
you
was
got to
thinking
sort
that.
of unpack that. Maybe he's not hearing us. Shall I continue, or do you want to check the sound?
Yeah, what I've got up is, you've got, yeah.
Okay. All right. So you got to sort of unpack that question a little bit, because it's very easy for us to see the flat Earth movement as one singular cohesive movement. That's me. And that's how I first thought about it when I first came across it in 2013, and when I came across the Flat Earth Society in the UK. And so I had a conversation with the vice president of the Flat Earth Society. I assumed, as you probably have in your mind, that people who believe in the world is flat think that the world is a disk. And at the center, you got the Arctic Circle. And then you got all the continents of the world sort of splayed out to fill the circle. And in Antarctica is like the edge of the disk. But I found out that when I first spoke to the Flat Earth Society, is that not everyone in the flat Earth world has that version of the world in their heads. Some do believe it's a disk, but others believe that, yes, there's an Arctic Circle in the middle, and there's the land masses around it. Then Antarctica is an ice around the edge, but instead of being a discrete disk, some people believe, in fact, Antarctica just goes on forever in all directions. And so they believe that the Earth is actually an infinite plane in all directions that bisect reality, which is really a lovely idea. Any comments?
Yeah, definitely.
Those are
There was a glimmer of hope for a few seconds because he's like, look, I appreciate we've got a pizza pie flying up through a sky vacuum, and not all flat earthers believe that. You're like, all right, so immediately addressing the stereotyping fallacy. No, some think there's this ring. What the hell?
well,
Almost.
I like
Go on.
the infinite plane, right? Nothing's infinite. That's a mathematical concept that, well, I don't even know if it's a mathematical it's a concept. So nothing's infinite in our world. That's ridiculous. In the physical world, nothing's infinite. Like, we don't have a model. That would have been the best answer is we don't know.
Yeah. What about the reference to Flat Earth Society? Notice how that got snuck in there.
Well, that I kind of thought was reasonable because at least it's been contextualized by introducing them as presenting their views on it. If you can at least slightly read between the lines, in other words, if you're not a complete dumbo, you'll appreciate that this stereotyping fallacy is actually just the opinions of a particular society. That's the society's view. Okay. But that isn't necessarily the stereotyping view. Again, but you've got to be able to pick past one layer of this onion, right, to do that. So maybe I'm hoping for too much from the reader, but this is Scientific American, right? It's not exactly a lowbrow publication, is it?
Yeah, but I'm thinking more on the sense that if he's going to give a contrast of what the disc is to earthers and what the disc is to other flat earthers, he could have said, the flat earthers also, some of them think that the Flat Earth Society is controlled opposition.
I mean, some of them think a lot of things, but it's just I'd prefer he just didn't talk on my behalf. If he's going to stereotype the question, at least say, "Oh, this is I can only speak for me," which I can, and I have to make those apologies here quite frequently. I'll start talking about you and the panel and how you think, and then I'll have to stop myself and go, "Hang on a second, I can't really do this. It's not fair." It might be the case that they agree with me wholeheartedly, but quite often, in fact, more often than you might imagine, they don't they don't agree with me wholeheartedly. Therefore, I shouldn't stereotype them when I make my examples. But in this case, flat earthers think there's an ice wall. Flat earthers think there's a pizza pie. Let's tell you all about what these flat earthers think and why they think it. Go ahead.
All right. So it will go on in north, south, east, west, just go on forever. And there's above and below, but there's no way of getting from the top to the bottom because it's just infinity of all ice in all directions forever. So there's no way of getting below the earth. And so this was when I first came across the flat earth moving in 2013, this was quite a vociferous debate that was going on. And it was quite a schism, really. And they had the Flat Earth Society at the time. It was largely a forum where they would bring forth their proofs of one version of this theory or another. And I also think there's another schism going on the movement at the time, which is between one side, which are people who genuinely really believed the world was flat, and the other side, which absolutely did not believe it, but enjoyed the intellectual pursuit of arguing a position they need to be false. Interesting. And so they would find quite esoteric and off-the-wall proofs that most people wouldn't think of. And so when I first came across it in 2013, there were people wading into these arguments who believed the world was round, but never thought about it before, but just assumed in a sort of quite an arrogant way that they must know better than anyone who's ever thought about it. And it came to be a different conclusion. And so they were stomping into these arguments saying, well, what about the photos of Earth from space? And what about this? And what about ships going over a horizon? Thinking, well, this is a gotcha. But not realizing that those were the first things they thought about and that they thought that the approved world's round. And therefore, it's probably likely that the people who think the world is flat, I've had the same idea and they're still flat earthers. So at least in their mind, they must have a good answer to that. The people who believe in the world was round have these arguments, didn't have cause they'd never be scrutinized the idea. They're rejecting it, and it was happening. And man, I'm losing the way this guy's talking because it's a podcast.
Gobbledygook. It's gobbledygook, but carry on.
Yeah, it is. It's hard. And so what was happening was, I think, to a degree, that part of the schism that was just having fun and knew very well the world wasn't flat, but just enjoyed the pursuit of doing that. There were winning those arguments with people who were coming in and arrogantly assuming that they could answer everything. And in winning those arguments, they were really converting even more people who really believed it. And so you had this kind of effect where it was sort of a spiral out of control a little bit, but I think it wasn't viral in any way in 2013 as in the way that it was in 2016 and 2017. And I think part of the is because of the esoteric off-the-wall version of proofs can be quite complicated to get your head around. So far, example, if you have a disk version, the world and the infinite plane version, both models suffer from an inability to explain gravity. You don't have a spherical mass, you don't have a central mass, and you don't have a central point pulling it all to one point.
Like gas. Gas doesn't do that.
So last paragraph.
So
it's very...
the subject has been raised about photos from space, no rebuttal given. This is familiar. There's also been talk of Earth curve, no rebuttal given. So in the mind's eye of anybody reading this, right, study of some flat earthers, it sounds like they've offered up a few globe proofs and said there's an esoteric way of explaining them that's very complicated. No, there isn't. Black Swan, if the Earth's a sphere, radius 3959, that's the claim, then every distance to the horizon, that's the claim, can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the maths for Earth curve. We've got an image that shows the horizon is beyond the limitation claimed in those maths. It's not Earth curve. There you go. There's the end of that argument. Didn't take long. The horizon's not Earth curve. We've only got one horizon. And the horizon in there, globe Earth, begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator, is the geometric limitation we've debunked with the Black Swan. So no, what about photos from a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum? Nah, there's definitely no photos from there, like there's no photos from Narnia. If the sky was a vacuum, then the gas we breathe would fill that space. It's called entropy. It's a law of nature. We definitely haven't got an area of volume for gas to fill above our heads, because gas would fill it and we'd all be dead. There's the end of that argument. What's that? We should focus on how the flat earthers think and feel about their beliefs and how they're going to deliver them. No, it's not what we do. Here on Flat Earth Debate, we just rip people a new one based on their stupid, nonsensical thoughts and feelings about how they believe in various different worlds that contrast the globe Earth claim. Now, we're not interested in any of that nonsense. We just pull apart the globe claim. It's not a horizon that's blocking anything. It's not a hill that's geometrically getting in the way. It's not something you can measure at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Here you go. It's beyond that. It's not a hill. The horizon isn't your Earth curve claim. Bye-bye, Earth curve. Now, if we were on a sphere, we'd have that Earth curve hill in the way, like you say it should be, and it isn't. Bye-bye, your claim. What's that? You now want to talk about how our models don't work? I haven't claimed any model. I just know we haven't got an Earth curve. And you'd need that if we were on a sphere. So we're not on a sphere. What's that? My model doesn't work. I couldn't give a crap what you say my model wouldn't work with. I haven't presented you with one. What's that? Flat Earth Society have got a little pizza pie flying up through a sky vacuum. How fascinating for that society that I'm not a part of. And reject wholeheartedly. That's definitely nothing to do with me. What I do is debunk Earth curve. And sky vacuums. And bat away any nonsense about how people think and feel. Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now we are joined by 10th Man, Refracted Curvature, Neil, Righteous Force, and a whole bunch of people in Discord. So welcome one and all.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good morning.
Hello
Good
out
morning,
there.
Nathan.
Morning. Good to have you all. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere-edge horizon formerly known as the curve of the Earth?
Get
Nah,
tired
they
of
banked in
asking me, but
2020.
No,
Black Swan.
That was quick. Why is it the people around us who are in flat Earth can't seem to comprehend the idea that we've debunked Earth curve? Black Swan. Yeah, we can summarise what we call our debunking. If the Earth was a sphere, radius 3959 miles, as claimed by Earth believers in a globe, then every distance to the horizon, claimed to block boats, buildings and the sun, could be no more than the maths they claim it is. That's 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's where they say the hill getting in the way will lie. We show that the horizon is beyond the geometric limitations of a sphere, radius 3959, by showing that the hill that's claimed to get in the way is beyond the things it's supposed to obstruct. Therefore, it's definitely not Earth curve, definitely not obstructing anything. The horizon is not Earth curve. We only have one. Their horizon, marked with an X, labelled horizon in there, begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective, hijacking Earth curve calculator, is a physical limitation to your view at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Once you've debunked that and shown that it's beyond its limitations, there's no going back. That's why we call it the Black Swan. It's a Karl Popper analogy. If it's claimed that there are no black swans, all swans are white, you only need to present one black swan to prove that's incorrect. If it's claimed that the horizon's a geometric limitation, a hill getting in the way, then you only have to show once that it's not a hill getting in the way to destroy all claims of Earth being a sphere with a proof that the horizon is Earth curve. It is not. We have debunked it. Pay attention. There's plenty of people out there who've got channels broadcasting not debunking Earth curve. That's pretty sad. So if you're one of the people watching, you can influence this. You need to contact these people. You need to tell them. You need to get up to date with the Flat Earth debate. You seem incapable of debunking Earth curve. What is it? Aren't you watching? So, spread the word. Pass this show around. Share the show. Let them all know. If you want to actually debunk this claim that we're on a sphere, then there's one place, it seems, that can actually do that, and that's here. Go on, Neil. You're so keen.
I was counting 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I give up. They don't present the Black Swan because they think refraction answers that.
How does refraction
no
answer a claim
no
of physical,
geometry then.
a physical claim of geometry getting in the way? Physical hills are claimed to block things, right? If it's refracted, it's not a hill. So that's a self-defeating rebuttal. All right, so not geometrically limiting it, not a hill blocking our view then. Refracted. All right. So that's a really strong claim from their part. You know what proves you're on a sphere? Refraction blocking boats as they go over the horizon hull first. Refraction blocking. Oh, there was me thinking it was Earth curve. There it is in your maths, marked with an X, labelled horizon. No, refraction's a self-defeating rebuttal. Because if it's refraction, it's not Earth curve. And the Earth curve is asserted with geometry, not bent lines, tangent points.
What is refraction?
In their maths, refraction 7/6R. It's a standard atmospheric value applied to inflate the size of their sphere. They depict it as light bending around at 7/6 of the radius to move an object with respect to the horizon they're trying to prove is Earth curve. Real refraction is a deviation from a straight line as you traverse a different medium, as light would do if it went from, say, air to water. When you see the example of refraction with a straw in a glass, that's Snell's law.
But that goes outside how they know it's
I
a
have an objection.
sphere. You can't apply refraction to how you know it's a sphere. You need a measurement.
Yeah, it's
That doesn't.
paradoxically, Arwinian paradox has relabeled it when it was first identified and succinctly summarised by Arwin, which is to say that if you are claiming that there's a refraction value based on an R value, then you're going to need to acquire the R value from something that you can't see anymore. So you can't derive an R value to refract an R value that you can't measure. It's a paradox.
Yeah. Hello, by the way.
Hello,
You're going to
Arwin.
need a flat plane for that.
You
No,
will need a flat plane for that.
If the horizon is refracted, then you no longer have a measured R value in order to, well, use that R value in the refraction in order to displace the horizon. And that's the paradox.
Further to that, their primary claim is that the Earth curve physical edge hill gets in the way of a boat or a building. So their claim isn't that we've got a refracted bendy line to this particular target and the target and the horizon are refracted, therefore we're proving it's Earth curve. Well, that's not the claim. Just go and look in their maths. It's marked with an X labelled horizon. It's a physical limitation to your view. National Geographic will make it clear. All those people who wanted a free membership, shout out to Godzilla. So Godzilla has gifted 5 memberships. Wrong button. There we go. So yeah, check it out. If you wanted a free membership, you have been gifted one. You just have to claim it from Godzilla 37, who is... I don't know how that works, actually, but you can claim it somehow, and if you're keen, you'll figure that out. So there you go. Thank you very much indeed, Godzilla.
Go get it, Kent. Go get it.
No, I need it from the host.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, listen, I'm not done. If the
take it.
horizon moves and changes with the weather, then it has to be a plane, not a sphere, because it's gone beyond the geometric limitation of their Earth with a radius of 3959.
Would this be a good time to bring in what they're actually measuring and calculating, or do we want to do that at the R value?
What R value?
I mean, I could ask the question. Any evidence of the R value?
Well, if you measure the differential between 2 flat planes, right, eye level and sea level, and then you reify your sphere of vision and where that horizon renders based on different altitudes, you can assume the Earth's curving at a set rate based on a radius value.
What John just did was describe the hoodwink that is measuring a flat Earth and converting it into a sphere. That was very concise. That's as concise as you've done that. That was excellent. That's how the hoodwink worked mathematically. That's what they did. They took a parallel with the flat plane that you actually stand on, raised up in altitude, and calculated the difference between the two. That difference is what they'll claim the horizon does when they say it's dropping away from you 8 inches per mile squared by extrapolation of that methodology, detailed very concisely by John. I say this
John,
because
Yeah, the R value
Go on.
only exists in the math.
the R value does only exist in the maths. It can't exist in physical reality if it's all refracted, as the rhetoric seems to be implying in the current form. Well, it's self-defeating once they apply refraction to the Earth curve edge they're trying to prove, which is the horizon in their maths. Now, quote, we know it's refracted because of its position with respect to the horizon, is the basis of the claim. The one that Rumpus isn't allowed to come back here because he lied about it. You know, made those specific statements while scrolling past Andrew Thomas Young's diagrams of refracted horizons, right, Rumpus? That's why you're not welcome. You're a liar. That tells me one thing. You know Earth is not a sphere, don't you, Rumpus? I know it, and you know it. You know why you have to lie as well, don't you? I know it, and you know it. So anybody out there that follows Rumpus and thinks he's a great arbiter of the globe Earth rhetoric, on the contrary, he knows where his model fails, and he knows where he has to, and I'll be very explicit, lie about its inadequacies. That's somebody
We
who
never claimed the
knows.
horizon was geometric.
Pardon?
We never claimed the horizon was geometric.
Right.
Remember
I've always said it was refracted. Oh, did you? So refracted blocking the bottom of the Isle of Man? Lying bastard. No, they're just lies. But anyway, that makes me smile on reflection. It's a year, maybe even longer than that since we've banned Rumpus from coming back, because I don't want deceit being portrayed to my audience. That's why I took it quite personally when I was claimed to be a scammer by people like Jaren and Witsit, and having people like David Weiss be complicit in that. Well, those things are now going to turn into educational tools also. So with a bit cooler head, I went back and looked at that show, which has had considerably more than 100 views from members. Now, maybe if you're watching this and you go, so what, 100 views, wowee. No. I can remember a time not so long ago where there was videos that I would put out and I wouldn't get 100 views full stop, let alone 100 views from members when it's not even published yet. So that video that you were all saying was great. So I went back and looked at the stats. I was like, wow, there's a lot of people watching this from the members. And I would assume repeatedly watching it because of the numbers. You know, unless every single member has watched that video. But maybe they have, I don't know. But I went back, like I say, with a cool head. I'm nearly done. I'll plug this video I've just made this morning. So I went back, found a little section, and then afterwards I could see more and more useful educational sections in it. So I trimmed out a bit about basically what I reiterated in the Earth Curve question today. Debunk Earth Curve. You know, there's a Western worldview out there there's an Earth Curve. At the moment, we've got a situation in our community. Sorry, I just chunked up a bit of spit and vomit. Anyway, in our community, we've got these people who will go around offering up alternatives to the claim of Earth Curve at the horizon. Now, that positive assertion simply needs to be refuted. That's it. So, you know, that's what needs to be done. And, you know, in that particular video, there's plenty of little chunk-outable sections that highlight inadequacies in people who are on the circuit doing a very poor job of debunking the claim we're on a sphere. I mean, some of these people go by the name globe busters. Like, aren't you going to do any globe busting? I.e. busting the claim we're on a globe, that would be with a physical sphere edge for a horizon. Bust that. Don't tell me what you think the world is, and how you think we've got incoherent dielectric acceleration, and how you think you know what the sun's doing, and how high it is, and how it's dropping, and going down, fading away. Don't tell me any of this stuff. I don't need your opinion on what the world is. Yeah? One thing I've learned from coming to Flat Earth is that I can detach myself from gurus who want to tell me what's what. I don't need you bloody gurus anymore with your stupid ideas about what you think the world is. I'm done with you. All of you. You're all absolutely pathetic because none of you can actually do what's required in this arena. And I say required because that's what it is to be a flat earther. To be able to unequivocally say the Earth is not a sphere, it's flat. That means debunking it as a sphere and proving it is flat. Something we can do here. And we do here. And I'm going to start shouting our own bloody praises. Modesty is going to go out of the window. We are the best at this. You want to debunk Earth as a sphere, you come here. Now tell everyone that's the facts of the matter. You want to go away with a strong argument where you can leave somebody absolutely annihilated in their stupid, crappy assertions that they're on a sphere, then you need to come here to get that. That's where you will get it. We won't tell you what we think the sun is, or what we think the sun's doing, or what we think the sky vacuum is. We won't be talking about dielectric acceleration and forces that will give you free energy. We're not hippies. Yeah? We're just debunking the claim we're on a sphere. And it seems that we're the only ones doing that. Because all we see is alternatives offered. Now, if you want a new paradigm because you think it might not be a sphere, no it isn't. Come here to find that out. Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
Negative, and I don't do nowhere but on
Yeah,
the
go
globe.
Coriolis.
That was
The
part of a
reference
plug.
Frames have been ruined.
I completely destroyed my own plug by getting over enthusiastic about moaning about people not debunking Earth curve. So I put out a video today. It's gone out. The best flat Earth debaters humiliated by scammers is the title. So the inference being that we're the ones claimed to be scammers, the ones who can rip apart the failures and useless nature of the people out on the debating circuit who can't even debunk Earth curve, yet somehow think they can tap themselves on the back of a better job being done than's done on flat Earth debate, while they simultaneously throw us all under the bus and call us scammers. Yeah, well, know this. They are useless at actually debating and debunking the claim of Earth curve. They can't do it. I'm talking Dave Weiss, Jaron, Bob Nodell, Hibbler, Whitsitt. They cannot do the job. They can't do it. It's beyond them. They are inept. We can. We've shown it time and time again. So, modesty is out of the window. I'm going to say it like it is. Hashtag #1 Jaronism show debaters. Bollocks! There is only one hashtag #1 debating team, and it's Flat Earth Debate. Why? Because we do debate and debunk Earth as a sphere. They, and pretty much anybody around us, unless they're parroting our arguments, probably badly, are not. They're just offering alternatives. Now, I'm going to trumpet my own praises. That's what I'm going to do. We are the best here, aren't we? There is no two ways about that. And that needs to be shouted from the rooftops. I used to say shouted from the rooftops, Earth is flat. But that's not good enough. You need to know why it's flat, know how to prove it's flat, and how to absolutely rip apart any claim that comes your way in regards to Earth being a sphere. You need to be able to shut it down and shut the person up on the spot. Not give them some wishy-washy vague understanding that you got from Dave Weiss or Jaron about incoherent acceleration that won't prove anything. It'll just make you look like a twat while you talk to people about flat Earth. Me and my arguments and the people who come here and offer the same will give you an arsenal of things to prove you are on a flat plane, prove that the sphere they're claiming came from the flat plane, and show you how it was done. You had it from John literally only 10 minutes ago, at the beginning of this waffle from me.
Can I offer an example?
Yes, by all means.
Okay, so I think everyone will, and when I say everyone, I'm not stereotyping because it's pretty obvious that anytime a flat earther says something in this consensus-driven society of ours and the way they've got us pegged, there's going to be kind of like a skirmish, maybe even an all-out war. Maybe you're not even talking to that guy anymore because of it. So we're in a war of words and ideas. Now, if you're in a war, and this is where I want to frame it, is you got the frontline soldiers in the war, taking the bullets overhead, all the trenches, it's raining, they don't got warmth, they're just fighting it out, and they're trying to destroy the enemy, right? So now in the back troops, okay, which is, of course, the Flat Earth channels that don't fight the real fight. They're playing billiards, they're drinking beer, maybe a little ping pong, and they're just saying, yeah, one day we'll get to the front. But while here, we got a nice bar, it's cozy, some ladies to dance with. It's just like the movies when you see, you know, the Allies just before they go to Normandy. But in Normandy is where the fight is. And this is what I want to say, what you were saying is that if you want the arguments to take down the enemy's arguments, then this is the show. We give you the arguments. But if you want to go play ping pong, go to the other place.
Right. If you want a new guru and you want a new worldview and you want to be told, because Flat Earth hasn't taught you that you should just investigate things and primary source research and, you know, figuring these things out based on your own evidence research. No, if you're not that person and you'd rather just be told what the world is by people who will abuse your trust, then this isn't the place for you, because we're not going to give you any answers. You know, we'll tell you how you've been deceived and hopefully give you the tools to defeat people who claim you're on a sphere. Now, in terms of what your world is, I'll just tell you now if that's what you need. It's flat. How do I know? Well, it's measured that way. That's how it's navigated. That's how we build on it. That's the world that we experience. It's the world that's been modelled. and then turned into a sphere. We can show you that too. Shout out to Elvis. Elvis ain't dead. Anyone saw the ad for the masterclass from Smoking to Grass? He did a masterclass a while back, about 3 or 4 years ago, maybe even longer now. It was maybe a year into flat. Maybe it's 2015 he last did a masterclass. But yes, I remember that one. Has he got another one? Because we all need to know how the Earth's a sphere from Neil deGrasse Tyson at a fee.
Oh, they have a lot of new people that are all very good storytellers in telling you how it's a globe. They've been building a crew for a while.
I wasn't talking about them. I was talking about the people giving you a new worldview. Oh, right. You thought the world was heliocentric, planets flying around each other. No, definitely not. Let me just tell you what the world really is. Out there, there's counter space.
We sharpened a really awesome double-edged sword, and we've only been using one side of it for quite a while. We just recently swung it back.
Yeah, that's correct.
Those morons in the back.
Yeah, that's correct. Jaren, he's been finding out how sharp the other side of that sword is. Yeah, it's going to continue too, because there's plenty of footage that's got him in it, doing a terrible job of debating this subject, failing miserably to debunk anything, offering up his guru nonsense about how things work. Oh, okay. No worries. We can go through that crap with our sword that's got a very sharp edge for flat earthers, same as it has for globe earthers. Claims that are being made about this garbage, with a failure to debunk any of the globe claims, it's just going to get highlighted. No worries. I'm a scammer? Really? Well, this scammer's going to show how shite you are, Jaren. Yeah? You can find out how sharp that blade is. Because you're not doing a good job of debunking Earth as a sphere, mate. We are. We do an exceptionally good job daily. You do not. And I can show that and example that, and I will. And I have. So check out my video. It came out today.
About freaking time.
Good morning, family.
Yo.
Morning. Speaking of which, any evidence of the distance to the sun?
We got angles. That's it. We
You don't
don't
need a flat
have
plane for
anything
them.
else. But you can think of the sun as being a ball of fire or whatever hovering over a disk, and that it goes away into the distance, and that's why it decreases in angular size. Sometimes. That could be your argument too.
It could be. It'd
That's
just be
not
better
an
to
argument.
debunk their claim. They've got a heliocentric sphere Earth around a sphere sun in an orbital motion based on an R value that we've also debunked. So based on the positive claim that we're a sphere moving around a sun that's at the centre, heliocentric. If this needs pointing out, that's the primary claim when it's the name of the model. Heliocentric, sun at centre. Again, you just need to debunk that. Now let me introduce you to our R value explanation. You can't get R unless you've got a physical geometric horizon. The one we debunked with the Black Swan, we explained it earlier. The one that left them with no proof of a sphere Earth. No maths to claim boats and buildings are blocked. Yeah, that's where they get their R value from. Further to that, when they got it by way of Al-Biruni's method, they measured a flat Earth to get it. Now, obviously, we're just scammers. It's not like we're disseminating the fact that you can easily verify that Al-Biruni has to have apologetics made for the fact he measured the height of the mountain off a flat plane. It's easily referenced. But we're scammers, aren't we? Now, don't get me wrong, the cutting-edge #1 debating team in the universe, that would be Jaren and crew, they didn't spot the fact that acquisition of R is required to even assert heliocentrism in the first place. They don't point it out. They just talk about how the model might work and how the sky might move, or how it wouldn't move when we all begged the question together of an R-value-based heliocentric world. No debunkings. Meanwhile, on actual #1 Flat Earth debate team, that's us, we point out that you'll need R to assume Earth's a sphere. And you get it from the horizon. From a flat Earth measurement of a height of a mountain in the case of Al-Biruni. So, given you can't get R without first measuring a flat plane, why would we be talking about heliocentric motion? That R you got from a flat plane has been superimposed onto Venus by Christian Huygens, so that you've got a scaling value for for the mathematics that Kepler gave us. So then you can assert your heliocentric distance to the sun at 93 million miles. Now again, claimed to be hashtag #1 debating team, debated about how we might see the sun and how the seasons might appear in a heliocentric model that we definitely haven't got, because you'd need a geometric horizon and you'd need a sphere Earth edge to measure R, to impose on Venus, to apply Kepler's third law. You haven't got any of those things. Now what we have just done, moreover me, with the assistance of the team, is disseminate the facts of how the heliocentric model works and how the assumptions used a flat Earth to derive the R value at 3959 miles. Maybe we're scamming you with this. Or maybe we're offering you the absolute best quality, top of the range, heliocentric debunkings there are available. I tell you something for nothing. That is what we are doing. Make no mistake. So distance to the sun.
On the distance to the sun, you'll have to measure elevation angles to the sun before you insert a radial value in a heliocentric model with that radial value being debunked. But first, you're going to have to prove it's a flat Earth by measuring an angle to the sun, which might be a problem.
Dear.
You hear that? You'll need an angle to the sun. That angle. Again, hashtag #1 debating team were told by a globe Earth proponent that angles skim off curved surfaces. The geometrically illiterate like Jaren didn't pick up on that. I mean, us scammers picked up on it, Jaren. Didn't we? You, on the other hand, and Dave Weiss agreed with him when he told him about angles skimming off curved surfaces. Even with a visual illustration and a globe model held up in the camera, Dave agreed with him. Hashtag fail. Not hashtag #1 debaters, pat yourselves on the back. Hashtag don't agree when a globe-believing idiot tells you he can get an angle skimming off a curve. Because that demonstrates to me, Dave, that you don't know what an angle is. Hashtag #1 debater there, Dave. Well done. Well done. Kudos. Props. Stop going around telling people you're good at debating. Stop joining teams that call us scammers and say that they're better at us than debating. You are useless. Clearly, you don't understand how an angle is formed. You agreed with a man telling you they skim off curves. Hello? Try to keep up with the flat Earth debate or basic geometry. You don't get angles from curves. Why would someone like Dave, who's claiming to be the best debater and on the best debating team, and he's not watching us here on Flat Earth Debate, the people who give him his arguments about gas pressure next to vacuums, and balloons going up in the case of Hibbler, and clouds that he doesn't understand the strength of? Yeah? They're not watching us here. Maybe you should. Mr. Ion Extreme proves incoherent dielectric accelerative forces. A school teacher handed you your own ass, David Weiss. You still think you're better than us? Maybe tell everyone how wonderful you are and how little you watch of the person who's helping you and you're stabbing in the back. Yeah, because that gives me an opportunity, after I've been betrayed by you, to show how shite you are, how shite Jaren is, and how unbelievably callous it is to claim I'm scamming people when I offer the creme de la creme of globe Earth debunking and flat Earth proof. Something sorely lacking on all of your parts. Scammer au contraire. The best flat Earth debater and debunker in globe Earth that there is. Lots of
That
super
was the
chats
most
coming through.
frustrating part. The guy set himself up perfectly, and they did not know how to respond. They
John?
should be watching Flat Earth Debate.
Right, they didn't spring the trap. It's a waste.
John, can you further elucidate what we've talked before, where you can get an angle from a curve or two straight lines meeting a curve? What is the difference?
You can after these super chats. Shout out to Elvis Kaforic. Thank you again, I should say, for smashing the super chat to tell other people in the chat to smash the super chats. Who says smack the super chat for the best FED. Thank you very much indeed. Also, Mike808, who just gives me money. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat, Mike808. Scroll it up to the audience to see what I'm talking about. Too far. There we go. Also, shout out to Blue Ridge Ranger. I agree with Elvis. Fantastic. Also, shout out to Pin Puncher, who's super chatted to say, FED, top of the food chain. Yeah, I agree. Like I say, for this show only, modesty is going completely out the window. I will shout our own trumpet, especially as I've now got to defend the fact that we're scammers, where we pull apart nonsense. No, we're definitely not scammers. No, they're the best of the best. Yeah? And perhaps that preemptive attack on us as scammers was just so that hopefully, you could fan the flames in our direction so we wouldn't notice how shite you are at actually debunking the globe Earth, given that you're called globe busters. When presented with a claim of Earth curve, you didn't bust anything. Now I'm busting you for being useless as a flat earther, useless as a debater, and being duped by a high school teacher. Yeah? Forced into false dichotomies by a school teacher. There was about 4 of you, and he had you dancing to his tune, justifying your own crappy arguments in a false dichotomy so he didn't have to justify any of his claims. He had you dancing to his tune. It was wonderful to watch how pathetically useless you were. All of you useless twats who claim that you're #1 flat earth debaters. I assure you, you're not. Talking to you, Jaren, Dave, Hibbler, and Witsit. Yeah? I'm calling you useless. That's what I'm doing. Yeah? Seems like I'm getting quite a lot of super chats for it too. And based on my members' comments, there's plenty of people out there who recognised already what a useless bunch of twats you are when it comes to debating this subject, Mr. and Mrs. Agree to Disagree. No, we don't do that here. We rip apart claims as opposed to agree with them, like angles to curves. No, we don't agree with that, Dave, because it's fundamentally incorrect. Just shows how easily you are being swindled by globe believers. Oh, it skims off the curve surface. Yeah, I understand that. What, well, do you? No, he's wrong and you're agreeing with him. There are no curved, skimming angles. Yeah, just humiliating for us as flat earthers to have you as a representative, David. Obviously, we're going to have to point that out. I mean, not that you're going to be watching, and you're quite content to shut down any suggestion that you are watching. So, that's okay, right? Nobody's going to be telling Dave about this. So, what does it matter? He's just a teaching tool. A numpty failure of a flat earth debater, useful for us to point out where he went wrong and how you as an audience member could do better than Jaren, Hibbler, Witsit, Dave, Bob, who are all useless at debating. They can undo their own shoelaces, let alone arguments from globe believers. We've shown it. You want to see it again? We go through it in great detail for many hours. It comes out on my second channel. 9 p.m. UK time tonight. Nathan Oakley, without any 1980 at the end of it. Just Nathan Space Oakley is the name of the channel. Go and subscribe. It's also linked in the video, the 10-minute short or 15-minute short that I trimmed out from it. But it's all of that throughout the entire video. So if you like what you see in terms of, oh, check it out, they've been presented with the globe claim. Oh, check it out, they're offering their alternative without debunking the globe claim. Oh, check it out. Nathan Oakley and team #definitely #1 debaters on the flat plane then actually take apart the claim that's been made concisely. Debate in its actual context, not being fulfilled by those Muppets. Nathan's on a roll, says Skeptic936.
Yeah,
Jamal's
no.
24. I'll just read out the super chat link. It says, Globebusters is now the modern day Flat Earth Society, and they should be labelled as such by everyone. Absolutely. They deserve the same ridicule and disdain and bitter taste left in your mouth as visits to the Flat Earth Society would give you. Because what they're doing is giving you a little bit of juicy information that might be correct, and then feeding you a load of lies like Cavendish. Like lies that we've taken apart concisely because they use to claim gravity. And we take apart how they're not scientific. Shocking that Jaren would call me a scammer for taking apart science while simultaneously his compadres use Cavendish, pseudoscience, to tell you about counter space and incoherent... You're being screwed by globebusters. They are bending you over a table and pumping their lies right up you. And you're just taking it, aren't you, audience? Yeah? Maybe you're giving them money too, right? To bend you over and forcibly shove lies into you. Because that's what they're doing. They're basically betraying the trust they've built up in you. And now it's time to feed you whatever garbage they say the world is. Not debunk the globe, not bust globes. I mean, that's long forgotten about. Punt incoherent dielectric acceleration. They should be called incoherent dielectric acceleration punters, not globe busters. Because what they do is punt their nonsense. They're punters of garbage. Because they're giving you a worldview, aren't they? They're giving you some sanctity in your need. They're exploiting your need to be told what's what. Now you found out it's not a globe, maybe from them. But now they've got you, haven't they? So they can manipulate you. They can abuse your trust by telling you what the world is, telling you what the sun does, telling you what the horizon is. I mean, you won't get that from us. What's that? You want to know what the horizon is? I don't know. I know it's not Earth curve, and I can absolutely unequivocally take a giant steaming dump on any claim that says it is. Was that you thought the world was a sphere? Au contraire, I can prove that it isn't a sphere. Take it apart systematically before your very eyes. What's that? You need to know what it is? I don't care what you need. But there are people who will exploit you for it. They're called globebusters. They'll exploit your need to know what the world is with their fantasies of what it is. With worlds that you can't explore, counter space, free energy. They'll sell you all kinds of shite because you're in a position to be exploited. So, if you're that kind of guy and you actually like being scammed with bullshit, if you just like being scammed, and I mean, I don't know, I think in many ways some people actually like and seek out scammers to be scammed by. And those are the people subscribed to Globebusters and Jaren. They've just sought out scammers. If you're a person that's been scammed, that's accidentally opened an email and followed it to some promotion that you thought you were going to get money for and ended up losing your identity, yeah? You are their prime target. Because you're the kind of person that's easily seduced by a new guru and his new description of a world that you don't have to think about. They're doing all the thinking for you, and they damn well know it as they abuse your trust. That's what they're doing. Scamming you right before my very eyes. Now, previously, I thought, oh no, they'll come after me. It's gone beyond that. Now I'm assessing it going, hey man, for the majority, this is going to be really obvious how badly they're being scammed and bent over by globebusters now. The time has long passed. There's been enough time between people's shock and awe of flat Earth. What is it, 7 years? Yeah, shock and aw's long worn off. All you're left with is a few numpties who possibly just like being scammed by globebusters, by Bob Nodell, by Jaren, by Dave. They actually just like being scammed by them. Well, good. You know, more power to you. You know, when you want to be debunking somebody who's claiming it's a sphere, you come back to us. Obviously, I'm not going to tell you about what you need to know about the sky. I don't know. I haven't got a clue. Why would you be asking me? Why would I suddenly be the arbiter of the sky just because I can tell you how you've been lied to? Oh, what, because other people abuse that trust and do tell you what the sky is? It's a counter space, you say. All right. Yeah, go on. Off to you, guru. Yeah. You need to be exploited by those people. So go on your Todd. If you subscribe to me and you don't like me, the fear's gone now too, in case you can't tell. Good. Unsubscribe to me. Go and tell Bob how fucking wonderful he is with his counter space nonsense that he's scamming you with. Tell him how wonderful he is. Tell him how you rejoice in him being there to tell you how your world works. Yeah? As opposed to me, who just tells you how it doesn't and how you've been lied to. I mean, I'm not really offering anything that offers any comfort to flat earthers in that regard. And that's all this is, right? Pathetic flat earthers that need comforting with a new worldview from a new guru. So yeah, go and get it from Bob. And Jaren. And Dave. And Witsit. And Hibbler. And all the rest of the clowns that are selling you a new worldview. They'll sell it you in spades. Yeah?
You done?
I am done. I was going to shout out a few more
Oh.
super chats, but go ahead.
I was just going to say, Brian's been saying that for a while, that Globe Busters is the new Flat Earth Society. But I shared something in Master B. It's like 15 seconds. Who the real Globe Busters are?
Where's that? In Master B, I've just got, this. Hippos.
We've been likened to hippos before.
So it's more like globe munchers.
Just picture the pumpkin as a globe.
Okay.
Well, I want to get back to the word busters because in the Urban Dictionary, busters is described as like someone who's a punk or less than. So if you think of them as a punk for the globe, that kind of fits.
MT Kulnut, I hope I'm saying your name right. He's definitely new, as he's basically saying it in the super chat. Says, let's just scroll back down so the audience can see. I just found this channel. Great stuff. Thank you. Oh, well, it's an absolute pleasure. Unless you're expecting me to tell you what the world is. If you're expecting me to give you like things like counter space for the sky, I'm sorry, I can't offer you those things. There are some scammers who'll give it you over at Globebusters, though. Knock yourself out, mate. But thank you for the super chat.
I can talk about counter space. I'm just not going to reify it into anything beyond a concept.
Can we go to the question I posed to John about angles coming to a curve or from a curve?
Yes, that was where I started. Man, that's good memory. Well,
Can we go to my video?
I knew there was something to get back on track with 10th.
Yeah, there's two images in Master D. I don't know if John could see it, but I'd like for him to comment. If not, I'll... You see that, John?
Are you talking about angles outside a circle?
Yeah, when it's the first one, when angles and circles are combined, there are only three places the vertex can be. Can you comment?
Right. This is talking about angles to a curve, right?
Yeah. Well, this and the next one as well. So the next one is angles outside of a circle, if you look at that one. And then this one is if you're going to use the circle where the vertex could only be.
Maybe,
Well,
maybe you'll have to lead him a bit more, 10th. He's a bit hesitant.
Yeah. All right. So we know that in celestial navigation, you need an elevation angle and you need a baseline for that. So it can never be an angle from a curved baseline because you can't get it. Okay. So that settles that. But then if you're going to use, because they use circles to reify as a sphere, and then when you say, okay, when angles and circles are combined, okay, this is good. There are only three places the vertex can be. And the first one is in. So somewhere in the circle, and then they cross, and there's the vertex, as you can see. The arc, add arcs, and divide by 2. 2, on a circle. So now it's on a circle, but now you're going interior, and you divide the arc by 2. Then the third one is outside the circle, subtract the arcs, divide by 2. So the vertex is either in the circle, which is not celestial navigation, and the second one, it's on the circle, but the angle is inside the circle, not above for a sun or a star. So that doesn't fit. And outside. So now if you go to the second slide, angles outside the circle is an outside angle theorem, a measure of an angle formed by two secants, two tangents, or a secant and a tangent from a point outside the circle is half the difference of the measures of the intercepted arcs. So in navigation, you're on the plane getting an elevation angle, which requires a baseline, and it works if you're doing it from a plane, but it can never work from a curved baseline.
Perfect.
Right. And then they try to postulate it as you're actually getting it from eye level, pulling it from a tangent point they draw to the horizon, which is at surface level, but we won't talk about 90. But there's a problem with that within the celestial sphere model, because then if they do claim that, they're having to claim a point of tangency at 3 points, at their feet and at the horizon, and you can't have a line intersect a circle at 3 points, a straight line.
Shout out to Elvis, third time's a charm. He says, does that mean they are scammers? Thank you for
Play
the
the
super chat.
hippos.
Say again, Neil. Thank you for the super chat, Elvis. Wow, just had a humongo super chat from James Mays. He says, it's about time you expose Dave and his mushgana. Thanks. What's that mean? Mushgana.
Mashugana.
Mushgana? What's mushgana?
It's Jewish. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate the support.
Jewish for stuff like nonsense, silliness, craziness, or garbage.
I see. Okay. Well, thank you very, very much for the super chat. Massive super chat. Really appreciate it.
Can I comment on your?
just
Go on, Chaka.
I just wanted to mention how you're going off on like them trying to tell the people or their audiences how the world works and what it is and give their ideas, which when I think about it sounds kind of funny to me because particularly one of them likes to say a phrase that goes something like falsification is independent of replacement, yet it seems like now they're trying to do that very thing, replacement, and it's kind of funny.
Yeah, they're offering
Ironic.
alternatives. That's all they're doing, offering alternatives where they should be debunking claims.
Yes, sir.
I went into, like this. I went into 24/7 last night. And shout out to, I got to get checked in with my new account on Discord. Shout out to Heratosthenes. I spoke out with him, but I had a good chat. I was listening for quite a while. And then Miggy spotted me. And I ended up rambling for ages. But the point I wanted to make then was it was just very heartwarming to hear how they dealt with ballers, which was pretty much using those housekeeping topics and keeping this straight guy who was straying all over the place on track. So the message is out there, mate. It's being used effectively by people, if not by the bigger channels.
Oh, and definite shout out to Big Mickey. Like he's one of those that's maybe not on this panel, but he holds up to the standards that we do, and it's a beautiful thing. So
Yeah.
shout out to Mick.
Not just him, loads of the guys in there, just holding the ball
Yeah,
calmly
definitely a
and
few in
just
there.
using these techniques. It was brilliant.
And by techniques, we mean specifically the arguments that we lay down daily in the housekeeping questions. Now, admittedly, for the last probably 3 straight weeks, we have focused every day on evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge horizon, formerly known as Earth curve. It just seems to be we get caught up on the flat plane that we need for that. But there we go. Typically, not in the last 3 weeks, we will cover these questions in detail. In other words, they're overly crafted in every single instance. There isn't a single housekeeping question. There's one that's in development even at the moment. It's a semi-official housekeeping question that comes from John in regards to our references to A Few Good Men when we're talking about why would it be necessary to transfer Santiago off the base. Well, that's in reference to why is it necessary to apply a transformative equation to make a sphere if the Earth's already a sphere. Now, that will eventually turn into a question that's summarized and asked on a daily basis. Not within the last 3 weeks.
I can answer that. Hello, everyone.
Hello. Can I just do one more shout out before you do, though? Okay. Ask Dad Anything says, have nothing to do with the fruitless deeds of darkness, but rather expose them. Indeed. Thank you very much for the super chat.
That's the perfect one.
Well, I've been in fear because people who are bigger than you in a small pond can easily annihilate you. Well, that fear over time has dissolved. It's like, I'm sure I gave it, don't forget what you're saying, Brian, don't lose your point. I remember describing it as like getting stung by a bee for the first time. And if you imagine somebody who eventually becomes a beekeeper, that first sting, you knew about it, right? But over time, the sting is less of a shock, yeah, and more of an irritation after time, right? Well, the same thing applies to getting attacked by people in Flat Earth, by being hassled by their compadres like Dave Weiss, telling me that I need to take down videos where I'm demonstrably correct about the scams being pulled by globebusters and their use of scientific vernacular when claiming bullshit that isn't science. Now, me being hassled about this because people like Bob are constantly pouring poison into the well about me leads to me being hassled over, what, Bob being wrong and scamming people with science? I did it in the nicest possible way in the video that I was being hassled about. Toe tagging Bob for his lies and deceit about science. I'm going to stand by every damn word of it. In fact, I'm going to shout it from the hilltops. That bloody video that Dave Weiss was harassing me about, taking down because Bob doesn't like being toe tagged when he bullshits and scams his audience. That video is absolutely true, every last word of it. Go and listen to the objections I'm getting from Dave Weiss about Bob's objection to being exposed by me for his fraud, his use of science where he doesn't have any. Oh, now I'm going to shout it from the hilltops. That's how we've been duped. Now Bob's doing to all of you. The person who asked from the super chat, does that mean they're scammers? Yes. We point out how science has been used to claim empirical proof of a sphere Earth. Bob, no doubt from Scambusters, has used the exact same scam. He's saying he's got science. Now Whitsit's at it. Talking about Cavendish, of all things. Proving his scam science for his scam belief that he's feeding to the vulnerable, to the impressionable, to the people who are in need of a guru because they've just had their worldview shaken at the core. So what do you get? You get scammy, slimy bastards like Bob and Whitsit and Jaren sloping in with their scammy, shitty claims. Well, I'm not going to be scared that it might affect my career in YouTube. It already has. So who gives a shit? I am poor, I always was. That's the life of a YouTuber in Flat Earth. Tough, I'll deal with it. But the fact remains, they are scamming you. They're scamming you with ether. They're scamming you with counter space. They're scamming you with science. Now, I'll be damned if I can spend 2 to 3 years disseminating precisely how the globe has conned you into belief that you're on a sphere with lies of science. Saying you've got basically empiricism when you say I've got some experiments. And Bob, that's what Bob's doing. Experiments. No, he has not. And this is the thing I'm being hassled by Dave Weiss. I mean, the reason I'm bringing this up is because is Dave Weiss going to Jaren and saying, hey man, it's not exactly nice calling out your fellow flat earther as a scammer for accurately describing how scammers on the globe use science to con you? Oh, no, of course he's not. Now, much better to tell his audience he's not watching me ever. Be complicit in the scam claims from Jaren, because on the same show, Dave's going to sit by while Whitsit talks about the science of Cavendish, you scammers. That's right. They are scamming you. They're lying to you. Whitsit knows what science is too, and he knows why Cavendish isn't science, but he's punting it to you. He's fucking scamming you. Like I say, if you're one of those people that just likes being scammed, do it. Go subscribe to Globebusters. If you hate being scammed and you feel outraged at the fact that they're lying to you with science like you were lied to with science about the globe, just go and unsubscribe from them immediately. You'll save yourself the heartbreak of eventually finding out how badly they're conning you in some other area. Because that's what they're doing. They're conning you, scamming you. And they've had to project that onto me for one specific reason. Jaren, you can just go back and look at any of the clips I've published about what he specifically said when he called me a scammer, because of how I detail science. Now, tonight, you'll hear a teacher claiming to be some sort of professor rip Jaren, Hibbler, Whitsit, Dave Weiss, all a new asshole, basically, with that con. He pulled the wool over their eyes with science. And we take it apart piece by piece. where they did not, where they got scammed by him. There's no honour amongst thieves, and these people are as bad as the globe believer they were debating. He's scamming you with gravity, they're scamming you with a downward bias. It's all a massive scam. So yeah, you want to know if you're being scammed? I'm telling you. I'm not going to live in fear of Jaren anymore, or bloody Dave Weiss and Bob Nodell, and the power they yield in Flat Earth. Maybe they are just Flat Earth Society 2.0. All I know is I'm being called a scammer for accurately calling out scams from the globe and scams from Globebusters. Now, that might cost me some subs. By the looks of the current super chats that are currently rolling in, it definitely isn't. People want this. They want me to expose Dave Weiss, Jaren, Bob, the Globebusters, Witsit, Hibbler, all of these con artists, when they tell you about downward bias that we've spent years debunking, and tell you Cavendish proved it with science. My God. If you haven't figured it out already, yeah, I'm just here to break the news that everyone around you already knew. Don't be embarrassed that you were too stupid to realise you were being conned by Globebusters. Yeah? But trust me, everyone around you already knew it. The moment they started saying Cavendish was science. If that didn't set alarm bells off, I don't know what will. And if it hasn't, with me laying it out in black and white right now, with people going, really, they're scammers? Yeah. Scamming you with science. Yeah? And this is the same shit I was hassled to take down. Yeah? They've got people on the sidelines like Dave Weiss trying to censor the scientific scams of Globebusters. He's a PR for the scammers. Right? Because it's not being returned in kind when they call me a scammer, is it? They're not offering any proof and offering any coherent explanations for how, in the most gentle way, I can explain that Bob's lying through his back teeth and scamming you with science to his face. So he knows that I'm pointing it out to him. No, that pretty much ended my channel for a time. That caused me no end of heartache. Like I say, that's why I used to, until now, live in fear. But the double-edged sword's just slicing a few more globe earther heads while we watch a few flat earther heads tumble in the wayside. And that'll be Jaren, Globebusters, Hibbler, all of these people who are punting you a new worldview. Just taking advantage of it, that's all they're doing. But like I say, knock yourselves out. You are that guy. You love being scammed. Go and subscribe today. Or if not, do the other thing. Here, we'll definitely give you the best. You have my personal guarantee. Not from a scammer that Jaren's portraying. From someone who can provably show you how Earth is flat. Can provably demonstrate how they've lied about a sphere and how it is undone, aka debunked. That is not something they will ever offer you. They may ask you for money. They may ask you to buy their app. They may tell you what the sky is and how the sun works. Because you're vulnerable. You're susceptible to being scammed. Now, some off-the-cuff remark that I'm a scammer because I talk about science or something might have done a little bit of damage, but I hope this ruins all of them because they don't deserve to have a channel. QE is correct when he asserted that. They are scamming you, and you should unsubscribe if you're subscribed to me, and I value you. I value you as channel members. I value you as audience members. I thank you after every single show, and I mean it when I say it. Now, because of that gratitude I have for you as an audience member, I'm telling you for your own good that you're better off not being subscribed to Jarenism, to David Weiss, to the Flat Earth Sun and Moon Zodiac Clock, who I've asked to have my material removed from, to Globebusters, to any of these scammers, because they are provably scamming you. Cavendish isn't science.
Woo!
I
That was
just
quite
like
a
to
rant.
yeah, very good.
Well
though.
said, though.
I just said to the
Well
lads
said, man.
yesterday, just a side note from what I was going to talk about, but I said to them in the after show that when I was listening the other night to the after show from 2 days ago, when you heard Dave saying he doesn't watch you and all these other things, and the four of them not being able to deal with one baller and they're talking a load of rubbish. What I had in my head, the analogy I had in my head straight away when I heard you get angry and saying you had enough of it now, you're done with Dave, you're done with all of them, was the end of Braveheart where he screams freedom. And now you're today talking about being free of them. That's what I heard. That's exactly what I heard, because it's like they just have you over a barrel for too long.
Right. And like I say, I'm not going to potentially carry this on indefinitely. I'm not going to continue to throw modesty to the wind. But in this instance, I've got to plug myself. I've lost a load of viewers. I've lost a load of revenue. And therefore, I'm going to tell you how damn good I am and why you should be subscribed to me. And the people who are telling you shouldn't, I'm going to explain and detail and evidence how and why they are scamming you, with examples of them scamming you, with demonstrations of their lies and their scams. That's what I'll do. And when I'm claimed to be a scammer...
Can I say something? I got a good example. Remember the Beyond the Curve documentary on Netflix?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that thing is now staring us even more in the face of recent situations.
Indeed. Indeed.
I'd like to add the best support that you could have ever had came from Dave Weiss. He entrusted you with 3 Bitcoins for you to destroy any globe argument, or he would lose 3 Bitcoins. That's where he was at one point. He didn't entrust that to any of his friends over there, but you. And then he stabs you in the back.
Indeed. But if you want to hear more importantly than my personal affront to Dave stabbing me in the back, throwing me under the bus, and being complicit with people claiming I'm a scammer because I accurately and correctly detail how the scientific method takes apart his scamming compadre, then you need to actually watch the show where we take apart their claims that they failed to address from Globe Earth Believer, who claimed to be a professor, and their claims that they offered up in response rather than rebuttal, which we also take apart. So if you're not already subscribed, check out Nathan Oakley channel, and that's going to go out on air at about 9 p.m. tonight if you're in the UK. And be here or be sphere for Flat Earth Debate. I think it's 1763. I'll have to double check that. In any event, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams for this show, stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, a massive thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Another massive thank you to today's Discord and G+ panels for making today's live show possible. Once again, if you are watching this on either Premiering stream, stay tuned. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
No, you're absolutely spot on that for sure. But the fact that how can I put it, the time frame or how this has happened from when Nathan went to Bob and said, hey, you're not properly doing science because you're not following the scientific method. You're going to fall into pseudoscience if you're not careful. And that being resisted by that side to now, a lot of things have happened. And all of these things that have happened are now to serve our show better, because for the fact that I bring up that David Weiss took his 3 Bitcoin challenge to any glober, any flat earther, it didn't matter, and entrusted it to Nathan and Nathan's show and the arguments here to protect that investment of his. That has happened. So why did he do that if our arguments are bad? Why did he do that in the first place? Who would you entrust with that? And now that serves to be proof that these arguments they do know is true, but then they go on, like you said, John, they go on these side things and they're deceiving people because they're not based on anything that can be validated, but maybe just their philosophy. Well, maybe if they just say, this is my opinion, I'm not saying that, this could be, that's a different thing. But then to call Nathan and this show a scammer when one of them entrusted his investment here, I mean, that's just, everyone's going to see that duplicitous behavior.
Now, people can put two and two together. They're making a pseudoscience claim, a lie about Cavendish, and various other things for that matter, that are also pseudoscience. One of which I addressed 4 years ago and was hassled to take down because, obviously if Bob's trying to punt pseudoscience, you shouldn't be pointing it out that he's lying through his back teeth and scamming his audience. You should really, you can't be toe tagging people that are scamming. That attitude is not an attitude that's come my way from Dave Weiss at all. He's complicit with people who are claiming their science is real. Their science, while they tell their audience that because of my detailed explanations of science, I'm a scammer. Like, man, if you can't put this together as an audience member by this point, that's why I'm so brazen about it. Because I know in my heart of hearts that my audience isn't that stupid. That they've already put this 2 and 2 together. If it's that glaring, they can't not have done. And like I said on the show, if they haven't, you're welcome. Go ahead, go subscribe to Bob, man. You deserve them. Yeah, you're going to get scammed. I bet you've been scammed already, haven't you? Do you get scammed frequently? Do you fall for cons? Yeah, you're their audience. Go, knock yourself out.
Right. And
Nathan,
what I was wanting to say to the audience too is if you run into someone who says, oh, Nathan's tearing the community apart, or we should unite, we shouldn't argue, right? You should realize that if there is a scammer or someone who is lying or someone who is just telling things that are false within a community, and you are complacent with that by supporting their lies, the falsehoods, you are doing as much damage to that community as they are.
Exactly. That's why I'm being so brazen, John. I've said many times, I'm not interested in knocking down Sourdown's channel or taking down people's channel. It's a bit of a different tale when you've got an Indian scam centre and you're dealing with them. No, you want to get it shut down. You want to get the police round. When I said I want Jaron punished for his claims of me being a scammer, his defamation, yeah, I meant it. I hope Jaron gets punished. There shouldn't be no, what's the word? Repercussions. There should be repercussions. And they are scamming you. Now, are there going to be any repercussions for the Globe people who don't know they're scamming? Probably not. Same for Jaron. But I can do something about that, especially when it's in defence of the exact same claim coming my way.
Well, if we look at the history, how many times have they brought up globe proofs and tried to argue for them? I mean, it was only a couple of years back that Bob's main proof of dielectric acceleration was the gravimeter. We go back to 2018 and he's punting gyroscopic drift. And Jaron can't measure 3 miles without seeing the curve of the earth. They're obviously scammers. They've been scammers from day one. They lost me totally and utterly in 2018, and they were on I was on a cliff edge at that point, whether I was still interested in them before that.
Well, it needs to make a meme. They need to make a meme, and on one side it says Black Swan, and on the other side it's got Jaron saying interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Well, it probably say on the other side, Jaron going, but what about all these white swans?
The point is that they don't want to use our arguments because they see it as such. They don't have a grasp on what's actually going on. They seem to be more about their group, playing their group and our group. And our group is competing with their group. And it just seems that they don't really care about Flat Earth at all.
Not really. To me, when it comes down to it, or they would be much more of a champion, and then they would get our friendly side because successful flat earth application of arguments gains our respect. That's how it is.
Exactly, Alwyn. Right
And
on
they don't.
point.
And they don't do it. And every time I start to do Baldwin, I always do it with in my mind that in the end, we got to learn a lesson about it. It's got to be for something. Every time they muck up a flat earth position versus a globe earth position in an argument, they leave it open-ended. They lose. They effectively lose. And it's so stupid. So stupid and pointless. I'm done with it.
I was reading the chat, Nathan, a little bit during that show. Lots of good stuff. And one comment I say, just so you can see, because I think it's reflective. People aren't necessarily interested in the drama, but they're letting you know. So from Taboo, just a quick hello to everyone. Lots of interesting thoughts and good points. Got to run. That's positive to me. Somebody whose opinion I truly, respect in this field. I think recognizing emotionally, but what you're saying, and you deserve to be emotional. You're entitled to be. But it's good to see the point being recognized.
Well, Ben's a good guy. I've never known him not to be. I've followed his channels for years, and I'm not saying he should do, but it would be nice to see other flat earthers now making content calling out the globebusters. That's what I'd like to see.
I've called out Ben, and the reaction from Ben was extremely conciliatory. When I say called out, I mean expressed my disapproval of his too far to see. We're seeing too far, and I approached him about it. He just accepted it. He's just like, yeah, I get it. Yeah, I understand. Sort of assuming that we should be having a limitation. He just got it. His reaction, very, very different. Just like a normal person.
There's plenty of content there for flat earthers to make on globebusters, and Bob Nodell in particular, and Jaron, David Weiss. There's plenty of content there of the nonsense they come out with and the things they're wrong about. They can even do their own version of the content you've already put out and QE's already put out, Nathan. I mean, these people, they're just a wealth of content for a flat earther or YouTuber. With their board, they're trying to deal with the ballers.
I was going to say, do you want to go through? QE suggested it, and at the time I was like, no, because I was too emotional. Whereas, again, upon reflection and reviewing the rest of the show, I was like, no, this is good. There is actually plenty of juicy information. And because I'm frustrated, I'm on autopilot. So I'm parroting off debunks for their positions quite rapidly. So there is actually quite a lot of meat on the bone. So if you did want to go through it again, John, if you can post me the link to that guy's video, I'll leave off where we start where we left off last time.
Yeah, I'll do it, but that seeing you that raw, probably made good TV. It made good TV. I ain't gonna say it didn't because of the, there was an honesty and the hurt. But I'm so sorry you went through that.
You keep apologising. You've sent me two or three Skypes in that regard. Like, don't worry about it. Being betrayed in Flat Earth is par for the course.
I binge watch Dave Weiss's interviews. Probably gonna watch some today. I love watching new people's reaction, and so whenever you get a new person who is still of a heliocentric mentality, it's interesting to see, and I do enjoy it. I enjoy his presentation, but there are points that do irk me. Specifically, one, the point where he says that there should be a 14-mile high bulge because Neil deGrasse Tyson says that there should be a 14-mile high bulge somewhere near the equator because of the spinning of the Earth, and it's like that's not the claim. As far as I know it, the claim is that it's the difference between the distance from North and South Pole and the whatever distance the what's that
It's the equatorial and the polar
the
something.
equator, yeah. The difference. It's not actually 14 miles high. It's like things like that is like I appreciate you doing what you're doing. Just not that, just not false. Like when someone tries to give you correction,
what the fuck?
Like please take it, like that's a bad one.
What's up, Fun Master FED? You okay?
Oh, dude, sorry, my mic's on. I didn't know that. Sorry, I'm over there
That's
somewhere
right.
else doing this. Sorry.
That's no worries.
That was hilarious.
That sounded like a kind of reaction that I have when I was dealing with this computer. What the fuck? Oh, you piece of shit!
I was trying to figure out what Eli had said that was
kind
so
of exactly right.
objectionable.
What?
Can I
He
piggyback
was
on something
probably
Eli said?
reacting to something else.
That's
Yeah,
what
you
I mean.
can. SE Montreal.
Oh.
Yes, SE Montreal.
What's
go
up,
ahead.
guys?
Yeah, it's
Check
Sky.
this out.
What's
What
up,
Eli
man?
just said
Same
is
on Joe.
more.
What up, Essie?
What up, guys? I just
I'm
want to
telling
say
you how
something.
to-
Piggyback on what Eli said. Degrassi and the bulge. Well, according to Degrassi, the bulge is always there. And get this, I kid you not, I can post you a video of him saying it. He says the bulge is always there and the Earth rotates into it.
What?
Okay, there is a bulge in there.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So the bulge is separate from the Earth. What?
It's kind of a red herring, but
Okay,
it's all
no,
bulge
stop.
only exists in the maps.
Let me just clarify what the bulge is in their model. If you draw a chord line from your position to an obstruction that you're going to be measuring, the bulge would be from the chord line to the top edge of the sphere on that curve between you and the target. So it's a chord line, and then if you take the midsection point of the chord line up to the surface, if you're talking about a reified sphere Earth model. That's what they're talking about when they talk about bulge. Now that particular bulge was also denied by Craig, Fight the Flat Earth, because he didn't understand the concept. So he was like on a panel of fellow anti-flat earthers going, I don't know what these flat earthers mean when they say there should be a bulge getting in the way. Idiots, they know what they're talking about. Enter me with a diagram with the word bulge at the midpoint of a chord line to the surface of their claim to be sphere Earth. That's the bulge.
Maybe they should go have a talk with their man smoking the grass, Tyson.
Sorry, what was that? We're scammers? For understanding how globe Earth rhetoric works? Is that what you just said? Sorry, just something ringing in my ears.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Check it out, guys. I posted it. Anybody thinks I'm lying? Have a look.
No, I don't think you're lying. I will, because I quite like looking at Neil deGrasse Tyson's magic tricks in his word play, because that's where he's strongest, in his dissemination of the bullshit with carefully phrased sayings, and not saying certain things also is just as tricky to do, and he does it really well. The things he doesn't say.
He's very careful to phrase. He's very careful to phrase what he says.
saying.
Can I get Essie?
Let's hear it. Hold on.
The next thing I say may be mind-blowing to you. The tide doesn't actually come in and out. What?
What? Okay, yeah, that is mind-blowing, because it does.
There is a bulge of water, two of them, on opposite sides of the Earth, caused by the sun and the moon, and Earth turns inside that bulge. When we say the water...
Correct me if I'm wrong, right? This is this concept. This concept is it's a fairly well-known heliocentric rhetoric, but this is a Newtonian rhetoric, is it not?
Yeah.
Is he talking about Keller's planet or something?
Standard classic model.
Yeah, classic
is he talking
model.
about Keller's planet?
What I'm saying is the bending of a geodesic in space-time with relation to the single calculable mass of Earth or the single calculable mass of the moon in Einstein's field equations won't give you a force to drag the water towards the moon. That's a mass attracting mass.
Definitely not.
That's a Newtonian out-of-date rhetoric that he's punting.
On screen, Nathan, I've got what I thought was the reason for equatorial bulge. So if you see this lady here, she's got I'll play a little bit just to see. So she's got a sphere equivalent here, and she's going to rotate it. And what you'll see is compression to cause the oblateness, as they describe it. I'll just press play for 2 seconds.
Okay, we've got enough. Yeah, we got it.
Okay, so that's what I've always understood when they're claiming equatorial bulge. It's that, as Eli said, the differential between because of the rotation, the equatorial circumference, and now the polar circumference is
yes, but no
14 miles.
Okay, so what you're talking about is the formation of the pear-shaped Earth in terms of gravitational accretion and the formation of the Earth. What Neil deGrasse Tyson's detailing in this particular example is the force of gravity pulling the oceans towards the outside edge of the ball, depending on where the moon is in relation to the sphere in a heliocentric model. Make sense?
Oh, so hence the rotation into it. I understand that now. Oh my God.
It's not a centrifugal force of the ball. It's the Newtonian force of gravity pulling the oceans towards the outside edge.
Oh yeah, so that's on top. So you've got this, and then you've got the additional stuff where you've got even more pulling of water. That's
yes and no, because what you're showing in this would be described by a heliocentrist in terms of how the Earth was formed, ending up being a bit pear-shaped. But it doesn't give you the explanation that he's giving for the Newtonian pull of the moon on the tides.
Yeah. Can I just add something in for the audience, just so they know? The globe Earth cannot be wider at the equator for 2 reasons. One, that means it won't match the observations to Polaris correctly. Right? This is just as its geometric globe. And 2, the reason it won't match it correctly is because the latitude and longitude grid won't work correctly. Because where the equator mark is supposed to be on the latitude and longitude grid, that's going to change, right? Because the distances are going to change between the latitude lines. So when you get to the equator and the equator line is not where it should be, the equator line on the latitude and longitude grid is not where it should be, then as you move south on the globe, past the equator line, then everything else is not going to be where it should be. And you'll end up at the bottom where with the latitude and longitude grid not meeting. So it'll be like a jumper that's too small on you when you're a kid. Do you know what I mean? It just doesn't fit. Do you know what I mean? It won't fit because the latitude and longitude grid, for it to work on a globe based on how they created a radius, which is of a flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris, it has to be a perfect sphere. There is no way around it. Because their south is created by their north, and the north is created by flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris, which means their whole globe is back engineered from flat Earth elevation angles. But what did they give you? They gave you the latitude and longitude grid. So it can't be an oblate spheroid. Otherwise, the latitude and longitude grid won't work, and observations to Polaris won't work. So
Right,
when you hear that,
and that's what gives you them, right? So all the equator is, it's nothing. It doesn't exist. It's just an arbitrary circle. But the way it was derived was just from Polaris. That's all you're doing. You're just taking the circle below Polaris, drawn out on a flat plane. That's all the equator is.
See, this is what you get. This is what you get. Like,
It's the sun's path.
I made a fair and honest, something that was on my mind about, what a fellow flat earther is saying to new people. And then we found a way not only to talk about that, but talk about how Neil deGrasse Tyson's rhetoric is also ridiculous. Like, see how that works?
Yes. Right, let's have a listen. QE, did you by chance send me this link already timestamped at the exact point that we finished?
That's what he's saying.
back and push down.
So, and I guess the shoebox is the wrong example. Let's say
it's not hard. It's not hard to understand.
hold on.
that,
Let's say
really.
that there's a box that is sealed. It's got air in it. Okay. We suck the rest
Okay.
of the air out of the room so that there's just the box there with the air in it. When we slide the
Okay.
top off the box,
Atmosphere every day, and it's actually a lot, but it's compared to how much atmosphere there is, it's a small amount.
That's what we're saying. That doesn't make sense. That's not how the second law works.
I know, but it's
Why does some escape and not all?
it's because again, it's a little gravity's holding it. It's a statistical thing. You got a little bit of gas at the
statistical.
fringes.
Statistical. Is it like rolling? Like gravity's out here shooting dice, bro?
No,
Like,
it's, you just have because there's a lot less up there. There's not that much that's going to come out. But yeah, because the pressures are so low, there is going to be some of this that will escape out. But it's
but then the stuff lower, the stuff
It's such a
lower down is
small-
being held by
it's
the
such a
gravity,
small
right?
Percentage, yeah, to what's left. So
Okay. Yeah.
This debunks the model, bro.
it doesn't debunk the model.
It does. It's physically impossible. It's contradictory to natural law.
It's not though. I mean,
It literally is.
gravity it works just perfect to keep the. You can't have a pressure gradient.
But we
without
just
gravity.
explained, we just gave it a thought experiment that
What,
shows that gravity
electrostatics?
doesn't
Really?
do it.
You think electrostatic?
Electric gradient on the Earth. Yeah. we have
Austin,
an
what was the
electric
difference
gradient.
again?
The
Austin?
electric gradient falls off a lot faster than gravity does. It doesn't work.
How much stronger,
does
Austin? I
work.
want to hear it again. How much stronger is the electrical?
I
than-
know.
Oh, 10 to the 36 power
I
stronger
know
than
it's
gravity even
and
claims
it's
to be.
also electrically because it's so strong. It attracts like that. Everything's neutral because of that. And,
That's
and
such a
They've got Witsit saying that the force that he's giving a tacit acceptance for that creates the gradient is actually an incoherent dielectric accelerative force. It's much more strong according to Witsit. Okay, let's just
Right, and he compared
go on.
he compared it to gravity, saying it's this much stronger than gravity, accepting that gravity exists. It's just this much stronger than gravity. Like
Right.
genius.
Okay.
Hold on, wasn't he just trying to explain how within the model gravity wasn't able to actually keep the
Yes.
gas pressure
Yes.
to the Earth, right? Because of the force gap between gas pressure expansion power and this alleged gravity. That's what I recognized in what he was saying. It's like actually in a good moment in between it all.
Right. He wasn't agreeing with gravity.
Remember when I made a 1 hour and 37-minute presentation on what actually creates the gradient? Remember how none of these people have ever watched that? How the sun creates the gas pressure gradient? Besides it needing a container. None of these people watch that. None of them.
But you
And
don't need to. No,
won't.
no
They're just
offense, but
blind.
you don't need to offer an explanation for this. There's a positive claim that the sky is a vacuum. Now, this guy hasn't addressed the argument. They haven't pointed out a winning summary for the argument that they've made. That argument came from here, by the way, in case you were unaware. All these guys arguing about the second law of thermodynamics, while simultaneously accepting gravity and explaining that everything goes down. Well, it doesn't. The guy's giving a wishy-washy answer saying, well, some of it escapes, but some of it doesn't, because of gravity. So, to expand on what he's saying some of the gas falls in line with entropic law. It expands at a high velocity out into the area of volume it's got to fill, but some of it doesn't. Some of the gas falls back down with gravity. So this guy's story, he's already said it on the last show, is that there's a Kármán line. So some of it escapes. What do you mean escapes? Where's it escaping from? Is there some arbitrary line? Oh yeah, the Kármán line. So at the Kármán line, some escapes from a arbitrary line that doesn't exist. Okay, it's escaping from this non-existent place that isn't containing it. Right, okay, gotcha. And some of it falls back down. Go boom, boom, like rain. Because that's how gas behaves. It's pulled back down to the earth. Oh, dear. Now, have the guys in #1 Flat Earth Debate Team pointed any of this out? No, they've got a vague idea that there's a law of nature that debunks him, and Witsit's saying, you debunked. Well, how is he debunked? He said some of it escapes, some of it comes back down with gravity, and Witsit's reply is, oh, no, that's incoherent dielectric acceleration that makes gas go down, go boom, boom. Yeah, it's much stronger to explain this thing that doesn't happen because gas doesn't reach a Kármán line. Suddenly go on a rebellious streak against natural law. Decide, now we're not going to carry on at whatever direction we're travelling. Now we're going to go back down. Gravity. That's not what gas does. Of course, this is coming from a scammer that's telling you that the science for his incoherent dielectric accelerative forces in the form of Cavendish, definitely unsubscribe from him. I'm doing you a favour. I'm doing the world a favour. I'm doing a national service by telling you to unsubscribe to these scammers claiming science when they haven't got any. Telling you about counter space, what an alternative to the already undone lies that you've relinquished. Definitely go and unsubscribe. Don't give them any more money. Delete their apps. You've been conned. They're conning you. They're going to keep conning you. Liars, scammers. That's what they're doing.
I got a question for Brian. Brian, in your debate with Whitsitt, what force did he call negligible?
Dielectric accelerative force that he was claiming.
Yeah, he said it's very minute. It's very I can't even say it anymore. Negligible and density. And then he said most of it is density. So now, did I just hear him say that it's 10 to the 36 compared to 10 to the 17?
No, he was talking about
stronger than
the differential between
no.
claimed gravity force.
So he's comparing it to gravity and telling you how much stronger it is than gravity. So we've got a comparison with something that's in existence, that'd be gravity, and something that he's claiming causes gas go down, go boom, boom, that's much stronger than gravity. So I can do that too. Now, bearing in mind, this is an example. Parallel to the con of Globebusters. Now, unicorn farts have X strength, and counter space is 10 to the 17th stronger than unicorn farts. Do we all understand how counter space makes the gas go down, go boom boom like rain, contrary to how gas actually behaves, because it's so much stronger than unicorn farts? Again, if you're too thick to understand how I'm pointing out this scam, this con, then go subscribe to them. Maybe give them money.
Well, that's what I was.
Nathan, unicorn farts is also a gas.
Yeah, that's right, Owen. That's right. I'll tell you all about how you'll get free energy from those unicorn farts, Arwin. Subscribe to me. I'll be your new guru. You need to know how the world works now you found out that it's flat and the globe wasn't real. I'll be your
You seem to not
guru.
understand the nature of unicorn farts because it's also a gas. So I don't even know why you use it.
I'm just trying to help. Just trying to help. I'm just trying to abuse the trust of my audience that I've built up with this con and lie.
Okay, so now that we're through horsing around, Brian, back to you. So if it's incoherent dielectric acceleration is being compared to gravity, and gravity doesn't exist, therefore Nathan using unicorn farts. What is going on here? He's allowing the guy to beg the question of gravity, and then he uses that to beg the question of counter space. Am I right?
Yeah, it's all a big old circular, one hand washing the other, con artists all together.
Yeah, well, what's happening is they need to leave him beg the question so they can then beg the question. So it's like they're piggybacking off of his begging of the question.
Yeah.
So they can do it. And that's what's happening there. And look, don't get me wrong, what I said earlier about my presentation, Brian Moyers is probably never going to knock at this point. At this stage, he would have not heard of it. But those people are in our supposed community. Those people, that's out a few years, and they're still punting a load of rubbish. And anyone can go and look into what is in my presentation. It's all from official sources. The only part that isn't is what I speculate at the end, because I destroy the official claim concerning it, something concerning radiative heat. So, nobody has been able to attack my presentation. No one on the opposing side, nobody has been able to address it or attack it.
But there would have been a
The
point that
deal
you'd have
has to-
raised from it if he'd have been presenting this to you. You weren't here on the last dissection of their useless job in this regard. But there was a point that I thought if Brian is here, he'd have pointed out you can't have temperature without the containment. And
Exactly.
again, there was another point that just washed them by. I was like, I didn't want to steal your thunder because I'd have only been pointed out that you came up with that 2 weeks before I did.
It's a non sequitur. The electric force on the Earth. I just now quoted MIT 4-decade-long professor Walter Lewin telling you that all observations we see on the Earth are electric, and the only
He's telling you, is he? So appeal to this man in a white coat from Witsit the Scammer. Now, science doesn't need a man, it doesn't need lips. It only needs you to establish the cause of an effect through systematic experimentation based on a hypothesis. It's an empirical method. Who's Witsit appealing to? A man in white coat. That's all he's doing. Why? Well, because the man in white coat says something that's going to affirm the bullshit he's going to con you with in a minute.
time gravity begins to account for anything is out.
Every time gravity tries to account for anything, that's a reification fallacy. Gravity isn't anything. It's not physical, it's not a force. It certainly doesn't account for things. What's it doing? Sat with a bloody calculator doing people's taxes? Reification fallacy, Dumbo.
Out in space on the planetary scale.
Well, you have electrical phenomena on the Earth, but for the most things that we deal with in everyday life, everything's electrically neutral for the most part.
But it's all has electrostatic potential, and it's all electric, and the air's electric, and everything's
I know,
electric.
but the point is that the 9.8 meters.
It's not gravity, bro.
9.8 meters per second
We don't-
squared is uniform. We can measure this uniform across the planet.
The gas going down. What's this guy's name? Bryant, right. I mean, we've spent way too much time going over the scammers and what they claim. Let's focus on you for a few minutes. Universal? You think gas goes down? Do you, Bryant? You are fundamentally retarded then. Gas doesn't behave that way. It's not universal at all, my friend. Gas expands to fill the availability of volume. Furthermore, it doesn't get to the Kármán line and decide to come back down again, as you asserted earlier, Bryant. Now, why is it that me, the guy claimed to be a scammer by Jaron, and Witsit, and with laughing boy Dave there complicit in all of this, why is it that I am capable of pointing all of this out, but none of these numpties are? Why is that? Anybody? It's not rhetorical.
Yeah, because they're punting their replacement for it.
Oh, because of the scam. Of course, scam comes first. Right, yeah, right.
The electric field varies wildly. There's no way that can account for the 9.8 meters per second drop. Not only that, the electric field becomes
Of gas going down, 9.8 meters per second of gas going down, go boom boom, Bryant. What the hell are you talking about? I mean, obviously, if you were here talking to us about this, we would be embarrassing you like we're doing now. Yeah? Let's have a little look at what the guys on the panel are doing. Oh, shocking. Jaron's looking at his shoes. What are you doing there, Jaron? You trying to find your dick? Should you not be listening to his stupid claims and taking them apart? I mean, you're #1 debater, aren't you? What about you, Dave? Yeah? Not watching any of the arguments in terms of gas pressure without a container that he's discussing? Because you sure as shit don't be seeming to be taking apart his claims. Yeah? Gas doesn't go down, go boom boom, Dave. He's just said it's uniform. I mean, obviously, I'm not listening to the next section immediately. I can't know what's going to happen next. I haven't watched this. But I'm going to assume that Dave doesn't point out that gas isn't going down in a uniform manner at 9.8 meters per second. Well, why would I assume that? Presumptive, you might say? Nah, his boy Witsit's just told him that there definitely is a force, and Dave was arguing for it earlier with ionic streams he had his ass handed to, wasn't he? So he definitely, most definitely, isn't going to be in any way, shape or form even capable, if he wanted to, debunk this claim of a downward bias for gas to go down, go boom boom at 9.8 meters per second. Because his boy Witsit and his boy Jaron and his boy Bob are all scamming their audience with it. Dave's complicit in it, as long as you buy his app.
It's basically zero at about 30 or 40 kilometers up. Again, measurably so.
What?
Yes.
It goes up 100 volts per meter. It gets stronger as you go.
So, much more important to punt the scam claim about the voltage than take apart the lie of 9.8 meters per second all the time, as is claimed. Why would these quote-unquote globebusters focus on punting their scam, their electricity scam, the free energy scam, than taking apart his globe claim? Why wouldn't they focus on that primarily? Oh, it's because they've already hooked in an audience debunking the globe. You already know it's not a globe. No need to pull apart this. And point out the gas don't go down, boom, boom, boom. 9.8 meters per second, my friend. That doesn't happen for you to justify it. Oh, what's that? You're not going to point that out because you've also got the same thing to sell to your audience that aren't very smart. I hope they all subscribe for their own good. I'm doing them a favour, Witsit. I'm pointing out your con, mate. I'm pointing out Bob's con and Dave's con, because he's complicit in all of this, right? He's even going to punt you ionotic fields that he doesn't understand to help you in your con of downward biases that don't exist. Yeah? So a whole little shit crock pot of scammers, that's what we got here. That's why they're not taking apart the claim of gravity. They got scams to punt.
No, it doesn't.
Where did you come up with it gets weaker?
It gets
as you
weaker.
go? What are you talking about?
The electric field at 100 volts per meter.
So we're not arguing about the positive claim. 9.8 meters per second, down go boom boom for gas that isn't happening, not being addressed. Again, we're arguing about these numpties and their claims about their world that they're selling you as their guru, that they've got to defend first and foremost, because that's the most important thing to them. I mean, why would they name themselves Globebusters? Given that that's their name, that's their title, that's what they claim to be. I'm proud to be a ball buster. Yeah? That's what I do, bust balls. That's what I'm doing now. Right? These guys are not Globebusters. They didn't bust his globe claim. He just said gas go down, go boom boom, 9.8 meters per second when he asserts it's all going down at that rate. It is not. And they're not telling you that, are they? They're holding that away from you. So in many ways, they're complicit in this globe deception also. I mean, on many, many, many levels, these people aren't good for you. Just bad news.
As you go up in altitude, that drops off.
Mm-mm.
When you get to like the ionosphere where it becomes highly... No, this is... Look it up.
The ionosphere.
No, I'm saying there's a highly conductive realms within the atmosphere that then the electric field gets...
Oh, he's got an opportunity to redeem himself. I mean, he's repeated ionosphere, ions, sphere-shaped. Let's see if he actually goes somewhere with that.
Block. You don't... The electric field drops...
How high is that?
It's... Well, it's...
How high are the sphere-shaped ions? What? What the hell? Useless shit. Sorry, do ions just randomly form sphere shapes then? Is that how they work? Anybody on the panel? Is that how it works? Someone show me a sphere of ions, please.
No, not unless.
Hello, Nathan.
That is that shape.
Why hasn't he addressed that? Oh, he's too busy conning his electrostatic incoherent dielectric acceleration down, go boom boom for gas. He's too busy punting that to actually address the fact that the guy has just described spheres again. Sorry, globebusters. Shouldn't you be busting some globes?
It's pretty high up, but it's not out into space where gravity still works.
Gravity's not real, man. So the point is
there's no electric fields up there. What's pulling things towards the Earth? I mean,
No, Bryant again, making sure that we stick to arguing against their claim. Immediately, he says, all he said is gravity isn't real. No backing for it, just a baseless assertion, rebuttal, hand wave dismissal. But nevertheless, it's on my side, so really I should support this dick. But anyway, after the hand wave, what Bryant does is make sure that the argument remains against Witsit's stupid batshit insane claims that he's making that nobody's supporting and nobody's behind and doesn't have an entire Western world belief behind it. Make sure we're arguing about that. Right, Brian? Smart cookie. Yeah, you steer well clear of defending your own shite about the globe. Make sure you argue against Witsit's nonsense. Because he's a globe buster. that's going to now start defending his claims that he's selling as a scammer? Because that's the priority number one, isn't it? Not busting your globe claim. He'll be hoodwinked by you because he's dumb. You won't realise that immediately he's just got on the back foot, having to defend his claim, not busting globes as a result.
Okay, wait.
Go on. Does someone want to add something?
We said it's up and down. We've
Density.
explained it, but I got a question. Would you like to admit you misspoke when you claimed that all this stuff to do with trains and cars and stuff has to have gravity exist? When I just now quoted from your own paradigm, MIT professor, right?
I watched Waterloo.
You said you watched it, but you keep denying what.
Again, is this appeal to man in white coat as strong as any scientific evidence for gravity? And then given that this guy's claiming it, you just take it apart. Oh, of course. I don't know why I suggested that. They've got the same proof. They both use Cavendish. So the chances of this guy, Whitsitt, ever asking the guy claiming he's got scientific evidence for his gravity claim is zero. Because that would mean they'd have to relinquish their own use of that magic trick. Same magic trick I called Bob on about 4 years ago. Yeah, that hoodwink, that scam, that swindle that Bob was using when he lied about having science that he hasn't got. Yeah, they're still doing it today. And anybody that knows about science needs to be shut down as a scammer. Because they can't possibly overcome his gravity argument in this instance. They've got no hope. How can they? They're both using the same bullshit magic trick of Cavendish to claim it. One's got incoherent gas go down, go boom boom with an accelerative force from counter space, and the other's got a bending of Pseudo-Ramonian's force space-time juxtaposed with a mass-attracting mass that was superseded 107 years ago. They've got the same exact piss in different bottles.
What he said.
No, I don't. I'm not denying electromagnetism. I'm just saying that when you actually build structures like bridges and buildings, you always use Newton's laws of motion and gravitation.
Cool story. It's just nothing to do with downward acceleration. That's all it is. Coulomb's law is the same thing, except you replace your little fairy tale of gravity with the.
Did I hear a groan?
That's again, this is the worry, isn't it? It's this equivocation that they're happy to admit. Cool, it's the same thing, and then we get Coulomb's law thrown in to support the dielectric theory of gravity.
Hello.
Hello.
Is this Nathan?
Yes, did you want to add something?
Oh, I'm a total newbie to this. I actually can't believe I'm actually talking to you, but this is like at a show that, yeah, I would have to agree. You guys doing this stuff are on the cutting edge of flat Earth. That's brought you to this situation that you guys are talking about today. I'm just, you guys have disrupted my life so much that I had to come on and just verify that you guys are real, for one, and that you're just not from central casting that's putting the show on, because I can't believe what's happening.
What the hell's going on? Is this guy in the script?
No.
Oh,
No, this is somebody that's
it's
just...
easy to think, though.
No, I think he's real. Nathan.
No.
Yeah.
I'm a trainer.
No,
Okay,
we're in a
yeah.
pretty surreal position, okay? And it is what it is. But Nathan is very strict on like YouTube laws, and in general, he's very careful as to not let any of us, but especially himself, overstep certain very specific boundaries that will get you into trouble. And that's why this channel is still here.
Can you let the gentleman? Can you let the gentleman finish his point, please?
Well said, John.
Oh, sorry. Oh, is that me again?
Yeah, I don't think you got to the end of your point.
Yeah.
I don't think it was just blowing smoke at my ass. I think you had a further point to that, or maybe not.
Honestly, I'm not. You're not. If you really understood my situation and what the show has done to me, and it really is like I'm talking to you for real. That I've just got a few questions that I need to clarify myself knowing that I spoke to you guys on this stuff because
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. What's your questions?
well, in a sense, I feel like I need to explain where I'm coming from.
Fine. You got a
Because,
preamble. Feel
I-
free. Where are you coming from? What's your position that's been radically changed as a result of us?
I'm a very in the community that I live. I was a fairly prominent part of a religion, a biblical religion. I'm not sure if you guys understand the consequence of what this does, because I'm living through that consequence. And I've heard people on your program and others talk about how, you know, the relationship with themselves and their wife has changed. People who, you know, are basically separating themselves from their religion, coming to this understanding. And I'm watching what's happening, and this is absolutely mind-boggling to me what's taking place right now. And to say that you guys are on the cutting edge is a understatement, because I've looked around. I don't just listen to you, I listen to a lot of people. And to me, like, the big question that I'm facing right now is, you know, do you guys actually appreciate what you are doing to people?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we're here for.
Too much sometimes. I'm a bit too empathetic. It's too concerning. It's slightly scary. Yes.
Okay.
I lost my job over
Because-
it, brother. I understand.
Yeah, I put off making this call because one, I'm a nervous person when it comes to public speaking. Nathan is totally intimidating. I'm afraid to be torn apart on your program because it is something that people can, but I also have a local community outside of my family who thinks I'm crazy, but they can't argue with the data. And so they're put on a spot because I'm getting data from you guys that I just retired a couple months ago because I'm an older man. And I used to do cleaning. I'm basically a janitor. I would be able to put your program on, and it's basically the only thing I listen to or try not to miss any episode of. But if you look at my name that I put up, it's Humble H, because I said if any way I get through to speak to you guys, I need to remember humility, or I'll be forced into it. But the second
Good on you,
H
man.
part,
Good on you.
He's nearly there,
Sorry?
Arwen. He's got a second point. Go ahead.
the second part is the other H, which means hypocrite. Because you guys have put me into a position of being living a very hypocritical life for the last, well, I don't remember how many years. Because when you come to this realization, certain things have to go. And if those things were your life, like, so I'm really, one of my motivations is to try and see if I can personally pick this thing apart by my own self, speaking to you guys, and know that there's a real person there, and that you guys, I'm not kidding. Like, this show is basically to me like from Central Casting if I was conspiratorial, because Nathan is like the perfect villain in a sense that, you know, when people talk about your English accent and everything, Neil is like the closest person that I can relate to as far as, sometimes I just don't, and please, Neil, don't take this personally, but you're just like the everyman, which is where I consider myself. Arwen, I got to tell you a little, I could make a little comment about Arwen, but you were,
No, go
in
on.
a sense, I'm feeling guilty now because your show was flying today, and I didn't want to come in here and be like a damper on it because you were flying. But
I just want to. You've said something that's quite fascinating. You've said casting, right? Well, that's what I was trying.
It's like,
Well, it is.
Sorry.
Maybe this isn't going to be the answer you were expecting, but in many ways, as much as I joked about us having a script, it is a casting process that I go through in terms of who's on the main panel, and not because I'm thinking about it in those terms, but that's how I was trained. I was trained in performing arts. Part of it was picking the right cast. Well, when you say Neil's the everyman, yeah, he is. Yeah, that's why I love him. That's why he's here. That's why he's on the main panel. But that is, in essence, like me casting him in that role. Now, I'm privileged to have had people around me that can be placed into a role on the panel. But for the most part, it isn't that way. It is in some instances where you go, from Discord, that guy Neil, I want him regularly because he's ace, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he's here, isn't he? I mean, the guy's a dick. He doesn't stop interrupting.
But I feel I'm sort of taking too much time right now, and I would like to call back another time and just come, because I've been keeping a list of questions and certain things that I feel, maybe, this is a little, in my mind, a little contradictory. Maybe if I ask the question from begging your patience, that somebody will be able to answer me.
Yeah, go ahead.
But, let's start with the name of your show. It's called Flat Earth Debate. And it like, if that was my first question, today would be the perfect time to answer it because I've been listening to the show.
What's the question?
I'm gonna okay. I always feel I have to explain, but if I'm being too tiresome, I'll give you the question right away. I want to know if you can win a debate without, like, if you were in a university setting, they'll set up debates, and it's not about coming to a factual conclusion, but it's about winning the debate. And if you can use enough tactics, you can make your opponent look so foolish that the audience could be applauding for you, but really at the end you could go over to your opponent and says, I know you're right, but I had to take this position and I'm a good debater.
This is a good point.
Sorry?
Continue.
You're not understanding where I'm saying?
No, we're all following along.
We are.
We're all nodding along. That's all that's happening. You just have people are interrupting you to nod along and go, yeah, good point. So carry on.
I would like, however you would like to do it, Nathan, it's your show, to get the opinion of your panel, the different characters on your panel. And I'm not using any term that's meant to be derogatory in any way. Please don't misconstrue. I see each of you as such a, like, if I were to cast a perfect panel for this discussion, like, you got brilliant guys in there. Some of it, I gotta admit, I can't follow. But here's the question. Are you guys just excellent debaters? And that QE, which is sometimes frustrates me, is so good with these, this debate tactic of saying, no, you're using this fallacy. Are you guys just good at that, or are you guys really interested in what is really, really true?
It took
it's the
training.
Is chocolate there? Hold on. I want chocolate to answer.
Training.
Hold on, Owen. Is chocolate there?
perfect guy to answer me. Thank you, Nathan. Chocolate.
Is he there?
Yo. Yes, sir.
Please be there, Chocolate.
I just summarised the question. Are you just a
Or
damn
righteous.
good debater,
Oh.
Chocolate? Or what would you say your backstory in terms of debate would be?
No. Well, before coming to the show, I didn't really debate anybody. I wasn't even very much of a public speaker. Still kind of not. This is kind of me just practicing being a public speaker, but I don't consider myself to be a great debater. I just go with what I got and what I've learned.
Oh, okay.
I'm just a normal guy.
And
I'm at
so
work
when you
every day.
learn,
Nothing special about me.
You got good instincts, Chocolate. You always have, right?
That's true. Let's not pat each other on the back. Just keep it in response to his question. No, with normal guys, I've got no history in debate at all. Neither is Arwen, to my knowledge. Neither is Chocolate.
You guys well.
Well, I do actually a bit through my family tradition, but yeah, doesn't really matter in the in the
Can I
grand
answer
scheme
the
of
man?
things.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I answer the man?
And
Go ahead.
also,
Yeah.
I
Go
get
ahead,
in the
Brian.
queue as well. I've been dying.
Yeah.
You go next, Eli. After Brian.
Thank you. I won't be a minute either. Yeah, to this man here. We all have to learn how to debate, but we don't rely on just debating tactics. We rely on facts. Facts comes first. Debating tactics after that, you must use if you're against someone who's a good debater, because even if you got facts, they can make you look silly if you can't debate them correctly, and you don't spot it when they're trying to hoodwink you or strawman you or whatever. So yeah, we have to learn how to debate, but facts come first, and that's our strongest point. Because even if I'm not a good debater, if what I say is true, then eventually it will shine true that it is true, even if someone else debates me. So facts first, debating tactics second. Thank you.
Just before Eli goes, I was just going to say, I mean, yeah, we have had to learn how to be debaters, how to recognise fallacies, which was something I was interested in. But for the most part, we've all been taught it, and if we haven't been taught it, we've had a very strong refresher course from one individual, and we all have to acknowledge that we've had, for the most part, the training from one person, and I want to give it up for Math Powerland right now.
Matt Powerland for helping you in debating?
Oh yeah, math's the man. If it wasn't for math, I wouldn't be here.
Right, Kiwi?
I mean, for me, Nathan.
Well, just so you
I'd just
understand,
like to say
I would say I would thought the answer to that question would be QE, but it's not been QE.
Brother, we're being sarcastic.
Go on, Eli. Hold on, everyone else. Eli's in the queue. Go ahead.
No, he should know that we're just being sarcastic.
Yeah, I don't think this man realizes you're being sarcastic, Nathan. No, it is Kiwi.
Oh,
of course
sorry.
it's Kiwi. We were only being sarcastic. Because Kiwi expected his name to be to be mentioned, and then it wasn't. It was Matt Powerland.
Oh, sorry, you totally got me there, because I'm very vulnerable to that stuff, because I'm trying to, Anyhow, very good. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that you shared the same sentiment that I had before getting on the show. I wondered the same thing. Are these guys real? Can I even get on the show? They're offering it every day. Is it possible that I could even get on there? Like, what's going on? I had the same feeling. It's been an awesome ride. These guys are cool.
Okay, good. My job is done on that question then.
I'm exactly with Eli there. Share the same sentiment.
You stop interrupting, please, Neil.
I would just like to say that I don't like debating. I absolutely hate it. And this isn't a debate anymore.
Yeah, right.
I do like putting facts together and in my mind and connecting dots, so that's really all I do. QE is the one that destroys people in debates. I just hear the facts that QE puts forth, and I try to build put things together in my mind. That's all I do.
Sorry.
Just one sec.
I
Gordy.
have a hard time
one sec.
knowing when I can
Just one
speak.
sec. Just
So
one
if I'm
sec. Just one
talking
sec.
over
Hello. Hello. Just one sec. Gordy, how you doing? Hello. Gordy, how you doing? Can you hear us? Hello. He's popped himself.
Mute.
Sorry.
So it's okay. It's okay. I thought you wanted to add something. It's okay.
Oh no, I'm not very familiar with Discord, so sorry if I'm messing
No, that's
anything up
fine.
for you
Don't
guys.
worry. No, don't worry. Thank you, Humble H. I'm sure we'll hear more from you now you figured out how to get on the show, but you're no different to anybody on the panel, with the exception of QE and Math
that was
Powerland.
an important. Yeah, it was an important question for me because there's sometimes I find myself talking back to you, like without you being able to hear, because there's a question that's being discussed and it's not being answered because of a fallacy question, right? Whereas honestly, because I'm going to use the word dumb, but just trying to get information, I feel, oh no, that's been cut off. And I'm basically got the same question that the person has, or thinking the same way, but I don't hear it discussed because sometimes I feel that winning the debate is more important than getting that question answered. And sometimes I think simply telling the person, go to where Q got all that up, and he can give you an answer, or you can do some research there.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little
Or
bit.
you
I think
can
I got the
come to
sentiment
my
of it,
show.
which
I
is
answer all questions.
you can go to theGlobeTerminator.com and get answers from there. Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Yes. But in the context of the show, sometimes I feel, the debate side takes more of a higher priority than, even getting that question answered. Because I know I've got some questions that will be considered really dumb and stuff that maybe I should have picked up from the show. But honestly, sometimes you guys are over my head.
It's the second time you've brought it up, though, so go on, just ask one of the questions, because you haven't as yet.
Oh, no, I did, I think, in just finding out about the debate side. Okay, but here's a question that I had to run out and leave my book of questions, but here's one that I had. Is gas pressure without a container a flat earth proof?
No.
It's not.
No.
It's a natural law.
Okay, good. Because I was when I was thinking the other said, wait a minute, because what happens is I found myself speaking to some people in my religious community, which is, I really have to throttle back on because it's like it's gonna cost me. And then I realized, wait a minute, that's not really a flat Earth proof.
No, it isn't.
Okay, good.
So a couple of days ago.
I'm glad you.
Hold on,
But it is a proof against the globe Earth cosmology, though.
Correct. So a couple of as an argument. So a couple of days ago, we did a show called the 1-2 Punch, and in it, we're leveling the idea in 2 steps rather than 3 of how you can debunk a globe Earth and prove we're on a flat plane. And it was off the back of John saying, I'm only going to make 2 argument points against any globe Earth proponent or anti-flat earther, as the case may be, in this regard. And these 2 points will prove we're on a flat plane and debunk the globe. Show how it all came from the same thing. Now, further to that, the rest of the world paradigm in terms of heliocentrism is wrapped in a vacuum. So it's the uppercut that finishes them off, but it's not a flat Earth proof. But in terms of how it comes up in conversation, it's still very, very useful, for me especially, because you don't necessarily have to mention flat Earth or imply that it is a flat Earth proof. It's just a way of getting somebody who's in a certain paradigm to question a major aspect of it. you know, and then just hopefully walk off without losing half your day to them.
Yeah, okay. I think I totally get that, because maybe if I can tell you why it's so important from where I'm coming. The religion I'm a part of, we actually believe in a round earth, but from a biblical standpoint, it was a round earth with a water canopy completely around it, which when I think of it now, it's kind of bizarre. But it would give you gas pressure with a container in a biblical setting, but it was about a round earth at the same time. So that's why I wanted to clarify that. So thanks
with
very
Sheol,
much.
I've heard
with
of that
Sheol
one.
below.
It's a round earth with a container.
Yeah, Sheol below, right?
Yes. We
Well, can I ask you a
believed
question?
that all around
Can I ask you a
it
question?
was forming like a greenhouse effect, was either a very thick gloom of water, of clouds, or really, in a sense, water, because the Bible says God separated the waters from the waters. Now, I will tell you that the religion I'm in believes in the cosmology that's taught, but from a biblical standpoint, I'm not sure if they appreciated that we were believing in gas pressure with a container, or the necessity of a container for gas pressure. I'm
Can I
sorry?
just clear something up with you? Can I just clear something up with you? I am not
Okay.
a Bible reader. I don't read the Bible.
Yes.
But I understand certain aspects of it. And some of the members, although one of them is not here today, who are on the panel, are Bible readers and Bible followers. There is nothing within the Bible that claims the earth is a globe. The only thing that it claims is a circle at one point, right? Now, the Bible is not proof of a flat plane, right, or whatever, but it doesn't speak about the world being a globe. What you have is a situation where you have a congregation within your world, within your life, who have just basically been hoodwinked into believing that they live on a globe, right, where there's gas pressure next to a vacuum and there's no container, and that this is, yet they still read a Bible that doesn't state any of those things. So rather than the Bible being a proof of the earth being flat or being enclosed, although it does speak in generalized direction, it says nothing about a globe and heliocentric space and a vacuum XYZ. So it doesn't. Yeah, there's none of that in.
Okay.
None of that in there.
Okay.
So
This is Brian, right?
That happened to a lot of people. 1 second. This happened to a lot of people who were readers of the Bible and followers of the Bible. They were believing in heliocentrism, not realizing that the Bible states nothing about that, and it actually speaks about basically the opposite of that, but without making any claims about what the earth is as far as geometrically. But it does speak about a circle, on the circle of earth at one point in the Bible. A circle is a 2D shape.
Yes.
A sphere is a 3D
Yeah.
shape. A circle is 2D, so it can't be a sphere, even within the Bible,
Yes.
even with just that one line. So
Listen,
what you should do is hold the people in your world to task on what it says in the Bible. If they're Bible believers and Bible followers, hold them to task on what it says in the Bible.
Or don't.
And then ask them
or don't. You know, you don't have to be an antagonist.
Well, I'm just talking about within there. Go on.
This is so fascinating, because really, we have to do this because I get you, Brian. I like, this is what's messing with me now, because I think I'm fully there with the shape of the earth as the way it's being represented from your side.
Could I ask a question, Nathan, please, just
need
for a
to
second?
do for my personal sanity is, for one, verify that, because you guys, like, I operate like this. When I find something that I feel, okay, this is the pinnacle, that's where I try to operate from. Okay. And I can't find anybody out there that can compete with you guys now with Neil and 10th man, is it? 10th man, is it? I don't know if that's who you were referencing from a Bible standpoint.
Yes, 10th man.
I'm on deck.
But, yes, but that sort of stuff, I would like to have a discussion on another time. And I don't want to wear out my welcome today by sort of, but I can't believe that you guys are actually listening and giving this some thought. So I'm gonna hopefully next time when I have my book, I've got some questions and or certain things I'd like to resolve with you personally. Okay.
Can I ask you a question, please? Just
please.
Go on, Adam.
You keep talking about Abrahamic faith. Are you Muslim?
I thought about this question being asked to me, and I want to hold my religious affiliation right now because I will get to it with particularly certain people on the panel. I will get to it.
Okay. Can I just
But
share
I
a
would-
couple of just for a second, just share a couple of quotes from the Quran. The Quran 15:19.
Oh no, I'm not
And
Muslim.
the
I'm
earth
not
we have
Muslim.
spread out.
I will
and
tell you
placed
that.
therein.
Guys, hello. When someone says, "Can I share a few quotes with you?" we don't need to know what you are, or anybody else needs to. We just need to hear them.
Oh, sorry, I thought
it's okay.
he was going to read it.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You're doing it now.
Okay.
Just pop yourself on mute. Thanks. Go ahead, Adam.
Okay, so Quran 15:19, and the earth we have spread out and placed therein firm hills, and caused each seemingly to grow therein. 20:53. He who hath made for you the earth like a carpet spread out has enabled you to go about therein by roads and channels, and he has sent down water from the sky. With it we have produced diverse pairs of plants, each separate from the others. Quran 43:10. Yea, the same that has made for the earth like a carpet spread out, and has made for you roads and channels. All of the texts that I research, whatever religion, they always tend to support a flat earth. That's why I was a bit intrigued as to what faith it is. The only stuff I could think is some Vedic faith that might include it, or our favourites, the Pythagoreans. But it seems you were saying like that's a challenge in your community. You were saying so. I was taking a wild guess, but if it's not that, I'm pretty sure there's plenty of references in most texts to.
Are you a Rastafarian?
Rastafari.
Please, I would like to hold to this for right now because it becomes very important later on.
Okay.
And I just like to take one step at a time. I'm new at this. I would love to have this discussion, and but I'm just begging you for a little patience with me.
You need some time
if
to
you're
process. It's perfectly understandable.
Yeah, and you see, if I could just make this point, I'm an older man. I will try to be as respectful as I can as I speak to you. If you feel I've offended you in any way in anything I said, I'd like you to stop me and we'll discuss it.
We'll let you know. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but I'm just like to address something that just happened, right? I thought Brian had asked me something, right, about being Muslim. I tried to say to him, no, or I tried to put the question off, and he came back with a Muslim quote, which I thought he would tell me because he thought I was Muslim. Now, I was just trying to explain to him that I'm not Muslim. And I thought maybe at that
Adam
point,
knew you weren't Muslim.
you know,
Adam knew you weren't Muslim. Hang on 1 second.
Hold on, that was just a side guess.
Hang on, my
That
God,
was
they
just
can't
Adam's
have everyone
side guess.
talk.
He wanted to quote
Hang on.
the Quran.
Arwen. Adam knew you weren't Muslim. He asked you. You said you wanted to hold your faith. So he wasn't putting any particular faith onto you. He was just reading out text from another religious doctrine that speaks about the Earth being flat as opposed to a globe. Adam, or none of us presumed then or presume now what you are from a religious standpoint. We're not going to do that
Okay,
unless you
no,
tell us what
the
you
point
are.
I'm
That's,
trying
that's
to
hold on,
no,
Brian.
please,
Brian,
please,
you can't stereotype us like that. Yeah,
Well,
the point I was trying. Sorry,
I'm
can
not
I
serious.
speak
I'm
now?
saying
Yeah.
we don't do that.
The point I was
No, I
trying to
do.
make is.
I've made loads of
Hello?
assumptions already.
The point I was trying to make is this.
Guys, just let him finish. Come on.
The point I was trying to make is this, that while I was saying that was for a specific reason, because I do know a lot about Islam and what the Quran says. I listen to this stuff. All I was trying to simply do was save him the necessity of quoting me something that I was aware of.
Yes, we
But
get that.
anyhow,
Don't worry
no,
about it.
no,
We
The
get
quote,
that.
my friend, was
Don't
more for
worry.
the audience. It's to share that information. It wasn't to pin you down. We're quite open here.
Oh,
We're all a
yeah.
multi diverse faiths of
Oh,
stuff.
no,
So we
but
don't have any problem sharing that. So if I've offended you and it's a delicate subject, I
no,
apologize.
please.
And we
No,
won't push
you,
that topic.
you have to listen to the point I'm trying to make here. It's
We're
a
trying.
point about how I like to have discussions, right? If you have a question about why I'm making a certain statement, you're free to ask me. But I try to react to what I'm hearing, okay, at that point.
Okay.
Okay.
We get it.
So, but when Nathan, and it's your show, honestly, I must respect that. I was simply just trying to tell him, no, I'm not Muslim. In fact, those statements I didn't think would then be relevant to me. Yes, if you want to speak to the rest of the audience, that's fine. But I know there have been people who, speak about different views about the earth on this. But
Okay, well, let me be the first to say you were incorrect because it
sorry,
does apply
I was.
to you. It applies to everybody. That's the point. Information applies to everybody equally. That's how it
Yes,
really works.
you're right.
You hold
Yes,
on.
that's
You
fine.
you
That's
thought
fine.
no, doesn't apply to me. You were incorrect.
I'm not
No,
Muslim,
It
no,
does.
it's
but
relating to the
I held that
question that
text.
the discussion he and I were having. I would just try to say, anyhow, I don't want to lose the point. Anyhow, thanks very much, guys. You've been great and exactly what I expected if you weren't from Central Casting, or if you were actually for that matter. But we will
We do
talk
our
again.
best.
I beg your pardon?
We do our best to fulfill our spiritually contracted roles.
Spirituality is going to become very important to this discussion, hopefully in a few days or so.
Well,
If I
not
can get
necessarily
offer a
to
couple
this.
things.
Well, not necessarily to FED, but it is to my platform and has been for quite some time. So check out my channel.
Oh, maybe I'll come over and have a
ARWIJN.
chat with you.
You should, for sure.
Yeah.
Arwin,
Yeah.
I have a live show
ARWIJN.
every day.
Yes, yes. Thanks a lot, guys. It's been a treat.
Our pleasure.
Please
Okay,
come back
have a good
again,
day.
man. It was actually a refreshing conversation. And it's good to hear you.
All right, who paid him?
Okay.
Charge, you have a constant velocity of the same thing.
The known values of the electric field vary wildly across the planet, where we know the gravitational.
That's a non sequitur, bro.
It's not.
You don't understand it then.
It debunks the electrostatic model, is what it does.
No, it doesn't. All
too.
molecule. Do you agree that all matter is electrostatic?
You just agreed that the uniform acceleration across the surface of the Earth is uniform, and I just showed you that you can easily find out that it's not.
Do you agree that all matter is electrostatic?
All
It's still same vibe as last time, right? We're not actually going to be addressing a claim of
Nathan.
a gas pressure gradient without a container. That's how it all started. Yeah, we're still punting.
You're not allowing us to enjoy that nice conversation. You rolled in the piece of shit right away, didn't you?
Hold on a sec, because what was just said is important. What that guy did effectively is he took the straw man that they set up to burn, and he burned it. All that's left is gravity. If you don't know or understand that there is no phenomenon they're trying to describe.
I'm curious. Did they check the calendar? Were they still talking about gravity as a force?
It's the only thing they got, Chocolate. I mean, it's not supposed to be a force, but it's the only thing they got to even make a model. I mean, come on, give them a break.
He had to be, because he said the gravity keeps the gas pressure in.
Am I the only one tripping for thinking that they sound the same? But anyway.
No, you're not.
No, you're not tripping.
I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, it's hard to know whose scam claim you're paying attention to if you can't see whose lips are moving. Yeah, that's right.
Matter's electrostatic?
Yeah.
Why would you say the word electrostatic?
All matter that exists is electrostatic.
I would not put it that way.
Can you name one thing that isn't?
When you say electrostatic, I mean, electrostatics, it deals with just, I used to teach this, right? It's Coulomb's law, where you're dealing with just pure charges without magnetism. So when we study electrostatics, we're not using magnetism at that point. We're just looking at Coulomb's law.
Imagine if you weren't like familiar with this subject and you thought, all right, I've heard that the Earth might be flat and the Earth's not a sphere. And they're like, oh, I wonder where I could go for the best quality information on this subject. And then you stumble across this and you hear the globe Earth guy taking apart some crazy nonsense about electricity from the flat Earth guy. You're like, man, I got here thinking I was going to find out how Earth was flat and how Earth isn't a sphere. I didn't really expect to get here and hear the claims of voltages high up and dielectric acceleration making gas go down, go boom, boom. I didn't expect to hear any of this. None of this helps me. When I'm in a conversation at the bar and I tell them I'm a flat earther, what am I gonna regurgitate from this that helps me? You know, because the globe has successfully taken it onto that straw man so he can burn it, nobody's getting any useful information out of this. None. I mean, if Witsit wins this point, he only wins a point for his scam. He doesn't win a point for flat Earth. He doesn't win a point for debunking globe Earth. It only wins him a point for his scam, doesn't it?
Out of magnetic field. So no, it's not all electrostatic, because there is magnetism, there is mass, and there is other forces.
Can you name one piece of matter that's not electrostatic?
What do you
one
mean?
type of matter?
That's not how you define matter, electrostatic.
Can you name one type of matter that's not electrostatic?
That doesn't make any sense.
All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. All matter is electrostatic.
Matter has, again, it's got, you know, that matter it has mass, charge, spin. So there is charge in there. Yes, I'm not denying that there is not a charge on elementary particles.
In all matter.
But there's also mass, and there's also spin, and there's also other things. It's not.
Yeah, you
just
get charge to
electrostatic.
mass ratio. You're always looking at charge, and that's what holds the matter together. And that means everything that falls down to the earth is electrostatic.
No, it's not. You can't.
So everything that falls down to the Earth is electrostatic. So the things that go up aren't, by implication.
But he said everything was that.
Yeah, everything goes down, right?
Why would he now point out that only the things that go down? That's weird.
I do have to
If
say
you were
this,
somebody,
it's very hard to get in here. I do have to say, like when we're talking about why things go down, or maybe even up, I don't know, levitate, whatever. That's one thing, but he's telling this guy that everything is held together by electrostatics. It's like when I hear, I don't know if this is really equivalent, but as I hear ballers saying, you know, the reason things fall down is because of gravity, and then you're also explaining why things in the sky are just going around each other. held together. It feels the same. I don't know.
Yep, I know what you mean.
Any more for any more?
Yeah, you're right.
I have more to say. I have one
No,
deck.
go ahead.
I'll go
I'll
after
jump.
one deck.
One Deck's affirming
go
it. I
after
don't think
one
he's
deck.
got anything to add.
I got
just
something to add
confirming,
too.
Just
Okay,
a load
Bra-
of bullshit
I'll
conversation.
make mine
nothing
quick.
to do with flat Earth. Sorry, guys. Go on.
That's all right. One, Brian, then QE. Go ahead.
Yeah, all I was going to say is that anyone listening into this who has already let go of the idea of gravity gets to hear, and they listen to two people or two groups or two whatever camps arguing for two things that aren't existing, that doesn't happen, that aren't true. So no one's any the wiser. So it doesn't matter who wins, because nobody wins, because everyone loses in this situation, because they're both arguing from points that are false, that are untrue. Thank you.
Oh my.
Yeah, it's
Hold on.
Go on, QE.
Yeah, when Elijah said they sounded the same, he was referring to the religious guy that was sort of tongue-tied and Bryant, the physicist, on the tape, because you played them back to back real quick. I hope he was referring to that because it did sound the same. I'm not saying they're the same. I'm just saying that's what.
I did.
Yeah, I know you did.
Why?
Yeah, okay, just to make sure, Nathan, that you understood it. Number two, is your show conflicting with my show this evening?
What time's your show? In how many hours?
It's at 6 p.m. U.S. Central, 12 a.m. your time.
Might be. Probably
Yeah,
will be.
remember you plugged my show yesterday? You said make sure you're there. Now, how can they be there and be at your show too?
That's just one of those things that happens, QE. Just have to accept it. Try not to schedule around my time again. That's my advice.
I scheduled it first.
You're telling me that the 1700th show at the 9 o'clock scheduled time that I've always had and rearranged twice for you, that's your slot? No, it's always been 9 o'clock for me.
Yeah, you stole it from him 2 weeks ago.
I had it 2 weeks ago. Brian told me.
You'll be on at 12, you're on at 9. There's a difference. There'll be 3 hours of a difference.
It's a 5-hour show, Brian.
This is taking me back
well
to
then.
righteous time. The fighting over slot time.
Yeah, I just don't want any conflict. How can I get around that?
Just bend space time, mate. Just bend the time, and that'll sort everything out.
No,
It won't make any
stuff.
difference. It
Move
won't make
your
the
show to
slightest bit of
tomorrow.
difference. It doesn't make any difference. I promise you. The YouTube algorithm will recommend your material to whoever seems most appropriate, and they may or may not also have been recommended my video. But if they like your thumbnail more, they'll click on your thumbnail. But it doesn't mean that because my show's out, it'll stop your show being successful. Because there's always, without exception, at the moment in Flat Earth, just in Flat Earth, something conflicting with you at every hour of the day. Honestly, don't let it phase you in the slightest.
So your show will be live, QE. So most people will tune into the live show and then listen to Nathan's show afterwards.
Exactly.
I thought about that. Thanks, Neil, for that color commentary. It was totally beyond me to figure that out for
welcome.
myself.
You're freaking welcome. I try to continue my part as the everyman.
All right, Nathan.
You're doing your role just fine, Neil. Don't worry about it.
You may continue.
Who was the first everyman?
That's the slipperiest, slimiest bit of spin I've ever put on anything. Thank you for letting me move on.
Oh gosh.
Show me
All
a
right.
model. Okay, with your electrostatic theory, I'll give you a challenge. Show me how you can calculate 9.8 meters per second down. Give me an equation where I can use your electrostatic model to verify that things fall at 9.8 meters. Because with Newton's laws, I can do that.
Okay, we can use the same exact equation. We just have to properly define mass. Gravity is nothing more than downward acceleration. Little g is downward acceleration.
Of gas? So gas go down, go boom boom? Downward acceleration, right? No? No?
Well, did I just hear incorrectly a moment that that Whitsitt appealed to intermolecular and intramolecular forces when he was describing electrostatics? Because from my recollection, he said that particles don't exist.
Yeah, you must have been mistaken. He could have said molecular. What's a molecule?
Oh, I see. What he's saying is, when Witzit's come here and denied the existence of particles, he's also appealing to a certain aspect. Yeah, just double.
Can I just add that
Go on.
the
No, you go
saying the part I focused on was Bryant Myers with his 9.81 meters per second squared. Right, that is a calculation from 1896 from Charles Vernon Boys that is based on the pre-assumption, a calculation based on the pre-assumption of things falling in a vacuum, not in reality where we live in gas pressure. Just wanted the audience to know that.
Yeah, it's worth.
Nothing to do. Yeah, go on.
No, it's worth
And
reiterating.
the most important point that Witzit, Shitchit just substituted his fairy tale for G. Right? Did you catch that?
I didn't.
Yes, sir.
I didn't.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a little weird, right? I thought falsification was independent of replacement.
Yep. You
Heard
got
that numerous times.
Yep.
Guess
from
that doesn't
him.
apply today. Yeah, from him. That's his shit.
That used to be his mantra. That was subtle there, Nathan. I'm shocked that you didn't stop it there. Now there was a few things in there. You know, models, the heliocentric model. Yeah, we'd like to see that. Newton's laws, which are all debunked. He didn't go there. Shits it. You went right to the substitution for his little g.
And
What
what's
is
math
it?
again?
What
Wheeler.
what we got going on here? Go ahead, Nathan.
No, that's it. That's it. I didn't pick up on it. You're right. It's subtle. Some things do slip me by.
I don't think the overall topic slipped you by because that's what you've been telling people the whole time, that they're substituting. And this was the prime example. They're substituting their religious belief in place of heliocentrism, and that was the poster child right there.
Right.
Not just rebranding Gravin. You're just
Wait,
calling
listen,
it-
buddy. You don't.
He caught it. I didn't.
Yes, he did. Yeah, he just rebranded it. Yeah, he caught it. Yeah.
Good ass, Brian.
Understand that little g is just downward acceleration. It isn't
I
a
know.
cause claim.
And
Of gas. I say it every time, Witsit, you're scamming shit. Yeah, gas don't go down, boom, boom. Yeah? See, Dave, yeah, it's part of the reason you're part of the problem. Yeah, you're giving examples of good arguments with shoeboxes, remember? Yeah, you got a big problem now, Dave. Because Bob Nodell would assert that the gas particle stays in your shoebox example. Yeah? Remember when you asked me to take down videos because of the lies that I exposed that Bob was telling about science? Now you've got a natural law versus Bob, Dave. Yeah? You've got a substitution for gravity from scammers. Gravity isn't real, but you're helping them. You're also getting your ass handed to you with streams of ionics that this school teacher took you apart on. I mean, why aren't you researching your own claims when you back up these boys talking about incoherent dielectric acceleration, gas go down, go boom boom, in place of gravity, gas go down, go boom boom? Same shit, same piss, different bottle.
Newton literally said that anyone that claims mass attracting mass to the vastness of a vacuum on innate brute matter without some medium acting between it is incompetent
but
beyond
it's
belief.
not- whatever it is, I mean, yes, I agree. We have a law of gravitation that gives us powerful tools to make calculations to build things.
The law that was the science that was the, what was it he said originally? It had predictive capabilities. So it went from having predictive capabilities to being the science of gravity to him then stating that he couldn't prove it, and now it's a law again. And it's law that gives him mechanics to do things and make, what, further predictions? No, mate, definitely not. It's not a law. Yeah, not all things go down, go boom, boom. Gas isn't going down. This isn't a law. It would be a law if it occurred always. Gas debunks this nonsense.
Things. But the theory
Based
of
on
gravity,
downward acceleration, so
Right,
it
right,
doesn't
but
mean
which
it's
is-
Of gas, Witsit. Notice how I'm having to do the same job twice. One with the scammer saying gas go down, go boom, boom because of 9.8 meters per second Cavendish gravity. And the other wanker saying gas go down, go boom boom, 9.8 meters per second due to incoherent dielectric acceleration and counter space. I've got to debunk two scammers simultaneously.
There's a constant across the surface and a decrease is very, very
constant for gas. Go down, go boom boom, Brian. Now what? Now let me see if the pattern continues. And Witsit will now use the same scam, maybe the same experiment in quotes.
predictively with altitude.
There we go again. The laws become a prediction. It was science. It wasn't proven. Now it's predicting things.
1 over r squared drop off of gravity. That does not happen with the electric field. It proves
it doesn't happen with gas. But notice how we've got this back and forth between, oh, it definitely happens. It just doesn't happen because of electricity. It's because of what? CV Boys, Reverend John Michelle, Cavendish gravity? Or is it Bob Nodell, Cavendish, incoherent dielectric acceleration? Hold on, I'm just letting whoever's trying to get in. Flatsoid. Hey, Flatsoid. Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
You'll find out.
provably does not happen.
Provably all matters electrostatic, and so you have
That's not-
incoherent
that's- no,
electrostatic
No, if you're trying to give a model that talks about electrostatics being a downward reason that things fall down,
Like gas falls down, does it, Bryant? The reason things fall down. You think gas falls down, Bryant? Is that what you really think? This is a reason for this phenomena that doesn't happen? Gas doesn't fall down, Bryant. It doesn't get to the Kármán line and rebel against natural law either. It still definitely follows the law of entropy. Gravitational law, you say? Formally science, predictive capabilities, definitely not proven according to you, you double-speaking clown. The gas isn't going down, Brian. I mean, what part of this aren't you getting? I mean, obviously I've lost track of the fact that this is actually a debate with 1, 2, 3, 4 scammers claimed to be flat earthers. Why aren't they pointing it out? Of course, they've got the same scam. But it's just called incoherent dielectric acceleration and it's using the same scam experiment of Cavendish. Unbelievable. Hope you're all unsubscribed. They're going to con you. They'll have your money.
I'm telling you that the electrostatic field of the Earth does not match the 9.8 meter drop. It just doesn't.
Drop of gas. Gas dropping, is it, Bryant? Gas go down, go boom, boom. Yeah? Puddles of gas as it drops to the ground. This man's a clown. Hello, Bryant. I'm Nathan Oakley, a real flat earther, as opposed to these scammers who also need to juxtapose their downward bias with your downward bias. Yeah, that's why you needed to talk to them rather than us. You know my name, don't you, mate? I know you got shut down damn quick by Dave when you mentioned it. But there's a reason you're talking to them. Because you're smart enough to spot how weak they are. How you'll get your little dupes past them. Now, if you were in front of me, Brian, I'd be pointing out how stupid it is to say that gas is going down. What, 9.8 meters per second down, go boom, boom for gas? Does this man even know where gas is created? Is it created in the sky? Going down from the sky, right? 9.8 meters per second. Or does it come out of the ground and go up? Pissing in the face of this man's lies. And this man's lies. Let's not forget the scammer known as Witsit. He's got the same scam as Bob Nodell. It's where he learnt it.
It drops off very quickly, and it becomes
So
almost.
you don't understand. It's not that electrostatics is pulling stuff off in a vacuum down to the earth. That's not how
No,
it works. It just sets.
It's not how it happens at all with gas. That doesn't happen. So what, you're going to explain how it happens with incoherent dielectric acceleration when it doesn't happen at all for gas? We'll whistle past that. Yeah, good job pointing all this out, Dave. This was your point about gas expanding to fill an area of volume. Why aren't you saying anything? Your boy's going against your good argument that you got from us, Dave, not that you're watching.
I would like
up
to
and
point
down.
out how
And
Bryant
what vacuum
has-
again? Sorry.
Go on, John first, then
that's fine.
Chocolate.
I was just going to point out how Bryant has pulled off what I call the burning sky unicorn fart fallacy scam to perfection. He asserted a phenomenon that doesn't exist, say the sky is burning, and then he asserted a cause, burning unicorn farts, right? And then he gets his opponent to assert a different cause for the sky being on fire. And they argue over whose supposition of cause is more likely.
Right. But he's done even better than that because he's picked a topic where his opponent's got a vested interest in defending the false dichotomy position he's presenting in this instance that you're detailing. So Whitsit's more than keen. That's why I've got an opportunity to say, yeah, definitely a scammer. Aren't they supposed to be busting globes? Busting the notions of gravity holding you to a sphere? Used by pseudoscience claims of science in Cavendish? They're both doing the same thing. So from that point of view, well done, Brian. That's why you're not here, right? I mean, number one, they're much higher profile. But number two, you know you'd lose when you haven't got a man with a vested interest in a downward bias just like yours, because you've got the great opportunity to argue about who's right about the downward bias that doesn't exist. Who's right about the claim of the proof of the cause for the burning sky that both of you are punting? Right on. Go ahead, Chocolate.
Oh, hold on. Before Chocolate goes, I get the feeling that this Ryan guy, you know, just looking at the video, looking at how he looks, and just his channel, I just get the feeling, this conspiratorial feeling, like he might have offered them a deal of some kind in order for them to behave like this.
Go ahead,
because
Chocolate.
this is just completely illogical from a flat earther standpoint to take these positions.
What's Hamlin's razor?
Hanlon's razor.
About the idiocy, they might be that stupid. I'm just saying, it just doesn't feel consistent with other debates that I've seen them do.
Okay. Chocolate, go ahead.
I'm curious because he got Wizard to say, well, I'm not saying electrostatics makes the air or pulls the air down to Earth from a vacuum. Well, what vacuum? What vacuum are they talking about? Did he prove there's a vacuum? Anyway, I don't know. This is hard.
Well, the reason he hasn't relinquished that, I understand what you're saying. You're saying there's a positive assertion of a sky vacuum that is being used without being debunked, and it sticks out like a sore thumb. Yeah, because he's got an equivalent, hasn't he? Counter space. So in many ways,
Isn't this?
Go on.
Yeah, because Chocolate and I have gotten into friendly fire debates with Witsit and Lindenberg over this exact same thing. It's like, what is this vacuum? Why is a vacuum always introduced into the conversation to make the point of something existing or not existing? What vacuum?
Bro, exactly. And there's I don't know how many flat earthers, 4 in there. How is not one of them said what vacuum? What are we talking about? Did you prove there's a vacuum? This is crazy.
Crazy. It's the thing they're arguing about. Look what's on screen. You can't see.
It's purposely sloppy.
It's the debate in question. The reason he's got gas pressure gradients depicted on screen is because Dave Weiss has asked him how you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum. Now, what's happened as a result of that absolutely outstanding question Dave got from us? Well, the result is we've got Witsit and Globe Believer arguing the toss back and forth about why the sky's burning. That's what we've had happen. Well, while on screen is the positive assertion that's been overcome that we've got a gradient. He's rinsed and repeated it once. He's only had to rinse and repeat once. He hasn't had to deal with me and Cats rinse and repeat 1,000 times. No, he's done it once and got away with it. It's still on screen. Again, the point being, nobody's refuted that there's a sky vacuum. Dave's incapable of moving this argument forward because Witsit's claiming there's a downward bias. So when the guy says the reason the gas doesn't escape is because of the downward bias I call gravity, and Witsit says, no, it's a downward bias called incoherent dielectric acceleration, where's Dave Weiss going to go? He's screwed. Because his boys around him need to con the audience into belief in something that isn't real. Yeah, gas isn't going down. It's on screen, Dave. You know, you've still got his rebuttal to you that you haven't overcome on screen. Gas pressure gradient. That's a delta of gas pressure. First, you have gas pressure. That would mean gas pressing on stuff. walls of a container specifically, and then you can develop a gas pressure gradient. So his argument doesn't answer the original question. You need to address the fact that he strawmanned you away from your original question, leaving space as real, and wits it to juxtapose space in this example. It's the whole point of the discussion. You're supposed to be globebusters. That includes the globe's home, that's space. Why is it that Witsit's punting his dielectric acceleration voodoo rather than globe busting? Why isn't he globe busting? Yeah, because he's got shit to punt, hasn't he? Scams to sell. Dielectric acceleration down, go boom boom for gas. That isn't going to be held down with either, but is being affirmed by Witsit because on screen, gas pressure gradient, explained by the gas pressure delta that is incoherent dielectric acceleration forces holding gas. No! Gases expand to fill their volume. Never going to be capable of being addressed by these globebusters because of the shit they're conning you with. So they can't overcome this argument. They are literally fucked. Every glober, if you want to know how to overcome globebusters, use this against them. They can't overcome your globe Earth gravity argument because they've got their own voodoo to sell. So just have at it. You can rape them with it. Watch Witsit shit his pants while you agree with him and tell him that that's just gravity. Because that's all you'd have to do. I mean, this Bryant guy's not that skilled. But that's all I'd have to do, being a skilled debater. Watch him shit his pants as I agree with every word. Just say, yeah, gravity. No, incoherent dielectric acceleration. Nah, mate, Western world says it's gravity. Call it whatever you like. I mean, you can label things like an insane person all you like. But it's gravity. Yeah. All your description, yeah. Gravity. That's all you'd have to do. And you'd be humiliated. Pretty much like I'm humiliating you now, Witsit, doing exactly that.
I don't want to take over the whole thing.
Again, around a lightning storm, I had a lightning strike hit my house. That's a 30,000, like a 20 to 30,000 volt reversal. So why didn't I go up into the clouds?
Because your house is grounded. It went into the ground. That's why.
Why didn't you go up into the clouds? Up? What, like the gases did to be clouds? Why didn't you go up? No. Earlier, Hibbler, you asked this man about balloons and clouds. Now the guy's just pissing in your face, Hibbler. I mean, literally humiliating you with your own example by inserting his gravity and asking you about why your downward bias doesn't make things fly into the air like the clouds you asked him about. My God, this is so embarrassing, Hibbler. I mean, you're just a reject debater. Like, literally, your opponent is 4 against 1 and he's taking you to town with your own arguments. You're going to call him on this, Hibbler? Again, I'm doing this like so smug, preemptively. I don't know whether he does. If in the next breath I have to eat humble pie, because Hibbler goes, actually, I asked you earlier about clouds. Now you're saying that I'd be going up if the incoherent dielectric accelerative force was to strike with lightning and reverse the polarity, making everything fly up in the air. Actually, a claim that Dave did make earlier in this show, I might add.
Yeah, it had to be really strong. You'd probably die.
I know, but if you stand near, if you're in a lightning storm with that kind of potential, you don't start levitating up.
We can levitate things with electrostatics. Literally.
You're telling me that people are levitating all the time around lightning storms?
Hello, people are levitating all the time. They're scammers. They're definitely conning you. If you're too stupid to realise it after that statement, there's no hope for you. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, there's something I want to point out. It's the globe busters. This is for the flat earthers. This is for what the globe busters are doing. They're actually pissing down your back and saying it's raining. Every time, just like Rumpus used to get the embarrassing statement out of the way in his first sentence, they will speak about dielectric acceleration and they'll throw in, well, it's the initial cause, but density and buoyancy does all the rest. Right? This is what they'll throw in. If dielectric acceleration was real, then relative density equilibrium wouldn't be, because relative density equilibrium would be in complete opposition to what they're claiming. Because there isn't a downward bias vector with relative density equilibrium. There is no bias vector. The vector is purely determined via the medium and the object or substance within it. So if they are adding in relative density into their dielectric acceleration claim to try and bolster it up or give us some beef, right? They're literally pissing down your back and calling it rain, because those two things are in complete opposition. There can't be a downward bias vector if relative density equilibrium is real, and we know it is. Thank you.
People have gotten hit by lightning and go flying in the air. All sorts of stuff happens.
I know,
All right.
Yeah, there you go. I said he made it earlier as a claim. There it is again.
I'm straight that the Glober asked him when there's a lightning storm or things and people just levitating, and Dave said they don't. What?
I'm gonna need a cigarette after this. This is crazy.
We're all listening to that fucking Ken Wheeler, because he tries to say gravity's not real, Ken Wheeler, but he's given it another name, and they're all jumping on this Ken Wheeler fucking bullshit. That's what it is.
But they're not one, Dick, because when Ken Wheeler was on the show with Bob and them, he had to correct them on loads of things, because they're not listening to him. They're not even listening to him. They're making up their own nonsense.
Yeah, but it is inspired on Ken Wheeler nonsense, though. I mean, and that started very early. I mean, Bob was onto Ken Wheeler even in 2015 or something, like from the start.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. What I'm saying is that they're making up their own version of it.
And Dave with Santos Bonacci, because they've all got this this torus field with a flat plane of inertia, and it's magnetic fucking. Everything's a torus field coming in and out with magnetic dielectric fucking things, but the flat plane of inertia is the flat Earth, and this is where they're going. None of it can be proved. It sounds great, but that's what they're all jumping on.
I'm straight that it's 2022 and I'm only now finding out that things float during lightning storms. So you're still trying to come to grips with that? Thanks.
They don't.
They don't? I'm straight on this.
Oh, Nathan, that's your cue.
I'll tell you what, though, I wish my gas bill would go down, go boom, boom.
Can you hear me? Can
Oh,
y'all hear me?
Nathan.
Can y'all hear me?
I'm just dealing with a child.
Mic check.
Sorry.
Okay.
Mic check.
Wait,
Mic check.
so hang on. I know you have a bunch of other things you want to get into. We're gonna come up on 3 hours. So would you like to let's agree that we don't agree, and let's go on to something else?
You guys got to rework your electrostatics model because it doesn't work. It just doesn't.
We disagree. We disagree.
Agree to disagree.
You're
Agree to
telling me that
disagree.
your little
Mic check. Mic check.
Your
Can you hear
mic
me?
is okay.
What are you quiet? What up?
Yeah,
we hear you, bro. You're good.
I said something earlier and then nobody heard. So you're telling me that when you get hit by lightning, you don't go flying?
Oh, wow.
balloon experiment, Dave, where you have it go to the ground and you can stick it to the wall. Gravity doesn't get stuck to. I don't.
Because gravity is a fake force.
I know, but
yes.
if I take this lead ball, a little piece of wood, this is more dense than that. It should stick to the lead.
No.
It doesn't. It goes down. But
No one.
electrostatic.
No.
Gas go down. Go boom boom. Does it, Bryant? No, it doesn't do that.
No one thinks that.
I
Why
know,
are you
but
saying that? No
electrostatics-
one thinks that.
I understand, but electrostatics, you can stick a balloon to the. Or if your little experiment, you can also put that near a wall and it will. Stick
Why
to the
doesn't
wall.
gravity pull it down?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Why doesn't
Why
gravity?
doesn't gravity pull it down if gravity's real?
If there's because there's other forces at play.
Because electrostatic is
So
way stronger.
There's all sorts of
No,
electrostatic
I can-
forces that we can lift things off the ground with. We haven't been able to do it with gravity because we can't figure out what gravity is.
No.
Let's move on.
Yeah, gas doesn't go down. This violates both of their sides' points in this regard. There is no downward bias, be it incoherent dielectric acceleration or gravity. Doesn't exist. Doesn't
Also,
happen.
Also, Bryant has a little misunderstanding. He's conflating static electricity and electrostatics. Everyone catch that?
Yes.
Yep. You know why? Because no one's defined those terms yet. Globe Dumpster's crew, we're still waiting on you to define these terms. Electricity, electromagnetism, magnetism, electrostatics, static electricity, electrifa, and electripa.
And of course, ether.
Those are my two favorites, Electripa and Electrifa.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
because
just
when
telling
it
you
falls,
that-
it's still electrostatic and never goes away.
You know what
So
I'm-
agree.
When gas falls, I thought I was done with this. I thought the scam was over. Sorry, I just have to do it every single time that I hear the scam. Gas doesn't go down, go boom, boom, wits it. That doesn't happen. I thought I'd only have to be addressing this to the globe believers who say that there's a gravitational force. There isn't.
Agree to
Or
disagree.
You know what a free body diagram is? You got to draw all the forces acting on the body. So with the balloon on the wall, there's going to be an electrostatic attraction from the van der Waals dispersion force. There's going to be a downward force of gravity. Okay.
God, how many more times? For gas, going down, go boom, boom, Bryant. Yeah, reaching the Kármán line, rebelling, burning its bra, in violation of natural law, coming back down to Earth, go boom, boom. Gas doesn't do that. It's created at ground level. It expands in whatever direction it's travelling to fill the available volume it has to fill. It'll either collide with the walls of a container or collide with another gas particle, but in either event, it's not falling back down 9.8 meters per second with gravity or incoherent dielectric acceleration. Just so I don't have to say it again when Witsit then parrots off the same shite, scam, claim.
So you got to get the resultant force to see what's going to happen. In that case, the result.
Just what I'm finding interesting is the phrase "agree to disagree." This is their coup de grace. This is their topic. This is their way of defining reality. And instead of having the discussion with the gent who's obviously informed and could help the conversation along, we're all agreeing to disagree. Agree to disagree. Let's move on. Let's move on. Why? This is the underpin of their scam. Why wouldn't
they always come to a
explain it?
draw. Sorry for stepping on the end of what you're saying, Adam. I thought you were finished. They always come to a draw, but in this instance, they're trying to come to a draw because the guy annihilated their super planes. That's why they're trying to come to a draw here.
Resultant force
Even
is
though that's all they
stronger
ever
from
come to.
dispersion or van der Waals than it is from gravity. Okay,
Okay.
because you're adding charges by rubbing the balloon on your sweater. You're transferring charge.
Okay.
I'm saying in general, when we're not doing these things to create charge, you're not going to get electrostatics to create the downward 9.8 meters.
Even when it falls, it's a
For gas, going down, go boom, boom, forming puddles, right, Bryant?
electrostatic after it loses its charge and comes off the wall. So just agree to disagree, bro.
Like gas does. Falls off the wall, go down, go boom, boom. Bloody hell, every time.
But I wanted to say one more thing, because if you're going to
You get the final word. Go ahead, Bryant.
if you're going to use electrostatics, you've got to use maximum.
Gets the final word, does he, Dave? This is your argument, my friend. He gets the final word on your argument you got from us that you didn't back up or complete or win with. Shocking. He gets the final word. He's got gas pressure gradient on screen that you can't overcome because you've got your boys around you all claiming bullshit dielectric downward forces in violation of natural laws. No, my friend, he shouldn't get the last word. You shouldn't agree to disagree. You should annihilate him. You should take his argument to pieces. You should rip it a new one and show everybody who's watching how good you can bust the globe. Isn't that what you should do?
Yeah, but they can't.
Hell yeah.
No, but they can't. Hold on. But they can't, because they'll be in contradiction with themselves. Because as you said, remember the box with the gas in it in the vacuum? That box with the gas in the vacuum directly contradicts shit's at 60s argument. They're
Exactly.
in contradiction. They can't do anything. They have to agree to disagree and to move on, like Brian said.
I mean, you'll be wondering where you got that argument, to put it forth, Dave, when we take your words about shoeboxes and how gas would behave, because that's how gas behaves. Obviously, we understand how gas behaviour works, but you've sat there through this whole nonsense diatribe and not said a word. So, given that Bob and Witsit have completely disagreed with you, I just wonder what you've got to say for yourself. You're going to back the scammers and their con about downward biases, when you've got shoeboxes with gas that would fill volume, Dave? Did you realise that you and Bob are in complete contradiction with one another based on the argument you got from me when I gave it you? Unfortunately, yeah, that's going to be your downfall, given that you, like the Judas, denied even watching, right, Dave? Yeah, you do watch and you get arguments from me, and those arguments have left you in a very sticky situation because you are in direct contradiction to Globusters Bob and Witsit, who's sat right next to you. Why would it be that you're not highlighting that? You're complicit in this scam, are you, Dave? This con about downward biases. You're going to punt ionic helicopters to try and prove it for them, right? While you simultaneously let this globe believer beg the question of gradients without containment. He'll get the last word on it, will he? Not from us, Dave. We are having the last word on this shit debate you took part in. I will have the last word. Because what he's demonstrating on screen is a gas pressure gradient. And that required containment. And an overcome for that argument isn't that gas goes down, goes boom, boom, as I have highlighted on about 20 occasions, while you sit there and give the guy the last word with his gradient on screen that has no containment. So this area of black, that's an area of volume. Even in his own diagram, he's got a second law of thermodynamics violation. So we will be having the last word. The people who actually know how to win these arguments, Dave. We will be having the last word every time you fail to do a good job of debating Flat Earth. Hashtag #1 debaters. That's us. That's why I am having the last word on this crap debate about gas pressure and how it required containment. The thing you put forth but failed to defend. You didn't win the argument. You're about to give him the last word on it after your boy begged the question of downward biases that don't exist based on your very question that's on screen.
Maxwell's equations to actually calculate 9.8 meters per second for Coulomb's
Dave,
law.
give Nathan your free
If you can do
Bitcoin,
that,
pal.
then I'll believe electrostatics is real. But you got to have.
Say again, one deck.
I'm saying Dave should be giving you free Bitcoin because you're ripping his ass apart right now. He owes you free Bitcoin right now.
Well, what Dave's doing is sat there after listening to the guy's response about how gas would behave in a shoebox. Jaren the same, right? And they've just sat there looking at their shoes. Oh, let's have a little face assessment. Oh, there's Jaren trying to find his own dick again, rather than listening to the argument that completely pisses in Bob Nodell's face. And the supposition that's come forth from Dave, who, again, isn't going to back up any of the arguments he put down on the table, is going to let his own boy take it apart with downward biases. So what gives, Dave? I mean, are you in on the scam? Because it seems that way. You know, you've offered a decent question. Question. The one you got from me when I told it you. Yeah? You've offered that question and then let your boy completely take apart your argument. What's going on? Were you too stupid to realise that Witsit was shitting all over that argument that you made? And letting the guy win with a gradient that he can't have? Unless he's got a downward bias like Witsit's got. Right? Shite. These people aren't busting any globes. I am. That's what I just did. Yeah? When I pointed out that you can't have gas pressure without a container, and then went on to point out that a downward biases doesn't exist. Gas doesn't do that. That's me winning, me having the, quote, last word. That'll be had by the people capable of debating Flat Earth. Me and everyone around me.
Some equation besides.
I believe it's real.
You're basically just taking the gravitational equation and saying that that's electrostatics.
All right.
You are. You really are.
He said you have the final word.
Yeah,
Agree to
that was the
disagree.
final word. Agree to disagree. Do you want to? Do you want to do? You were talking about. You could show drop, a horizon.
Say again.
Nathan, can you just rewind that bit? Because to me, what you hear there is the educated physicist see what I think Brian has accused them of. All you're doing is taking the standard model and calling it a electra per electrifer, as he's saying there. He lays it out there. And look again, we've got to quit the end. There again is your whole worldview.
Okay, so you got to get the resultant force to see what's going to happen. In that case, the resultant force is stronger from dispersion or van der Waals than it is from gravity.
Okay.
Because you're adding charges by rubbing the balloon on your sweater. You're transferring charge.
Okay.
But I'm saying in general, when we're not doing these things to create charge, you're not going to get electrostatics to create the downward 9.8 meters. Per
Even when
second.
it falls, it's electrostatic after it loses its charge and comes off the wall. So just agree to disagree, bro.
I know,
Yeah,
but
hey,
I wanted to say one more thing, because if you're going to
you get the final word. Go ahead, Brian.
if you're going to use electrostatics, you've got to use Maxwell's equations to actually calculate 9.8 meters per second, or Coulomb's law. If you can do that, then I'll believe electrostatics is real. But you got to have some equation besides.
I believe it's real.
You're basically just taking the gravitational equation and saying that that's electrostatics.
Yeah, that's basically what we've been summarising every time I've had to take apart the same exact point from both sides of them. Yes, exactly, Adam. He did summarise it.
And that to me is if a baller is given that indictment of their faith, that's quite telling. I think that he's from that 3 hours been able to summarize it so succinctly.
Well, I'd also like to say.
Go ahead.
In reality, if you went into a courtroom and you challenged someone that is a subject matter expert, which they claimed he is a physicist, that's what they said at the beginning of this. So they put him in the position of a subject matter expert. You better come up with more than just agree to disagree. That is retarded.
You are. You really are.
He said you have the final word.
Yeah,
Agree
that
to
was the
disagree.
final word. Agree to disagree. Do you want to?
No, it wasn't the final word. I'm going to give that now. Gas doesn't go down 9.8 meters per second, regardless of whether or not you claim there's a downward bias with incoherent dielectric acceleration or claim there's a downward bias with gravity. It does not happen. I can debunk it by showing you gas behavior. Gas does not do that. Based on his rebuttal to the fact that Dave put to him from us that you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum, his diagram on screen with a gas pressure gradient next to a vacuum also violates entropy law. That is the last word from capable debaters who understand how to undo the claims of space and a sky vacuum, not from scammers who want to punt you a downward bias.
I want to do. You were talking about you could show drop, a horizon drop, and you don't like the.
I don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that one?
Oh, because the perspective stuff, we're just gonna get.
Oh yeah, I was really hoping for some proof of curvature. I mean, I've been looking for 7 years.
You had an image that on your sheet that was quite interesting, of a lake or something where you could see below it. You could see the drop. I think this image right here. This image right here.
Which one?
Can you see my screen?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I did the calculations on that, right?
So you did the calculation. I have to ask you a question. Where's the horizon? Is it right here?
The horizon is below eye level. It's a little.
Is it? But is this the horizon here?
The horizon. Well, that's the apparent horizon.
But this is this the horizon you're measuring, saying that it's below eye level?
Right, because eye level, it's a drop, and again, you got to look at the calculation, because the geometric drop, what he did.
Yeah, but where are you putting
But
the
I'm
horizon?
asking you a question. Is this the horizon?
Where did you calculate it from?
Well, why is he asking if it's the horizon? Right? The claim is Earth curve. I mean, we've got this problem on the last show. Is this going to be 15 times of Dave clarifying with the globe believer that the horizon's Earth curve to him, but without actually stating the word Earth curve and asking if this is a horizon whilst pointing at a horizon?
It's not only going to be
God, the standards are just so low.
It's not only going to be that, but they're going to assert that the horizon does not drop with altitude relative to eye level, which is demonstrably false.
Horizon.
Is this the dropped horizon that you're talking about right here?
Well, let me see what you.
Jaron, am I big so you can see?
You're small.
Oh, can you make me big, please?
It's not really my job, but all right.
But in your paper, I was looking, and I think you were talking about this being the dropped horizon.
Yeah, so you're looking right. So
is this the horizon?
Yeah, so you're looking down, right? So that would.
All
be
right. So that's not the horizon. This is the horizon. Okay,
That's eye level. That's
no.
Yeah,
this
that eye level
this
is
is
the
eye
horizon.
level horizon. Exactly. If you can see, everything is mirrored here, right? So this is an apparent horizon, but this is mirroring. Now, if there was no land here, if there was just ocean there, you.
They're back to Dave being the arbiter of what the world is and what the horizon is and how it works and how it functions. There's no positive claim necessitated for Dave to present. There's no requirement for him to do this. And frankly, I don't want you to do this, Dave. I don't want you to tell me what the horizon is. Right? Now, further to that, immediate rumpusing. Further to that, you do have a positive claim about what the horizon is. It's the thing he's supposed to be busting. Do you remember, globe busting? Yeah, I know you've tried to clarify with him about 15 times whether or not this is Earth curve, while simultaneously pointing at and calling it a horizon. It's Earth curve, according to him. Now, why we're having this crap played out by Dave, I don't know. He's definitely not going to debunk the Earth curve claim, because at the moment, he won't even call it that by name. He just keeps saying, is this the horizon? Pointing at a horizon. And then telling him, is this line I've drawn in that isn't in the photograph a horizon? No, that's a line you drew in, Dave.
You would think that this was the curve of the Earth, but it's not. It's just mirrored. And now this is just an image. But if we actually look and we,
is that your debunk? You'd think this was the curve of the Earth, but it's just an image it's mirroring? That's your debunk.
we see this is a boat going beyond that horizon where there's no land past it. So let me just fast forward here a little bit. This boat is floating in the air because
no, it isn't. It's not floating in the air, Dave.
Because your horizon's right here.
Well, let's look at some of my boats now, Dave.
But first, I'm showing you the image that you showed us is where you thought the horizon was, where all your calculations were done, is not. This is the actual horizon, not this.
No,
and by the way, having land or something in the background, it's super easy to see. Having nothing in the background makes it an argument that we can never win. Right. Okay, because you'll be like, no, that's not, But I'm showing you on this other image, on this video, this boat is going far over that. It's floating, but you see the horizon here. If these trees weren't here, this boat would be flying in the air.
I mean, that's actually pretty good, isn't it? I mean, it's almost on par with if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to the physical geometric sphere edge horizon, formerly known as Earth curve, could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as dictated by their claim of physical geometry. And in this image, called the Black Swan, we can show with measurable distances to oil rigs how far the horizon isn't blocking them with. Therefore, the horizon isn't Earth curve. Now that's a logical consistency backed with demonstrable proof. This wishy-washy load of old shite from Dave doesn't disprove a thing. Pointing at a boat with a mirroring effect, does that disprove that the horizon's Earth curve? No, it doesn't. This standard is shit.
Well, actually, he said it's mirroring Earth curve. So the Earth curve is there. It's just being mirrored.
Yeah, he
So
said
we
it's
can
mirroring the
understand
horizon. Right, no, he didn't clarify what the horizon was. He just kept saying horizon. He didn't specify that the globe believer believes it's an Earth curve edge blocking the boat. Now he's saying it's mirroring the horizon. So it's just mirroring Earth curve, because you haven't clarified, you top-notch debater, you.
This is my only point. We're this far in and we've still not got the baller firmly stuck to his geometric obstruction. I don't, again, you see, instead of dealing with the debate, we're wanting to educate people on what we know in terms of what this miraging, looming, whatever, I can't see the screen, so whatever's going off.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, this is, let me describe how the world works to you as I understand it again, instead of, so that horizon is Earth curve. and then
Exactly.
Black Swanning him.
These guys who are patting themselves on the back for being great debaters aren't overcoming any arguments. They're just offering up their opinions about what they say it is. So, you say it's Earth curve and an obstruction to the boat. It's going over the Earth curve edge horizon. That's what you say, is it? I say it's mirroring. How?
See, what I was saying about it, though, is to the listener, that's what they would have heard if they believed the horizon is Earth curve.
Yeah,
To the
no, you're spot
listener,
on.
to this debate,
I didn't
that's
disagree
all they
with
would
you.
have heard.
It took me a second to figure out what you were saying, but yeah, if you don't clarify what the horizon actually is and how it's being claimed to block boats and buildings because it's Earth curve, and you just keep saying, is this the horizon? Is that the horizon? Well, the horizon's just mirroring. Then the mind's eye of the guy watching or the girl watching is, well, that's Earth curve mirroring. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're absolutely right. You have to be hyper-specific. Especially if you're going to claim you're a really good debater. You know, you're losing your argument in your own words because you're not being specific about what's being talked about. In this case, the horizon, the thing we debunked as Earth curve in 2020, the thing Dave's pointing at, but isn't pointing out how the geometry doesn't physically work because it's a hill blocking the boat in the Black Swan. But he'll show you a boat mirroring, which proves nothing. This is a crap argument. Crap.
That's not too close, though. That's way too close.
It doesn't matter. The farther it goes out, the worse it gets. And by the way, if you see the horizon here, if let's say the boat went another 50 miles out there, it would just get harder and harder to see, and it would mirror the sky, and you would think that this is a physical horizon. This is an optical horizon. The real horizon's out here.
Send me that video and I'll look.
So you would think it's a physical horizon. I say it's an optical effect. Okay, now let's try it our way, Dave. You say it's a physical geometric limitation to your view at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Here it is in your maths if you want to deny it. See it? Marked with an X, labelled horizon? That's Earth curve. See where it says horizon? It doesn't need clarifying, by the way, Dave. It's marked with an X, labelled horizon in their maths. That's Earth curve, by the way. Just because you failed to clarify this horizon you're debating about without specifying what you're debunking. Not that you are. I am. I'm doing it now. If it was at the geometric limitation of their mathematical claim, then it could be no further than the hill in the way would suggest in their maths. We've only got to show once. Not if this picture was 50 miles further away. No, Black Swan. There's the oil rigs. We know how far away they are. Here's the horizon. That's his claim of Earth curve, the one that's going to block them at 1.2 times the square root of your observation height. It isn't blocking them, so it's not a hill in the way. That is how the people who want to watch flat Earth material get to realise how they debunk Earth curve, Dave. What are you going to do if you're in the bar listening to Globebusters and Dave when you want to recite how Earth isn't a sphere? Well, if I show you this vague wishy-washy picture of a boat and I tell you that it's mirroring, you'll have an alternative viewpoint. But you could just think it's a physical obstruction like Dave gave you permission to. Fucking numpty twat. You are a disgrace, Dave. Don't debate anybody. That's a fucking order. You're embarrassing me and everyone around me. The people who do know how to debate. Yeah? You're hanging around with twats who call us scammers for systematically taking apart the shit you fail to when you offer up an alternative with optical effects. I'm not going to agree to disagree at the end of an alternative offering. I am going to systematically take apart his geometric assertion that this horizon is Earth curve. It isn't, and I can damn well prove it. Unlike this crap that proves nothing. Zero! You're not proving anything. You're making people more confused with offering them more alternatives. Just tell them how it isn't what he says. That would be the predominant worldview that it's Earth curve, not the predominant Dave Weiss view that it's an optical phenomena, like anybody gives a crap. You muppets need to come here and beg us to teach you how to fucking debate this stuff, because you don't know how. You hear me? You stupid pretender clown idiots. Tell him it's mirroring. Give him an alternative. No! Debunk him! Pathetic idiot!
Look at it. I can't see it here.
Okay.
It looks
Well,
like
you have my app. Go to Boats Over the Horizon.
Don't go to his app, because you won't find any flat earth debunkings there. I've asked him to remove my videos. That would be the only place you'd have found debunkings of globe earth. As we were praised earlier, and I'm in the mood to self-praise, you're damn right this is the best cutting-edge place to be if you want to debate stuff. Not on his app that you'll have to pay him for, so he can peddle stuff he got from free from me. That's what he's actually trying to punt you. Now I've taken myself off his website. There is no flat earth proof there. You'll see sun videos of suns fading out. You're going to show them to your mates around the bar. Look at this sun fading out. And John and Sally next to you in the bar will say, what the fuck does that prove? And you'll ask yourself, why did I present this? Well, I'll tell you why. Because you carried on watching the scammers who told you not to watch me. Who made out like they weren't watching when they didn't understand the arguments, that you were too dumb to learn. Like a geometric horizon, Dave had to ask 5 times if that's his bloody claim, when it is the claim. Shouldn't be asking him even once. This is the claim, the horizon being Earth curve, Dave, yeah. I'm sure you'll ask him at least another half dozen times if that's what he's bloody claiming when you fail to debunk it and offer an alternative. Maybe if you make it seem like it's a vague. Maybe people don't know that they claim the horizon's Earth curve. When your alternative's offered, they won't realise. Yeah, well, Joe and Sally in the bar know damn well that the horizon blocks boats and buildings. They're going over it. There's maths for it. It's geometrically blocking them. Yeah? Till I come along and say, nah, it would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet then, like you say. Nah, it isn't. Look, here you go. Black swan. Can't be a hill in the way.
I will have to praise this Bryant guy. I don't think I've heard him actually make a positive claim about anything yet. Just tear theirs to shreds.
Well, I have one critique of what Nathan said. The reason that this guy is at the bar showing Joe and Sally a sun fade out video that they don't care about, and it doesn't prove what he wants it to prove, is because he bought Dave's app. That's the reason.
And there's 100 of these videos.
Okay, let's look at some of my boats over the horizon.
All right, beautiful.
Yeah, so there's 100 videos that you can waste your time with on Dave's app. We only need one image. One. Oh, that sounds like confidence. Yeah, Black Swan. Why is it called the Black Swan again? Oh, yeah, Karl Popper analogy. You only need one Black Swan to disprove the assertion that all horizons are Earth curve, getting in the way of boats and buildings. We only need one. Now you, if you want to be scammed, can fuck around on Dave's app watching hundreds of videos of suns fading out. Or know one fact. If the Earth was a sphere, as claimed in the maths, then it would have a geometric horizon at 1.2 times the square root of your height. And it isn't. End of Earth curve. Don't need fucking around with hundreds of videos of suns. Don't need any of that. You need us. You need flat earth debate. That's what you need. Not this shite that you'll pay for and waste your time with.
Bring on the waves.
Small,
What do we
yeah.
got?
Okay, can you see my? Okay,
Yeah.
I see a big wave in the foreground, but go ahead.
it's not a big wave.
Oh, it's not. Okay, go ahead.
You think that's
Let
a
me hear
wave?
it.
That's the bulge of the Earth. So how? I mean, this is the
No,
problem.
you can't just say it.
Well, this is the problem. Is you guys.
Right, he can't just say it. He did just say it. You can't just not respond to it, Witsit. I'll give it a couple more seconds, and if Witsit doesn't refute that, I'll have to do it for him. So yeah, he did just say it. He claimed the horizon was Earth curve. Something I've had to point out because Dave had to ask about 6 times if it was the claim. When he actually says it, you tell him he can't just say it. Well, you can't just, throw this claim positively back into the mix when we've diluted it so much with our alternatives and failed to debunk it. You can just state it as many times as you like, mate. They haven't debunked it. Say it as loud and as long as you like. Unless you're in front of me. Because I'll do what I do now if Witsit doesn't actually debunk you. We'll see.
We'll take boats that are not over the horizon, and then you can bring them back with the zoom. But if they actually go over the horizon, like this one, with critical thinking.
So do you think that any boat can be seen to go over the horizon with just your naked eye?
No, you got to.
Now, I asked a question. Can you see
What
boats?
does it matter if an optical?
Because
zoom
it matters because they tell us that that's the way that they figured out that the Earth was round hundreds of years ago, which is ridiculous because they would have never seen it.
Ah, shut up, Jaron, you stupid idiot. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles and every distance to this horizon he's claiming to block in this boat could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, exactly as dictated by the maths he's claiming. We've got imagery that shows that it's not a hill, it's behind the thing it's supposed to be blocking. Black Swan. We only need one. You don't need hundreds of bloody app videos. You don't need Jaron asking a nonsensical question that doesn't address or refute his claim. He claimed it was Earth curve. He can just ask it, and I can refute it. You can't, dickheads on this panel.
Any boat go over the actual horizon, they would have seen it disappear.
The actual horizon? Isn't that a little bit redundant?
From their eyesight, if they would have had a zoom camera, they would have pulled it back.
Proving or disproving what? You pulled the boat back from beyond the horizon. Yeah? Does that refute the beyond the horizon claim to be a physical geometric sphere edge at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet? Did it refute it by asking this question, Jaron? No, it definitely did not. Did it? Now I will educate you on how to do just that. You point out his maths has got a geometric limitation, and it's got maths that very specifically lays down where that geometric limitation would be. And then you hold him to task on the fact it isn't there. We do it with an image called the Black Swan. You can use whatever shite you like. This isn't it. Whoever that was, go ahead.
I can't take it anymore.
He did slip in the lingo of an actual horizon, which gives inference to an apparent horizon and the idea that there's more than one. So Jaron made a really good point that the baller can later use to bolster his claims in refraction, which makes it all nonsensical. There's only one horizon. This is nonsense.
Come up every time. I mean, it disappears from the bottom up.
Just like your son does.
Yeah, just like you failed to refute also, Dave. Just like his son does. Yeah, we had to take that shit apart as well because you failed to do that too. Yeah, same exact rebuttal. Sphere edge horizon getting in the way at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height to block the sun. You didn't debunk that though, did you, Dave? That's why you're now affirming that which you failed to debunk with him. Yeah, that's right, like his son. Yeah, the one you didn't debunk. Yeah, you useless turd.
Right? So here's a building, okay?
Onto the building, Dave. Surely you're going to debunk his claim of Earth curve. That's the primary claim. I mean, how long have you been in this arena? 7 years? You're not just going to flat out debunk it? Maybe Witsit will tell him he can't just say it.
Where the bottom few floors are missing. But if you look, these balconies, which are all the same, are getting compressed. And hang on.
And? So the bottom 2 floors are missing? Yeah? And if the Earth was a sphere radius 3959, every distance to that horizon claimed to be blocking the bottom 2 floors of this building could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And we only need to demonstrate once that it's beyond those limitations. This building image doesn't do that. And I have no desire whatsoever to educate Dave in perspective in terms of my brick example getting too small to see at the horizon. I don't need to justify any claims. What I do need to do as a quote-unquote globe buster, if I was Dave right now, is take apart his globe claim, not just tell him he can't say it, and then offer up some shitty picture of a building and affirm that there's 2 floors missing. Well, why would that be, Dave? Are you going to go on and give your explanation for why this is happening with squashed imagery? No, there's very much a positive claim that it's a geometric obstruction at mathematical limitations. Did that all sound a bit complicated for you to debunk? Yeah, I'm betting it is.
There's waves here in the foreground. This horizon, this apparent horizon is...
Apparent horizon? What, the apparent position where the sky meets the ground, Dave? Sounds a bit redundant. You're sounding stupid. A horizon is by nature and definition apparent. So it's not the apparent position where the sky meets the ground or sea, Dave. Very much redundant. You're just making yourself sound stupid. Maybe you shouldn't be talking about these things, Dave. About the apparent horizon. The apparent position where the sun meets the sky.
Dozens of miles
Nathan,
closer.
To have a feel of red dwarf about it. That's not the apparent horizon, Dave.
Shocking. You're too stupid to be debating this stuff, Dave. Yeah, that's why I'm humiliating you.
Than this. And these little waves, again, it's the same way the sun sets. It's being blocked. My finger.
Sorry, Dave, we don't need you to tell us how the sun sets, my friend. There's a positive assertion that the Western world believe in that it's a geometric horizon, limiting your view at 1.2 times the square root of the observer sight in feet. This alternative view about what it's doing isn't required. You're not my fucking guru, you stupid man. Don't try and preach to me about what you say it is, especially when the positive claim that it's Earth curve getting in the way isn't being debunked by you. You're worthless to us. First debunk that it's Earth curve, then we'll look at your positive assertions and maybe rip your head off with our very, very sharp and shiny sword that we use for bullshitters who make claims they can't back.
Finger can't hide my face if it was a wave, but if my finger was closer, I can set behind it. It disappears behind it.
The little waves can't explain this. So
Yes, a millimeter above your eye level can knock out an entire
Dave,
city
where's your Lego?
100%.
Where's your Lego video?
This is not from.
I
this
don't know where it
like,
is.
That was a good Lego video.
No, I'm just showing that when you zoom, when this is zoomed out, when you zoom it in, it doesn't matter if you can take the original screenshot and just zoom that original. It still gives you the same. So you're not able to bring this back from a zoom because.
Who cares? If the Earth was a sphere, you'd have a sphere edge horizon blocking the view of those oil rigs in the Black Swan. It isn't. Hills that block things don't move. It's game over. It's the end of the argument. We could talk about perspective and offer up our arguments for what the horizon is, even though we haven't got a positive claim about it. But that would just be offering up a false dichotomy that Jaron wants to buy in. What Jaron wants to do, being the class act debater that he is offer a false dichotomy argument, an explanation he isn't required to provide, so that the guy can spend the next half an hour pulling apart Jaron's explanations for perspective causing the horizon, rather than defending his own claim that it's Earth curve. Now me, I wouldn't be making a positive claim about what causes it because I've got no need to do so. I don't have a paradigm and worldview resting on my claim that it's a physical obstruction at 1.2 times the square root of the observer sight in feet. I don't have that positive claim to defend. I have no requirement to explain how it works or what it does. But as a ball buster, what I do is take apart their claim that their paradigm does rest on, that it's a physical obstruction. And this man is about to go on to explain how we've got a physical obstruction to his demonstrated boats being blocked by his claim of Earth curve. Now that's a white swan. A white swan that suggests that Earth curve blocks things because it's a physical limitation to your view. A hill getting in the way. Yeah, we've only got to show once that it isn't that, and we have. Black swan. We could show you hundreds, but you only need one to prove it isn't a physical limitation this guy's about to claim it is.
When you take that image and just zoom in the actual image of the distance, it's still the same as if you actually zoomed in with the camera. And that is very much over the horizon. Those are
over the horizon. In the Black Swan, the horizon's behind the thing that should be behind it. The thing that should be over the horizon in the Black Swan isn't over the horizon. The horizon's behind it, Brent. So no, the horizon definitely isn't a physical leading edge of a sphere blocking your view of oil rigs. Definitely not. We've debunked that. 1st of Jan 2020. We can debunk the claim Earth is a sphere, and their predominant primary claim that Dave had to clarify with him 5 times is that the horizon is Earth curve. As I say again, it isn't Black Swan.
Well, but see, that's what you don't understand. That horizon that you're seeing is called the wavefront edge.
No, it's called a horizon, Dave. Again, you decided that you're going to be our guru. Tell us what the horizon is. Come up with your alternative philosophy on what the horizon is and rename it. You want to be my god, the god of the dictionary definitions of things. Is that what you want, Dave? See, I'd prefer, not that I'm watching this shit beyond taking it apart and taking a dump on it, that you just took apart their claim that it's Earth curve, rather than offering up this shitty alternative for us. Go on, whoever from Discord. No? Okay.
It's a horizon that is way closer to you than those objects.
Okay,
and
well,
hold on.
The maximum distance is like 3 miles, right? Of the waves.
If this was a boat, right, and this is the wavefront edge, which makes it look like it's at your eye level, this boat is just going to go beyond it, and it's just going to disappear behind it.
That's the globe Earth claim of a physical geometric sphere edge horizon. again, why would you be doing this? You, number one, don't need to make a claim about it. Number two, you don't need to explain it. The horizon being anything isn't our claim. It's their claim. I mean, offering up this little explanation with demonstration leaves the opponent open with an opportunity to take apart this claim, while nobody from there, that would be our side on the flat earth, takes apart his physical leading edge of a sphere blocking this boat claim, because that's still on the table and will be for the duration, I am in no doubt.
Right?
From the bottom up.
From the bottom up. And
Correct.
that's
Okay,
just
show-
perspective.
Okay, it's not. But show me a paper.
Okay, it's not.
Well, no,
It's
no,
not.
show me a.
You're
show me a
throwing
reason-
it's not.
Show,
That's what
show,
you're
show,
talking
what do
about.
you want to say? Go ahead.
No, show me what you're talking about, the wavefront occlusion or whatever. It is.
So, again,
Yeah, wavefront occlusion or whatever you've decided you're going to con your audience with your little guru ways of relabeling things because you're the arbiter of the alternative view that doesn't debunk the globe view. Yeah, whatever it is. That's right, Brent. Yeah, he's just made that shit up. He's also told his audience that what a horizon is. The wavefront edge interaction. That is what a horizon... No, it fucking isn't, Dave, you stupid twat. Stop making shit up and labelling shit with your definitions of it. Who the fuck do you think you are?
and
So
in,
think
in the app, just watch the.
Oh, is it defined that way in your app? Hundreds of hours of suns fading out. Yeah, you just need one thing, Black Swan. That's all you need. You don't need hundreds of hours. You don't need to pay any for this app. You don't need to give Dave any money. Definitely don't give Dave any money. Just conning you. Wasting your time, hundreds of hours of nonsense. None of it will debunk a globe. Here's the man himself, the one punting you the app with the hundreds of hours of shit that you can watch, not debunking the globe. The man himself. He can't debunk a globe. And now my stuff's not on his shitty app. It won't be debunking the globe. It'll just be an absolute waste of time for hours and hours and hours. Because he can't debunk it. What makes you think anything on his app's going to do it? He won't. He can't. Don't pay him. Waste of money.
Boats over the horizon. It explains it for you.
Brian, if you can only see the edge of the edge of the sphere is 3 miles away,
We're
right?
showing you.
It's not. You're showing me tricks. I mean, all these things.
They're
you're
not
doing are-
tricks.
they're all
Showing you tricks.
They're 3 miles away would be the furthest you
We're-
could see the edge of the Earth, right? The curvature of the Earth. So if there's waves there,
Right, Jared, you fucking idiot. 3 miles away would be the closest you could see the curve of the Earth. Oh, Jared. What? What? No, mate, it's a calculatable, viewable geometric limitation, they claim. Anybody guess what the maths is? It's 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So again, if you're entrusting Jaron to debunk the globe, he hasn't got the slightest idea what the globe claims. Because he's just laid it down as being 3 miles, right? No, Jaron. It's 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet if it was true. Of course, given that we understand that, we can debunk it. Why did you just lay down that stupid, nonsensical shit that isn't correct? It's not correct because it's wrong and you proved it. It's not correct because the globe claims it. It's just on every scale, front, and score, incorrect. Why do people trust this man? It's just dumb. It's just stupid. It's thick as shit. You're thick as shit, Jaron. That's not where Earth curve lies. According to their claim, it's at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You stand corrected by me, the guy who knows what he knows and knows how to debunk it.
What?
I don't want to focus so much on the moon landing photos, but
I'm
just so
done
you
with
know,
this.
I mean,
I don't know about you
there is
guys.
a lot to photo forensics. So when you just go out there,
You had enough? Because I have. Yes, Nathan,
Yeah, it's
we're
kind
all
of
tired of it.
embarrassing. It's embarrassing. For me, anyway. It's cringy.
We'll see how it gets rounded out, and then we'll end this.
is
Yeah.
that with these high altitude.
Did you hear what Jaron said?
Wait,
Nice,
let
I'm
Darren
done.
say something again. What was that?
I just said all the cruise ships, or most of the cruise ships that go down to Antarctica, are all owned by the same guy, and he's the
Who gives a shit?
guy that Obama put in charge of NOAA.
The same thing.
All right, guys.
Brian, just say you have a final
You
statement.
even agreed to me that it varies wildly, and somehow it still can
Doesn't
get
matter,
slight
just
points.
sets
Funny,
you
I'm,
up
I'm
and
looking
down.
up electrostatics, and it says right here, the presence of surface charge imbalance
sets
means
up
that
and down
objects
during
will
a lightning
exhibit
storm, it
attractive
goes
and
the other
repulsive
direction, my
forces.
friend.
It says it right there.
During a lightning storm, the electric field switches polarity. You know that, right?
Why are you getting? It doesn't matter. It sets you up and
Yes,
down.
it does. You just said it sets up and down.
Sets up and down. 9.8 meters per second downward bias. That's what you've got, Witsit. Same as he has.
No, it
He
reverses
doesn't understand
polarity.
what that means, Austin. That's all. It's
I
just
guess
bizarre.
not,
He
dude.
doesn't understand what I'm saying.
You said the clouds weren't held together by
During-
electrostatics, man. I think
during
it
an
might be time to call it a night, bro.
During an
Altogether, aren't they going down with the bias, Witsit?
Now listen to what's being said here. Okay. Listen to the furore, the jokes that are coming, the distraction. He's taking apart their whole theory that the direction of flow sets the direction of orientation for up and down, doesn't it? That's proven by Zach's Van de Graaff generator. So what this gentleman is, he's looked into it and stated what happens in lightning strikes is a reversal of the polarity. And from recollection, which is going to defend that with it's only for a microsecond. This gentleman's a lot more knowledgeable.
No, during an electrical storm, the polarity reverses and it increases by like 10,000 fold. So you're saying that electrostatics defines the direction of gravity. How can it reverse
Gravity
like
doesn't
that?
exist. What do you?
Gravity, it's always down. Well,
Gravity is incoherent.
Always down. 9.8 meters per second, right, Brian? For gas. Going down. Go boom, boom. Like forming puddles and stuff.
It's dielectric acceleration. I'll send you some stuff. All right, I'll send you some stuff and you can read it or you can not read it. I don't know.
Answer this one thing.
Answer this.
How, if the electrostatic field is given the direction to why things fall, how is it that during
Why things fall? Like gas falls down, go boom, boom, forming puddles. Is that what gas does? Only moments earlier, you guys were talking about clouds. Yeah, they can have a laugh and a joke about the clouds, though, right? Because it's like they're in the know, both of them, aren't they? Yeah, we'll have a little joke about the clouds and how they don't work in this argument for either of us. We'll bat it off and then we'll move on about how it's got an always down. So it's no laughing matter now that the clouds have been pushed past. Yeah? Why didn't you catch this, Brian? Or Dave, given it was you that raised the question about having gas pressure next to a vacuum and you that asked the question about clouds, you just let the two con artist scammers talk amongst themselves about how clouds work or don't work with incoherent dielectric accelerative forces or gravity, ignoring the fact that they're not going down, and then moved on to a reassertion of everything going down immediately afterwards. I hope you're all understanding how we're pulling apart this scam and con.
a thunderstorm, the electric field switches from positive to negative and increases. Why don't things start floating up during an electrical storm?
You just get dielectric like pulses, dielectric discharges towards technically counter space.
Now,
And
that's
you think
just
the entire
pseudoscience
electric
talk.
gradient on the Earth flips over? Is that what you think?
It
All in counter space. I mean, I knew we'd get there in the end. That's why he didn't oppose the gravity field in Narnia sky vacuum. Because he's got to punt his alternative, counter space. Remember when I mentioned it earlier? Ding! Called it.
Agree to disagree.
Well, no, Bryant's getting ready to take a dump all over what he just said.
provably does during a lightning storm.
Bro, the whole entire
their whole
Earth's
position.
electric
From the
gradient
clouds?
flips upside.
Nathan, he's just summarized their Ethereum position very, very succinctly. He's got a good understanding of what they're claiming. And he's just took a huge dump on it, and he's about to extend that dump with Witsit's defense.
Down, that's what you
From
think?
the clouds to the ground.
It's a
polarity.
lightning bolt for a split second.
Yeah,
That's it.
the dielectric
It
discharge.
doesn't matter. There's no variations like that with gravity, or 9.8 meters per second. 9.8 meters per second stays the
That's
same.
an average.
So, laughing, joking about the clouds. Now it's back to very serious business of we all know everything's going down, all the same, 9.8 meters per... Gas doesn't do that. Tell your friends, if you actually want to debunk the globe, you need to unsubscribe from these wankers and come and subscribe here to me. Because everyone here knows what we're doing. We know how to debunk this shit, and we're not here peddling you some nonsense worldview about how things work in the world that we describe, with horizons that we're going to tell you how they work and what they do. We'll share with you our investigations, but we're not going to tell you we know what's what when we don't. Yeah, we're not going to con you. Yeah, and we're going to sway you away from con artists. This isn't akin to me going, oh no, I always promote fellow promoters of YouTube if they're a YouTuber, even if they're against my argument. Unless they're a con artist. Unless they're downright scammers. Like, that's why Rumpus is banned. Well, that blade is cutting both ways. Got to cut these scammers loose from your life. I've cut them loose. You need to do the same.
It just doesn't stay the same. How do you keep saying
doesn't
that?
understand it.
And wait, have you ever gotten a scale and then stood exactly where lightning striked and to see if the weight on the scale changed? Have you ever done that? I don't think anyone's ever done that.
Well,
Okay.
I don't think that's going to show much.
You can make things flow with electrostatics, bro. Come on.
Yes.
But again, electrostatic field of the Earth stops. We know
We're
things.
back. We're back.
I know, but
Yeah, this is go on forever, bro.
It's 1:15 in the morning.
I gotta get out. Yeah, I mean,
we gotta wrap it up.
We'll talk to him
It's
about
so
it
obvious,
for 5
and
hours.
you're denying the obvious. I mean, you're saying
Listen,
like
This actually hurts worse than my broken tooth.
Brian,
Brian, we all love you, by the way. We all love
We
you.
do love you.
Very
We-
nice.
we feel
man.
bad for
Appreciate
you.
Listen, go back, listen to this. All the things that you said you're going to look into it.
will.
If you need us to send you any documents, we'll send you some. What's it?
Can you stop it, Nathan?
Yeah.
Nathan, thank you. So they've all had each other on the back now, and Dave is telling them we all love the guy and all this rubbish. And now they're going to send him a load of information on the very topic he just schooled them on. Where are these people's heads at? Do not subscribe to these people. Subscribe to Nathan. Do not subscribe to these people. These people are liars, they're bullshitters, or they're frauds, or they're idiots. There's only one. They're just crazy religious believers. It's crazy. You just got shown how what you're claiming is a load of rubbish by someone who actually does know something about it.
I'll give him your email. He'll send you some stuff.
I want to see how electrostatics can give a uniform at the surface of the Earth, a uniform 9.8 meters per second, when we know it.
What of gas going down, go boom boom? I'll do it every time. Again, subscribe here if you want to know how the argument's taken apart. Every time I pointed it out was their failure. The people on screen, that's Jaron, Dave, Whitsitt, and Hibbler. It's their failure to debunk gravity. Every time I point it out, it's their failure to debunk outer space. Every time I point it out, every time I say gas doesn't go down, go boom, boom, it fills the available volume. It's natural law, it's entropy, it's gas dispersion. Open any pressurized container and watch it equalize in whatever containment it's in. Be that the quote-unquote atmosphere, sphere-shaped air that these tossers agreed with? Yeah, we debunk that here. That's what we do. Yeah, we're not going to scam you. We're not going to sell you ether. We're not going to sell you downward forces that don't exist. We're not going to do any of that. We'll just debunk the globe. Yeah?
It varies wildly, and it reverses polarity,
All right.
which means you
Cool.
got to explain.
He'll get it over to you.
why it
He'll
goes
get it
up.
over
We'll get it over to you.
I got you.
And then,
Yeah,
with
go sub to my channel too.
Welcome
Won't
to
be able
Flat
to,
Earth.
but good luck trying. Yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Like one of my sayings that you've ripped off, Dave. Not really watching, right?
We'll
All
get
right.
it over to you. No worries.
I'll send you some stuff, bro.
Thank you. And
I'll shut down any mention of
really
Nathan
just say
Oakley in
welcome to
favour
Flat
of
Earth.
nicking his arguments, doing a bad job of implementing them, and then nicking a few of his phrases at the end of my show. Yeah, good job, Dave. Yeah, you're a thief. Yeah, don't say welcome to Flat Earth. That's mine. It's copyrighted.
All right. Well,
All right, let's say our goodbye. All right. So it was nice. Thank you for coming in, and I know
this
it
is kind
did.
of what I was worried about.
I know 4-on-1 was not kind. Or
wait a minute. Hold on a second. I think we were very good to you.
Yeah, we were. We didn't call you
It's
names.
not that you were not bad. It's not that you were.
Good to him. You didn't take apart a single word he said. I mean, he had a great visit. You know, anybody who was on the fence will maybe be converted to a globe based on everything he said, affirming what they already knew, and you not taking apart a single word of it. Good to him. Yeah, I'd agree with that assessment, Dave. You've been very good to him. You've been very good to the globe earther and his rhetoric. Yep, that's a good assessment. Me, I'm a flat earther. You see, I'm not interested in the business of being good to people who buy your app. Yeah, that's not my game. I would have taken that guy's shit to pieces. Oh, I did, didn't I, Dave? I did it with you here watching and smiling. Yeah? Patting yourself on the back for how nice you were to him. I wasn't nice to him or you, Dave. I couldn't give a flying fuck who you are. You, him, doesn't matter. Talk shit. Expect me to correct you. Yeah? Humiliate you with your useless shit taking apart globe claims. That's what you can expect, you smiling muppet. Yeah? Welcome to Flat Earth. How did you prove it? Did you prove that elevation angles couldn't be taken when they're skimming off a globe surface? You didn't prove Flat Earth, so why are you welcoming to it? Yeah, that's copywritten, mate. Don't use it, especially when you haven't proven a Flat Earth like I do. Yeah, don't welcome anybody to something you haven't proven. Yeah, I prove a flat Earth, then welcome people to it. In fact, I do one step better. I get them to prove a flat Earth. So when he said angles skimming a sphere surface, I'd get him to justify and define what an elevation angle was. And when he defined it off a flat plane, I'd then welcome him with his own words to flat Earth, Dave. That's how it works. Yeah? Not only are you going to rip off my sentiment and statements, you don't really know how to use them contextually correctly either. Next time you get an opponent to use their own words to prove that the Earth is flat, that's when you can welcome them to flat Earth. That's when you can rip me off. Okay?
Gosh, man.
Go on, whoever that was.
I was gonna just comment in terms of they were nice to him, and obviously there was no outcome. It was we'll agree to disagree. It wasn't, respectfully, Brent, whatever his name is, he absolutely creamed them. There was not one thing that he proposed that they were able to report or made him pause and wobble on. But more importantly, instead of dealing with them, they kept presenting their worldview. And he destroyed theirs with knowledge and facts. And all we heard in rebuttal was, well, let's agree to disagree and move on. And oh, it's time to wrap up. That was noticeable to any person neutral that's coming into, and this is what I care about. This is why this is a disgrace, that if somebody's coming in to see these guys debate because they're uncertain, what message do they leave with? They leave with that it's probably still a ball because that guy knew what he was on about. And these flat earthers, they're right religious nutters.
Well, I would say he didn't destroy them with knowledge. He destroyed them with some knowledge and with his own religious belief, which is stronger and more established than theirs. Now, I know you were probably talking about basically the dialectic side of things, so I understand that. Yeah, you don't need to. Well, you can if you want. I mean, if you want to confirm that, but I think we all know that. But I just want for the audience to say, because we know what you mean, but the audience may not. But what I would add to the whole thing is, Jaron said it was 4-on-1, so that wasn't fair. No, it wasn't, Jaron. You needed probably 5 or 6 on 1, because if there was 2-on-4, it would have been an absolute unbelievable destruction of you. You're lucky there was only 1. If there was 2 of him, it'd be over. It's true, isn't it?
Yeah, he could have handled another one. They could have put Bob Nadell on as well, when he'd have still coped just as fine, wouldn't he?
Well, it's like, you know, when you see 4 or 5 bumbling bouncers trying to control one person, they're all getting in each other's way, and none of them are doing it. You know, when you see that kind of thing, or police officers doing it when they're all getting in each other's way.
Yes, in Ireland.
Sorry?
A racial slur. He said, have you seen a load of bouncers falling over each other trying to control one man? And I went, yeah, in Ireland.
Oh, yeah, you see plenty of that. But it's to say, it's Keystone Cops, because they're all bumbling, they're all falling over each other. None of them are actually completing the task. It's a mess. You know, they all end up angry. Then at the end, when the guy gets away, they all pat each other on the back.
Yeah, any one of us could have taken apart single-handedly every claim when it was presented, leaving no necessity to defend the further claims or justify your own bullshit that parallels their claim. You know, it's fine. You know, you guys congratulate yourself all you like about how good a job you've done, but you know, we'll be here to mop up the mess and actually debunk the shit that you can't. So fine.
That's the stressful part. Any one of us could have destroyed it in 10 minutes, not even.
Well, I would like to point out what's getting ready to come next, because we've heard the assertion that lightning makes things float off the ground and it changes the direction of down, right? And they say that the gradient is towards the earth. That's the direction of down. He hasn't done it, but he's getting ready. Like he did it a little bit, like Adam pointed out. But he hasn't put.
I just didn't want to talk to Austin. I wanted to talk.
Nobody wants to talk to Austin when it comes to this stuff.
He's not listening. He's got his strong idea of electric.
But you don't. You really don't have any strong ideas that are
I do,
overwhelming.
but I can prove. easily that the electric field varies wildly. It's so simple to prove this.
Okay, but he didn't say that doesn't have anything to
But
do
we're
with
not
the
saying that
theory.
that matters.
When it switches polarity, it does. You're saying that
For a
gives-
split second with the dielectric discharge for the millionth time.
Again, but it's just, that means gravity would have to have an impulse that you could measure, and it doesn't. For the
No,
Gravity has nothing.
You're missing
the
the
whole
point.
electric gradient doesn't flip on the whole Earth.
No,
dude.
actually, during an electric storm, that potential reverses for quite some time. But the lightning is a split second. You're right.
It doesn't flip across the whole Earth.
Absolutely boom.
That's the end of the Ethereum, what he just did.
Yep. I'm locking up my office and I'm leaving.
PK, did you want to add something?
Did I want to add something? I've been listening for the last hour, brother. Nathan, you're a very angry person. Looking at the server rules, number 2, it says you would treat others as you would have them treat you. And number 3 is no gossip, no drama, no he said, she said. That's all we've been doing for the last hour is tearing each other apart.
On the contrary.
I mean, why can't we all be on the same team, bro? I don't
let me answer
understand
it.
why.
Guys,
Ether
you
has to
don't
be
have
a
to get
major
triggered from the
schism,
first
bro.
outside view we hear in about 10. Yeah, go ahead. Feel free.
Why does ether have to be this major schism within the community, bro? We're all trying to figure this stuff out. I mean, when we first came to Flat Earth, we were in a sea of false information and bull crap, and we've been weeding our way through it for years, bro. I don't understand why we have to fight and cuss and scream at each other and say you're not this and you're fake this, and it doesn't make any sense to me, bro. Why are we tearing each other apart, Nathan?
Okay.
Who's talking
What
about either?
conversation are you talking about? Because
Okay.
that didn't happen here.
Okay. So, no, we just have a very refined way of taking apart people who make claims about the nature of Earth. So, you might say that in the server rules, but what I say at the beginning of my show is that you can present your views in regards to the nature of Earth. You understand?
Yeah, I get it. And you're what you're doing is you're going over a debate that that we all probably watched, and it just doesn't seem that you're being very kind and
I'm not.
very accusatory, and I don't understand why. I don't understand what.
Oh, right. I've taken the gloves off. I've been called a scammer by these people. They've said that I'm a scammer.
It called you a scammer?
Yeah, they've said I'm a scammer, yeah.
Witsit said that?
They've all said it.
Yes.
Soft doctors.
They all said it, dude.
So, anything else?
So say I call you a scammer. Ah, Nathan's a scammer. So
How big's your channel?
does that mean you're
How
gonna
many
run
people do
out
you
and
reach?
just-
How many people do you reach?
I'm telling you that your method
How
is
many
not going to be
people,
as
other than now, while I talk through you, how many people do you reach?
Do I personally reach?
Do you need the question a third time? I'll give it you.
I'm not
How
on social
many
media,
people?
bro. I don't do any of this stuff.
How many people do you reach?
Say 5.
I don't give a fuck
Say
what you
5
say about
people.
me. Call me a scammer all you like. You've got no influence. You're not an influencer. Dave is an
I'm not calling you
influencer.
any
I'll be
names, bro.
talking, not you. I'll be responding to your question now. Shut up. You are not an influencer. You are inconsequential if you call me a scammer on your shitty little channel with 5 viewers. Nobody gives a shit what you say about me if you call me a scammer. Meanwhile, if Jaren makes a video calling me MC Scammer with a catchy tune, that directly affects whether or not I can pay the bills and feed my children. If Dave Weiss tells his audience that he's not really watching me, in fact, he's not watching me at all, end quote, we, in fact, he spoke for his entire panel, are not watching Nathan Oakley, shutting down a mention from this guest that we're covering, then yeah, I'll have a lot to say about it. I'll say it with as much furious anger as I can muster when I've been betrayed by some cunt called Dave. Yeah, some guy who I've supported in the background. Heaven forbid he ever promoted me in any meaningful way. He wouldn't want to do that. No, he'll just come to me on the sidelines, get the arguments he can't overcome at great time expense to me. Time that could be spent building up my channel to generate an income when he tells an audience as an influencer that we don't watch Nathan Oakley at all, shutting down any conversation about a debating point brought up by his guest. Meanwhile, letting
See how that
his guest
works out for
waffle
you,
on,
bro?
haven't finished. Meanwhile, letting his guest waffle on about downward biases that he can't overcome, something that I am addressing with my anger and annoyance, because I'm a flat earther who can overcome these arguments. So I'm presenting their shit crap, useless ability to overcome the arguments presented by a globe believer and doing it for them because they can't. So while it might seem like I'm just an angry guy, what I'm actually doing is presenting the most concise and consistent flat earth proofs and globe earth arguments where they have not been provided by these guys. Hope that's clear.
See how that works out for you, bro. You get what you put out, man. And you're putting out anger and you're putting out a bunch of nasty stuff, bro. And that's
sorry. No, it's great. Let the guy have his opinion. You're saying you put out what you get back.
Years ago, you were screaming at people and cussing at people.
I heard you the first time. Sorry, I heard you the first time.
This is just how
Hello,
you are, bro.
Hello, I heard
okay,
you.
Man. That's how you are. That's how you are, man.
Yeah, you're rude. You keep talking through me. I'm trying to respond, and now a panel's doing it. Yeah, it's frustrating when that happens. That's just annoying. So that's my annoyance. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You're saying you get back what you put out there. Right. So if you're to put out there that an honest, decent man who's just trying to feed his family with a YouTube career is a scammer, you might end up getting that back. Yeah, you might. And he is. Jaron's getting that back from me, and I'm demonstrating how he is a scammer with examples that I can demonstrably prove is the case. He just said I didn't know what science was because his compadres are lying about science, proving things with the Cavendish experiment, which it isn't. Now, that's a lie and a scam, and I'm going to point that out whether you like it or not. Getting back what you put out is what Jaron's getting back for putting out that I'm a scammer. I'm actually showing how he is a scammer, not just saying it as he has done. Put out and now getting back from me. And he will continue to, regardless of what you view it as, my anger. Yeah, I'm furious. Yeah, I've been betrayed by a friend who I helped out and have put significant amount of hours into helping that man debate because he can't do it himself. That's Dave Weiss. He's incapable of debate. He needs me in the sidelines answering the questions that he can't. He needs me to defend his Bitcoin when he puts out challenges. That's what he needs from me. And then he'll throw me under the bus with a load of guys who are claiming I'm a scammer and making songs about me being a scammer. So yeah, he will receive the sharp end of my tongue, my friend. Okay? Don't care if it's good with you or not. 5 viewers.
Can I just...
it ain't about it being good with me, bro. I was just pointing out...
Shut up!
I'd like to address the guy. I don't want to address him. I want refracted curvature to address him. He started this after show with a statement about why we're all here and the implications of what's going on. So if I can hand over to you, John, just can you go back?
Yes, sir. That's what's making me angry right now is people like this guy are actively hurting our community by allowing people who are lying about the nature of reality and perpetrating a scam to get off because they're flat earthers.
Good point.
That is ridiculous,
Let's
sir.
put it back to you.
You are a sorry human being.
So if there's an Indian call scam center and it happens to be in the flat earth community, should I spare them the drama, not put out my anger towards them?
All I know is I was in a room the other day with...
I don't give a shit what you were in the room doing the other day. If there's an Indian call scammer center in the flat earth community, am I not allowed to call them out because it would make me look angry? That's my question.
Hear your question.
Yes, my question to you. I answered your question. I cleared the airwaves so your question could be heard. I listened to it, I repeated it, and then I answered it. Now I'd like you to answer mine. If there's an Indian scam call centre in the flat earth community, should I spare my audience my fury and anger pointing out that they are scamming? Should I not do that?
Oh. Well, that's your call, bro.
My call? Good job.
Wow.
Well said. My answer to your saying it's my call. Yeah, I know it is. It's my show. I've got an influence over an audience. Earlier, I was asked if I take that seriously, if I realise how big a deal that is. Yes, I do. I also realise as an influencer how big a deal it is when I say another channel's a scammer. That I also realise. And I'm going to respond to it. And in lieu of that claim made against me, I will demonstrate the claimant's scams to my audience because I also have influence over an audience when I tell my audience, not typical, out of character in fact, that they should unsubscribe from these scammers, then if they're of any degree of intelligence, I expect them to do so. I will expect me to have influenced them to do just that. Okay?
Could I say something to this man? If he's available for it. Do you realise that your attitude is the very thing that's holding back and hurting flat Earth. It's this accepting attitude of nonsense and people punting nonsense that is holding flat Earth back, as is proven by Brian Myers, who's against these 4 globebusters. I mean, them being allowed to point out this nonsense, and someone like him showing to the public that it's nonsense, is hurting us. So you want us to be nice? You want us to be understanding? Fuck that. There's no nice
Isn't
or
that how the
understanding.
ball started, Brian? Isn't that how heliocentrism started?
Yeah, everyone was all understanding.
Hold on. Don't get into
Everyone was all-
examples. Guy, you've asked the guy a question. You've put a statement to him. At least give him a chance to
So I
respond.
didn't get the. When Neil came in, I lost my track of thought. The point I'm making is, I want to ask the man, does he realise that his attitude is holding back and hurting flat Earth? That is the very attitude that's doing it, because of his understanding, because of his acceptance of rubbish. Finished.
How do you know what my attitude is and what I've accepted and what rubbish I've accepted when all I've said is that you forgive and you will be forgiven. That's what God says. You get what you put out. And the rules of the server say you're supposed to treat other people the way that you want to be treated. That was kind of my point. And I'm not really sure how that's rubbish, bro. How quoting the word of God is rubbish, and how quoting the rules of the server is rubbish, and how just pointing out the overall idea that angry people are generally not listened to, bro.
All right.
Have they asked for forgiveness?
So you
Did
didn't
they
answer.
retract what they said?
Please,
here you
Neil,
are.
Please, Neil, you didn't answer my question. You started telling me about what God says, as if you would know what God would say. You're coming and telling me about the server. I didn't ask you about any of those things. I asked you, do you realise how your attitude is hurting and holding back flat Earth? You didn't answer that
Maybe
question.
you could be more specific, because I'm not sure what you mean when you say that I hold rubbish views that is damaging the community. with
Brian,
all 5 of my
stop,
followers,
both of you,
bro.
stop. Brian, you've got to let him respond. Try once more, my friend.
I'm not sure what your question is, because you're assuming that I have rubbish views. I'm not aware of what those rubbish views are. You're saying that my type of mentality or my views are holding back the flat Earth community. I'm not really sure how that is. I'm promoting just civility, just being kind to each other and being understanding of each other, and understanding that.
I'm sorry, my friend. I'm
we're
going to
on
have
the
to try
same
again with my
team,
panel. They're not used to having to listen to somebody else.
We should speak well of each other, bro. That's all I'm promoting.
Fine.
I don't
Seems
see how
reasonable.
that's weak.
Well, okay, let me. I'm not pre-assuming anything. The fact that you've come in here trying to critique us on something that you obviously don't understand, and a situation you obviously don't understand, tells me directly that you are open to believing and accepting rubbish. Why do we need to be nice to people who are obviously hurting what we're trying to do? Why would we need to do that? Where did nice ever get anyone? Right? You're looking for civility and understanding when that stuff does not work within this arena. It never has and never will. So the fact that you're coming in saying that tells me that you are open to believing nonsense or just accepting it existing within our community. I don't need any more proof than that.
Okay.
This is a sidetrack to
hold
the
on, John.
main point, though.
Let the guy, he wants to have his point. Look, I've taken it on board. The guy's saying, like I hear a million times, and each time I say I'll take it on board, and it's part of my character. When I'm fuming about something, I'm fuming, and I've tried to explain to him why I'm fuming, why I feel betrayed, why I would go to the extent that I am, in a context of debunking the claims they have failed to debunk themselves. That's how it's been framed. So it's not just me sitting bitching about Dave and how I've been mistreated. That's not what I'm doing. I'm saying this is Dave not taking apart an argument. Here's Dave using one of our arguments and not following up on it because it contradicts Whitsitt when he says that gas go down, go boom, boom with an accelerative force. This is all very much on the topic of the nature of Earth, in context with my show, very much educational in its benefit. However, you're saying, yeah, but you're very angry when you do it. And I go, yeah, that could be better. I could control my emotions better. However, we're talking about someone I considered a friend. So there's more emotions than possibly could be there. You're right. I'm agreeing.
I have a
Nathan,
question.
can I
Good
just?
I'm curious. You said we should speak well of each other. I'm curious. Did you stop by over there to the Globebusters guys and tell them that we should speak well of each other when they sat there and called us scammers for saying that science proves things? Because literally that's what science does. Did you stop by there and tell them that? Just curious.
They don't have an open door. We have a place for him to come and vent. That's why I'm letting him do so.
Well, I just want to get back to the major point here, because in analogy, talk nicely of each other. Well, we can move that to a bigger context and say we have a country, and we have someone who's representing us in this country, and they start ripping people off by saying things that aren't true and pushing forth pseudoscience. Now, I speak up against that person who's representing us. Whether I voted for him or not, he's still at the forefront. Would it then be appropriate to tell me that all I'm doing is spreading hate or talking angry? And should I not be upset when they're deceiving the people that I care about?
Are you asking me that question?
He's saying it in a general way and also asking you, yes.
Well, I think that's a slightly different situation.
How so?
Interesting.
Well, how so? Because I think there used to be a time, maybe I'm naive, but there used to be a time where Republicans and Democrats in our country, in America at least, could be considered Americans who had the same vision and different ideas of how to get there. And now our country's been torn in two. There's no longer one vision. It's globalists and nationalists. It's people who love their country and communists. So it's no longer we don't any longer have the same vision. These are adversaries who should be shown no quarter. And maybe that's what you're saying is these people, you've identified these people as adversaries, and so they should be, shown the door, I guess. But
Yes.
I just don't see that, especially with Witsit.
Let him get to the end of his point, then Kiwi can respond. Hold on.
Please.
Let him get to the end of his point.
Hello?
Yes, I hear you. I said let him get to the end of his point, then you can respond to him, Kiwi. Go ahead. BK.
Yes, he got to the end of his point. I don't know
I'm
why.
just saying it was a poor analogy because clearly
Yes, so-
Democrats, as far as I can tell, are communists, bro. They are adversaries of
Okay,
freedom.
stop. I was hoping
And
you'd
so what you're
parallel it
saying,
with us.
in that
Hold
analogy,
on.
what you're saying
My
is
friend,
that
I heard the example the first time.
Witsit and his-
Hello? I heard it the first time. I thought you were going to juxtapose it with us, so it was comparable. But you haven't done that. You've just reiterated it.
I think he was just about to do it.
I was trying to, bro.
Okay, go ahead.
So unless what you're saying is that Ethereans are communists in your analogy, well then yeah, maybe
What analogy?
you should do what you're doing.
What analogy? You're making the analogy.
Burn the whole house down, bro.
You're making the analogy. What analogy? If we're calling them communists, we're not. We're not making an analogy. You are. That doesn't make any sense.
I was talking in general about a representative that was put in the forefront, and if they're lying and using pseudoscience, they should be called out. And you're talking about Democrats and Republicans like that has anything to do with it.
Exactly.
I thought you brought politics into it, and so that's where I was going with that. I was just working off what I thought you
Fair enough.
used
I
as
missed
an
that too.
analogy.
It's all right. No, my bad. I missed that too. Go ahead, Kiwi.
Yep. Can I jump in here for a second? So
maybe
that's a false comparison fallacy with the Democrats and Republicans. On to the bigger point. So what you're saying is that we should be civil to demonstrated frauds. Yes.
If you're civil, you will have a wider audience. That's just a fact,
really?
bro.
Really? That's just a fact. Do you have any evidence?
Yeah,
of that?
man. We
Hold
need more
on.
numbers.
Controversy
Bring
will build
these
your
up.
audience, bro. Controversy is good. Controversy is something that will attract
Do you
an
have any
audience.
evidence of that claim?
We're looking for quality audience, not quantity audience.
Did I ask you, Arwen? I did not. Do you have evidence of that claim, sir?
Of what claim?
civility
of the claim you just made that we should be
Which
civil.
one? I've made
to
several, bro.
demonstrate hold on. That we should be civil. This is your rationale. That we should be civil to frauds so we can attract a wider audience. Was that what you said?
Okay, so you're saying these people are frauds. That's your ultimately
No,
your claim.
stop. He's asking you to back your claim. Right, so you made a claim that we will broaden the audience by being more civil. That's the basis of your claim. He's saying, can you back that? That's all he's saying.
How would I back that? That's
a
an
no.
interesting question.
Okay, thank you.
Are you saying that being rude and nasty and calling people names and cussing and using filthy language, that is? I guess Howard Stern has an audience.
No.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what kind of people you want to attract. I guess.
But BK, you just made a claim saying that we should be civil so we could attract a broader audience. So that means that somehow you've seen civility bring more audience.
Well, I think civility is a trait of a
We don't
decent
care.
person. Bro.
Stop. 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 We don't care. We don't care. We're using. It's just no. Okay, that's fine. So
you use intelligent.
I'll try again. Try again. Please stop talking. Please stop talking.
What's so hard about that to understand?
For the love of Jesus, please stop talking. Do I need to say it 5 more times, or will you continue waffling through the top of me? Yeah, I'm gonna take
I love
apart.
Jesus
Yeah, he is. Yeah, because he can detect. He's gonna have his stupid nonsense handed to him on a plate. Stop talking, please. Yeah, you have come with what's known as a baseless assertion. Yeah, your baseless assertion was, if you're more civil, you'll increase your audience. Bullshit. You just made it up. Now, normally you'd get a lot more anger, but you don't need to talk. You don't need to talk. That's the 5th time. Stop doing that, please. I will summarize your bullshit that you made up without interruption from you. Do you understand? You may answer. Do you understand that I'm going to summarize your fucking shite lie that you just made up? And you're going to shut up while I do it? Mr. I'm a Christian and we need to have good values. Mr. I've just made up a shitty nonsense claim that you can't back. You just made it up. Shall I label you the Antichrist liar and get angry with you? Let's see how you cope with my anger directed to you, you little bullshitter. Now shut up! Shut your mouth. Why are you laughing?
Dude, come on, man. Are you serious?
I'm going to shut you up. You've got one last chance, BK. I'm going to be forced to mute you. I will summarise what you've just done after telling us how civil we should be. Yeah, I've got to mute him. Last chance, BK. What you've done is...
Oh, man, go for it.
I don't need you to... Just need you to do what you've just done, which is mute yourself so I can take apart your positive claim that you could not back. Now, we're about 5 minutes away like chuckling fundies do from the embarrassment. He's off mute again to try and sabotage him being humiliated with his bullshit that he came and was called on by QE. So what he'll do is he'll put himself further and further away from his own bullshit that we're calling him on by interrupting non-stop. It's called rumpusing. So that the point he made is further and further away from the rebuttal. Yeah, you're coming here with your all high and mighty about being angry at people. Yeah, we're doing it for you now, as opposed to Dave Weiss. We're not calling Dave Weiss a bullshitter anymore. We're calling you one. But what's he done? He's gone on server deafen so he doesn't have to listen to me tell him that he's a bullshitter. Because he doesn't want to hear it. He wants to hear the sound of his own voice through me pointing out that he's a bullshitter. You've got no place telling us how we should behave, bullshitter. You may not listen to it now. You may not listen to it after the fact, but you represent a whole cluster of people that are high and mighty telling me how to behave while they simultaneously come and just make shit up. On the spot. What, to justify your righteous indignation about how I behave when people fuck me over? Yeah, mate, you're just another bullshitter though, aren't you? As QE found out for you when he asked you to back one of your claims you made that you couldn't. And your claim that you made was in justification for you telling me to stop being so angry at wankers who fuck me over. No, I won't be, mate. Yeah? There's plenty of dicks out there that can make shit up and tell me about how wonderful they are and how they'd behave, immediately destroying their own credibility within 2 minutes of making the argument by making shit up.
That's called snatching your own wig off.
I
Can I
hate
say
when they
something
bring
with all this
religion into it, man. I mean, because even Jesus didn't say he come to bring peace.
Could I ask this gent a question, please?
Oh God.
Sure.
And
I mean,
it
I don't
alludes
think he
to
should be
what-
asked anything. It's because he's decided to serve himself while
Yeah.
he's
During
being
the
destroyed.
correction, he didn't listen. He did like Rumpus used to do. The moment I
Exactly,
stop him rumpusing me, he put himself on server deafen. So he didn't have to listen to my response. It's either or situation for him. Either I will not listen to you, take apart the bullshit I just made up, or you will have me incessantly talking through you. Yeah, nice trick, mate. This isn't my first rodeo, BK. Yeah, I notice you're off server deafen now. So you've heard us using you as an example right now when I did it just then. You're a bullshitter. No, you don't have any stats to say that I should be more civil to build my audience. I've had the most profitable day in about the last 2 months, being about as angry as I can be. Yeah, because I am angry. When I get fucked over, I'm angry. Yeah, deal with it. That's me. Heart on my sleeve, bearing it for my audience, doing what I do. But at the same time, it's not just handbags in the arena. It's doing it whilst taking apart actual globe Earth claims, as they're laid out by a glober, and as they're failed to be responded to by Dave Weiss and Jaron and all the rest of them.
Bunch of Jane Fondas.
I'd like John to make the greater point that he's been making for a while now about why are these people still here? Globe busters at all. Why are they still here?
I don't know. Nonsense to punt? Religions to sell? Gurus to become?
Well, he might not be at his mic. I was going to say because they have an audience of people listening to them because nobody's calling them out except us.
And we're the bad guys for it, right? We got to be nice to people that call us scammers and homos and a bunch of other nonsense. No, thank you.
Well, of course they're going to react like that, but the reason they're doing it is because we're pointing out how they're scamming, demonstrating the words they're using and how it is a scam, and even showing other people, showing them how it's a scam when there's 4-on-1. But we're supposed to be civil to people that are being sleazeballs? I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
No, I don't get it either. But there we go.
That's why I was curious with my question. Like before you showed up here with the kumbaya shit and tell us we should speak well of each other, did you stop by to the fellow globe busters over there and explain to them that we should speak well of each other? Why would you call those guys over there scammers? Why did you do that or not?
Chalk, I always like it when a Christian, as he appeared to be presenting himself in Christ, comes to give judgment of others. So it's always very useful that and telling the genuine Christian.
And then closes his ears after that, right?
And
hold on.
I just want to go back. I just want to go back to Brian's point, which is what I wanted. He's gone, but I still want to make the point because I think Brian was correct, and this is important, not just to addressing Dave and those, but those that turn up with this kind of critique. What Brian was asking you is, what are you doing? And it refers to what you were saying, Refracted, as well at the beginning. You claim to be part of this community now. What's your choice? Are you going to stand by and let people scam and present a religious faith that's not backed up, which is the thing we all got in this community to oppose, the one of the ball? And as today's baller showed you, that these guys have just strapped Electropa and Electrifa onto gravitational theory. So all they're doing, and they're touting it as a reality for you to go along with, an alternative to the ball earth. Yeah, that's, to me, that's what you guys have got to now decide. Not come here and critique the format, which has been like it has been for a while. Have a look at yourself and decide. which way you want to go. Because that's, unfortunately, and it's easy to come here and lay it on Nathan's door, but that's unfortunately what they did. Because for the majority of the time, they were going, we should just be allowed to explore how we want. It's our right to Imagineer, yeah? And we kind of sat back until Whitsitt turned up with this and Whitsitt turned up with that, and then we have to respond. And then the second, obviously, we start to expose the fragility of their faith, we're called scammers. So you ask us how we're going to react. Scammers and flat earth homos, because Nathan's the scammer, we're flat earth homos. They're the words of Jaron, yeah? So how are we going to react? We are reacting like gentlemen, yeah? Look at all of us when you're judging us, and look how we are reacting. We're acting with truth and honesty, and hopefully in a positive way. Because what we've been through this afternoon, yeah, even if you're going to appeal to format, is how these people should be dealt with, yeah? So make your choice. But what we don't need is you to come here and sit in judgment of us. Yeah, it's not required, it's not necessary, and it's not helpful to the flat earth community that you're apparently trying to bring peace to by coming here and criticizing us.
What a lovely day!